A blonde knight in gleaming armor is introduced. He is a loyal warrior with advanced swordsmanship skills. In contrast, a masked ninja is shown amidst clouds, a master of various tools and covert actions. A column of knights on horseback approaches a distant city, representing two paths that should never intersect. A young female knight with determined eyes reflects that she never could have imagined he would be beside her. A stern, blonde-bearded commander announces the start of the Sun Kingdom Knights' 3rd platoon mission. The commander addresses his troops at a dungeon's mouth, officially commencing their monster subjugation. The female knight, Komisela, introduces herself as the one responsible for training new recruits. Sela turns to a spiky-haired knight, asking where the new recruit, Naito, has disappeared to. Her comrades confirm Naito is missing, as Sela tells them to properly train the newcomer. Naito suddenly appears, engrossed in a puzzle game, stating he has been there the whole time. The other knights leap back in shock and surprise at Naito's sudden, silent appearance. Sela observes Naito's faint, almost transparent presence, while her comrades remark on his oddness. Naito looks up, explaining it's a new puzzle game, prompting Sela to question his timing. The spiky-haired knight grabs Naito's head, berating the shadowy brat for playing games. He shakes Naito vigorously, telling him to stop being so carefree because he's from the East Country. A map reveals Naito's homeland, a strange island nation to the east called Japan. A flashback shows Naito barely passing his entrance exam, despite his skill, being labeled an odd recruit. Moments later, his comrades realize with a jolt that Naito has vanished once again. Sela exasperatedly points out Naito to the two knights, who are shocked to see him right there. Two knights grumble that Naito is difficult to deal with and that his weakness is irritating. The commander stomps his foot decisively, declaring it's time to proceed. With grim determination, the platoon of knights turns to enter the dark, vine-choked dungeon. The knights march in a disciplined formation down a vast, pillared hall inside the dungeon. Naito walks along with a bored, detached expression on his face. Sela asks Naito if he's all right with the recent dungeon explorations, and he non-committally agrees. The party of knights continues its advance through an archway and up a set of stairs. Naito looks back over his shoulder as the group moves deeper into the ancient stone corridors. A young, freckled knight walks beside Naito, their armored footsteps echoing in the silence. The freckled knight continues walking, unaware of the floor tile just ahead of him. With a distinct click, the knight's armored boot depresses a hidden pressure plate. The knight looks back with a confused and slightly panicked expression, realizing his mistake. A massive stone block erupts from the wall, forcing the knight to dive out of the way. Sela and another knight react in shock, yelling that it was a trap and calling him an idiot. The panicked knight points an accusing finger at Naito, shouting he stepped on the same spot. Naito calmly apologizes, explaining his unique walking style and saying he shouldn't have been so individualistic. The commander glances back, gritting his teeth in frustration and ordering everyone to be on their guard. Two of the knights exchange a serious, concerned glance as they proceed deeper. The party enters a large chamber and is confronted by 4 hulking, club-wielding trolls. A close-up shows the 4 trolls with grotesque, leering grins, exclaiming in surprise at the knights. The spiky-haired knight wonders how 4 trolls are in such a small dungeon and bellows for everyone to prepare for battle. 2 knights at the front unleash a burst wave attack, sending waves of energy at the trolls. The attack explodes harmlessly at the trolls' feet, kicking up dust but doing no damage. The knights look on in utter disbelief as their powerful attack proves completely ineffective. The trolls laugh derisively, one of them commenting on how lukewarm the attack was. With a terrifying roar, one of the trolls smashes its fist into the ground, sending the knights flying. The shockwave from the blow creates massive craters in the floor, scattering the armored bodies. A female mage looks on in despair at the carnage, realizing her comrades have been defeated by a magical attack. Sela, bruised and grimacing, sees Naito lying unconscious nearby and realizes she's one of the few left. The remaining 3 trolls loom over the fallen knights, one promising to play with the survivors. Sela's face is a mask of grim determination. She knows she has no chance in a straight fight. Her gauntleted hand grips her sword, deciding to bet everything on a single all-or-nothing strike. She unleashes her ultimate technique, Rhine Slash, a massive horizontal wave of energy. The 3 trolls look up, their taunting grins replaced by expressions of genuine surprise. The immense energy wave screams across the chamber, wide enough to engulf all 3 trolls. With incredible agility, the trolls leap into the air, dodging the brunt of the attack. Sela watches with a shocked expression, unable to believe they dodged her attack. The Rhine slash collides with the back wall, gouging deep into the stone. The trolls land unharmed, one laughing that her attack might have actually killed them if it had connected. Sela collapses to her knees, realizing these are no ordinary monsters with such incredible jumping power. One of the trolls begins to shamble towards the defeated Sela, saying it's coming for her now. Sela, out of magic, tells Naito to run and find an exit while she holds them off. Naito watches the approaching monsters, his expression completely unreadable and calm. Sela glares at the approaching beast, her eyes burning with hatred as she spits the word monsters. A close-up shows the trolls' leering, monstrous faces as they close in on their prey. Naito calmly retrieves a small, white, rectangular object from his pouch. He holds the object, which has a small, needle-like point, readying his next move. Naito brings the object to his lips and blows gently. A puff of white powder drifts directly into Sela's face, her eyes widening in surprise. Sela's expression is one of utter confusion as the powder takes effect. She slumps to the ground, her body going limp as she falls unconscious. Naito explains to her unconscious form that he used a poison needle made from the Hashiri Dokoro plant. Standing over the fallen bodies of his comrades, Naito sighs that he has no choice but to take care of it. The trolls are perplexed, asking who he is and why he isn't with the others. Naito walks towards them, stating he won't let Sela die and that their feigned defeat was just a game. One troll is confused, thinking they were playing with the girl. The troll's confusion turns to incandescent rage as they roar at him, not to mess with them. Sela's gauntleted hand clenches on the floor as she begins to fight the anesthetic's pull. Her body feels paralyzed, but she forces her eyes open, telling herself to get up quickly. From her position on the floor, she sees Naito walking away from her towards the trolls. The enraged trolls charge at Naito, their massive forms thundering across the chamber. Two of the trolls are violently slammed into each other by an unseen force. The trolls stop in their tracks, looking around in utter confusion, wondering where he went. Sela watches as the trolls search wildly for their elusive opponent. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she finally spots him. Naito is standing perfectly still, tucked away in the blind spot directly behind one of the trolls. He peeks out from behind the creature's massive leg, completely unseen. Sela's mind struggles to process what she is seeing, her world tilting as she questions why he is there. Naito casually steps out from behind the troll, who turns, its brain finally registering his presence. The troll, utterly confused, demands to know how he got there without it noticing. Naito gives a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk from behind the creature's massive leg. The trolls roar in frustration, trying to locate their tormentor while he hides among them. One of the trolls, furious at being toyed with, screams for the cowardly knight to show himself. Naito appears holding up two fingers, announcing a combination technique, demonic mist formation. In a flash of steel, Naito slices two of the trolls cleanly in half at the waist. He lands gracefully amidst the carnage, announcing his line slash technique as the trolls are bisected. The trolls' upper torsos look down at their severed bodies in utter confusion before they die. Sela's eyes are wide with pure, unadulterated shock at the overwhelming power she just witnessed. Naito stands amidst the carnage as the last of the monsters collapses to the ground. His powerful sword still vibrates with energy after the brutal, efficient slaughter. He sheathes his sword, marveling at the destructive power of a knight's ultimate technique. The warrior Naito walks away from the unconscious form of his companion, Sarah, deciding to wait for her to awaken. Kneeling beside her, he reflects that with her line slash spent, she is now unconscious, making things easier for him. From his perspective, he looks down upon Sarah's motionless, armored body lying on the wooden floor. Sarah's eyes flutter open, and she gazes up at Naito, her first words a weak demand to know who he is. Naito is completely taken aback, his face a mask of shock and confusion at her unexpected question. Pushing herself up, Sarah questions how he is still conscious, revealing her attack contained a poison that could knock out a bear. With growing anger, she accuses him of being the one who made her faint, calling him a gorilla and explaining her own resistance to monster poisons. Her interrogation continues as she asks how he got behind the troll without her noticing, adding that she was merely toying with it. Naito is flabbergasted, exclaiming that she saw him even though he was using his perfect invisibility jutsu to erase his presence. Sarah admits that she only saw him faintly as a dejected Naito slumps to the floor. Utterly defeated, Naito laments that this is the first time his upper-level ninja concealment has been seen through, and he offers a weak apology. He complains that she must be an unexplainable gorilla with superhuman eyesight, prompting her to tell him to stop calling her that. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, and she directly asks if he is a ninja, a spy from the land of Jipang. Naito boasts that he is one of only 3 upper-level ninja in his village, and the most skilled at that, much to Sarah's annoyance. She realizes with disgust that she's been teaching swordsmanship to a spy for half a year, calling herself an idiot. Her expression turning to one of fear, Sarah asks with a trembling voice if he is now going to kill her. Naito's face hardens as he confirms with a simple, yes, explaining that he must kill her to protect his mission. Sarah stares back, a bead of sweat on her temple, as he repeats his grim intention. A vision of a ninja appears as Naito explains the correct heart of his profession, which demands inhuman acts for the mission's sake. Sarah grips her sword, her face filled with defiance, refusing to be killed by such a person. After a tense pause, Naito sits opposite her and announces that he has decided not to kill her after all. Her eyes widen in complete surprise and confusion at his sudden change of heart. She demands to know why, and he looks away thoughtfully, considering his reasons. A flashback shows Sarah instructing him in swordsmanship, as he recalls her being an amazing teacher over the past 6 months. He remembers how she was always able to find him, no matter how well he hid. A memory of his ninja village shows that no one could ever find him during his concealment training until he met her. He thinks that in his world of shadows, she was the first to affirm his existence, so he cannot bring himself to kill her. He collapses in despair, lamenting his failure as a ninja, but Sarah tells him she knows a way out of this. Naito holds up 2 fingers, explaining there are 2 ways to proceed while keeping her alive. He suggests either getting expelled or using a memory-wiping fool's medicine on her, a name that shocks Sarah. He explains it's a powerful medicine from his village made from poppy seeds, but Sarah declares she absolutely refuses. Sarah stares at him, her expression hardening with resolve as she silently processes his outrageous suggestion. She stands up with determination, her decision made, as Naito looks on with a bored expression. Drawing her sword, she vows to protect her comrades and fight him to the end if he endangers the order. She declares she won't let him destroy the order, but Naito says he has no intention of doing so. Naito reveals his true mission, to retrieve the Bansen Shukai scrolls from his village. Sarah asks what the Bansen Shukai is, and he explains it contains all ninja arts, including forbidden ones. He adds grimly that these are techniques that humans were never meant to wield. A vision of the menacing Tenka Koji appears as Naito explains he stole the scrolls a year ago. Naito boasts that he was more skilled than Tenka Koji, prompting Sarah to ask why he keeps showing off. She then asks why, as a ninja, he would need to infiltrate their knightly order. He reveals that their intelligence indicates Commander Ifer is also trying to acquire the Bansen Shukai. Sarah is utterly shocked to hear that their own Commander Ifer is involved in this plot. Naito speculates Ifer is using forbidden arts for his own dangerous plans, though he can't say for sure. Naito asks if they've been exploring a lot of dungeons lately, and Sarah confirms this, noting the lack of wars. He reveals the true goal isn't dungeon treasure, but the Bansen Shukai itself. Sarah asks if it's in a dungeon, and Naito confirms Tenka Koji, a genius sorcerer, created one. Naito explains Tenka Koji had the power to create a dungeon, and hid the stolen scrolls there. He declares his resolve to find the scrolls before Ifer, or steal them if he must. Sarah admits there have been dark rumors about the commander, connecting them to their recent dangerous explorations. She falls silent for a moment, processing the terrible truth of the conspiracy. Having made her decision, she turns to Naito with a simple, "All right then, ready to move forward." She promises to keep his identity secret and asks if he will continue his work as a ninja. Naito looks at her, surprised by her quick acceptance of the dangerous situation. Standing over defeated monsters, she declares him a benefactor, not an enemy, and says that she believes him. Naito is moved by her quick trust, knowing how troublesome and deceptive his kind can be. He agrees to work with her until the mission is complete and asks for her cooperation. A faint blush on her cheeks, Sarah clarifies that she's only doing this to root out corruption in the order. She thanks him again for his help, her eyes showing a hint of a blush. She looks at the unconscious bodies of her comrades and tells Naito to hurry up and erase his presence. Naito checks on an unconscious knight, noting that no one needs immediate medical attention. Sarah's overjoyed, her face beaming with relief at the news. She looks around at the still unconscious knights, confused by their state and wondering what happened. Naito taps on a wall, noting it's a thick trap that likely cannot be broken by force. Sarah looks on, her face a mask of shock at this new, seemingly impassable obstacle. She proposes they must find the treasure in the dungeon's deepest part to disarm all traps. Naito listens to her theory with a quiet sound of interest, finding the idea plausible. A hidden passage rumbles open, revealing a dark staircase. They realize they must go forward. As Naito heads down, Sarah gets annoyed, realizing his plan to find the Bansen-shukai might actually work. She stomps her foot in frustration, telling him to hurry up and get moving. The two knights proceed down a long pillared hall, their armored footsteps echoing in the silence. Sarah asks how he performs his concealment jutsu, wondering how he moves so quietly. Naito begins to explain the various silent walking techniques used by ninja to move without a sound. He continues, detailing the visual concealment techniques for hiding the body from an enemy's sight. He describes the dietary regimen used to erase body and breath odor. Sarah is amazed by the complexity. A glowing aura surrounds his hand as he prepares to demonstrate the core principle of the technique. He explains it's a technique of spreading his jockey, or magic power, thinly over his body, admitting it feels awful. Sarah marvels at the complex magic manipulation, wondering how many techniques ninjas have. Her curiosity piqued. She wonders if his offensive jutsu are just as powerful, comparing them to a knight's strength. Naito quickly clarifies that a knight is far stronger in a direct fight, which surprises her. He explains ninjutsu has no true attack skills. They are for escape. He then urges her to hurry. A flashback shows two ninja elders discussing how their main purpose is espionage and assassination, not open battle. They note that for combat, they rely on battle-crazed samurai, remarking on Naito's strong personality. Sarah looks on, startled, as she processes this new and surprising information. A montage shows Naito mastering numerous knightly skills, including fan dancing, over the past 6 months. The image of a ninja in traditional garb represents the art of hiding one's presence. A split image shows Naito as both a knight and a ninja, pondering how combining the two would make one incredibly strong. Naito leads Sarah down a long, pillared dungeon corridor, her expression one of skepticism. He confidently declares this way, but Sarah questions if he truly knows where he's going. A single throwing knife is embedded in a stone wall, a subtle marker left behind. They arrive at a dead end. Sarah throws her hands up in frustration, declaring it's no good. She tells him to hurry and find another route, but he simply taps on the wall with a hollow sound. He turns to her with a knowing look, insisting that this is the right place. She is confused. He tells her to step back a little, her confusion growing as she complies. A massive explosion rips through the wall, with Naito calmly looking on amidst the dust and debris. Sarah is thrown back by the force of the blast, her eyes wide with shock and fury. She scrambles to her feet, demanding to know what he's doing and if he used magic. Naito calmly denies using magic, his expression slightly amused as he gestures to his hand. He holds up a small spherical clay bomb, explaining that he used a horakubiya. He explains it's a ninja tool, a ceramic vessel packed with gunpowder. She asks what gunpowder is. Naito has a sudden, startling realization about a ninja technique involving mugwort and foundation stones. He begins to lecture Sarah on gunpowder, explaining its rarity on the mainland. A shadowy form emerges from a cloud of dust, its presence marked by an exclamation. The blast reveals a gaping, dark hole in the wall leading to a hidden room. With wide-eyed awe, Sarah understands that Naito knew this secret passage was here all along. Naito explains that he sensed the passage because of a suspicious, fishy smell. Sarah remarks on the high power of his attack, chiding him for being pushy. Both knights react with wide-eyed shock to a new, unseen, and immense presence. A colossal, two-headed dragon reveals itself, its massive form dominating the chamber. The dragon's eye glares intently as it rasps a low greeting, pleased they have arrived. Sarah is frozen with terror, stammering that a dragon is actually here. Naito remarks that the strange bamboo shoot smell he detected was from this creature. He tells his companion to stand back, taking a single, determined step forward. With unwavering confidence, Naito declares that facing the beast is not a problem. Sarah panics, questioning how he can say that when a single human can't defeat a dragon. She reminds him she is out of magic, but he simply reassures her it's fine. Her mind reels with disbelief, questioning if he has ever actually defeated one before. He admits this is his first time, noting that its design is different from the yokai of his homeland. He declares that the samurai will be the one to defeat this creature. A smaller monster is instantly incinerated by a powerful fireball. Naito leaps to shield Sarah from an explosion, remarking that it was a close call. Sarah stares in disbelief at the charred remains of the monster, stunned by the trap's power. Her eyes widen as she comprehends the sheer force of Naito's pre-laid trap. She urges him to retreat so they can regroup and form a new plan. Losing sight of him in the chaos, Sarah looks around in confusion. She whips her head around, her expression one of dawning realization. Naito is revealed to be clinging to the dragon's back, hidden from her view. Peeking out from behind a thick scale, Naito reveals a sly, confident smirk. He grins, his expression one of pure, smug confidence in his audacious position. Sarah looks on, telling him not to laugh in this serious situation. He drops down, executing a powerful line slash against the dragon's thick tail. Sarah clenches her fist, confident that his combination of techniques has succeeded. Naito's eyes widen slightly in surprise as his attack connects. The dragon's thick, scaly tail vibrates from the force of the blow. Sarah is shocked, realizing that even Naito's powerful attack couldn't cut through. Naito lands with a grimace, admitting the dragon's scales were harder than he thought. The enraged dragon roars, its face contorted in fury. Sarah screams for Naito to get away as the dragon whips its colossal tail. Naito's after images fill the space as he effortlessly dodges the deadly attack. He admits he miscalculated the dragon's durability, but Sarah insists they must retreat. He holds up a strange device, telling her it's fine, much to her exasperation. He declares his intent to attack, his hand gripping the small object. He unleashes a burst wave, which seems to fizzle out on the ground. The dragon looks down, confused by the seemingly harmless and ineffective attack. It lets out a startled grunt as it registers a new, unexpected threat. A massive explosion erupts from the ground, engulfing the dragon as Naito shields Sarah. Sarah is left speechless and wide-eyed by the sudden, massive explosion. She cries out in confusion, questioning why there was an explosion. Naito reveals the small wooden box that caused the blast, surprising Sarah. He explains it was a ninja landmine, a trap he set while dodging the tail whips. Sarah realizes he used the burst wave as a lure, marveling at his combined technique. She stands with a dejected expression, having had no part in the strategy. The dragon coughs, its body heavily damaged and its tough scales cracked and smoking. Its two heads look around in confusion, trying to locate their tormentor. From Sarah's perspective, the dragon looms over the now tiny figure of Naito. Naito unleashes a final powerful line slash, his blade glowing with energy. The dragon grunts in pain as the decisive blow lands true. It lets out a final deafening roar of agony as its body is nearly cleaved in two. Naito stands silently in the aftermath, his work done as Sarah looks on. Sarah stares, her mind struggling to accept that he defeated a dragon by himself. Naito stands tall, a caption identifying him as Naito Danzu. He spots a large, ornate treasure chest at the top of a short flight of stairs. They approach the chest, reasoning that anything guarded by a dragon must be valuable. As Naito peers at the chest, Sarah suggests they smash the lock with a sword. She tries to pry the heavy lid open, but Naito tells her to wait. He easily picks the lock with a ninja tool, once again demonstrating his superiority. A dark, vine-choked staircase is revealed, leading down into the unknown. The massive, slain dragon lies in a heap as they stand before the open path. Naito announces he's opening the chest, and a nervous Sarah nods in agreement. The chest is filled with a breathtaking hoard of gold, jewels, and pearls. Sarah is completely captivated by the splendor, while Naito looks utterly bored. Sarah expresses disappointment that the Bansen Shukai wasn't inside, finding his lack of reaction awkward. Naito stares at the treasure, his expression flat and unimpressed by the riches. He asks about the lingering bamboo shoot smell, and Sarah tells him to be quiet. She insists they must hurry to help their comrades. The scene shows a cloudy sky, marking the passage of time. 2 days later, a caption identifies the Sun Kingdom Knights garrison. Sarah walks with purpose down a long, empty corridor inside the stone fortress. She knocks firmly on a wooden door, calling out to see if Naito is inside. Standing before the silent door, she waits for a response. Growing impatient, she calls out again, asking if Naito is there. A muffled, annoyed voice from inside complains about the disturbance. She notes his quiet voice and tells him to open the door if he's there. The voice from inside asks why she's bothering him on his day off. He questions why she needs him, and she insists he must open the door for her explanation. Her frustration boils over as she screams at him to hurry up and open the door. The door finally opens as Naito sighs, reluctantly letting her in. Sarah excuses herself as she cautiously steps into Naito's room. She is stunned to find Naito sitting amidst a chaotic sea of books. She sarcastically asks if he was born from books and games. Naito looks up from his book, surprised she is unfamiliar with it. He is left momentarily speechless by her lack of knowledge. He excitedly gushes about his favorite 50-volume manga series, Mokuri Jump. Sarah cuts him off, canceling his day off and ordering him to get ready for training. A stern older man announces his arrival to instruct the 3rd platoon. Naito complains that his reading marathon has been ruined and is told to get up. He questions why a sword saint would be here, noting it's his first time. Sarah explains that the vice commander has come to see her skills for himself. Naito understands the vice commander wants to confirm the rumors about her strength. He tells her to get ready quickly, as they don't have much time. Sarah, in her armor, looks back with concern at her companion Naito. She asks Naito if he's eating properly, noting his very slender physique. He explains that a ninja must keep their total weight, including rations, under 60 kilograms. To demonstrate, he leaps up, clinging to a ceiling beam with just his fingertips. Hanging effortlessly, he morbidly advises her to give up trying to understand. Sarah looks up, a flicker of surprise on her face as she notices something. She sees the 12 black dots on his forearm, a marker of his magic level. She asks if he only has 12 points, then proudly presents her own arm. Boasting that she has 15, she triumphantly declares her victory in this strange contest. A diagram explains the magic power orb system, from commoners to knights. Naito explains the dots are just camouflage made from special powder to seem natural. Wiping it away, he reveals an arm almost solid black with countless dots. His true count is 108, a number so high it looks like dense arm hair. The vice commander, Shimura, is stunned, calling him a monster for having more than double his own power. Sarah, utterly shocked, asks if all ninjas from his clan are this powerful. Naito explains the power hierarchy, from lower ninja at 30 to upper at 80. He then catches himself, realizing he started boasting about his upper ninja status again. Finished with his explanation, he begins to get dressed for the upcoming training. Sarah looks around his Spartan room, feeling that something is off about it. A sense of unease grows as she notices the room's unnaturally low ceiling. Naito walks over to a bookshelf, giving it a slight push with his thumb. He pulls on the shelf, revealing it to be a cleverly hidden ladder. Sarah watches in confusion as he begins to climb the shelf ladder. From the top, he peers into a hidden second floor he built for himself. He crawls into the secret living space he has constructed above the main room. Sarah lets out a furious, silent scream, her face a mask of comedic rage. Scrambling up after him, she demands to know why he illegally built a second floor. He explains a ninja's residence is always full of tricks to guard against enemies. Sarah realizes the source of her unease was the room's low, false ceiling. Naito calmly explains it's a hanging ceiling, a trap meant to crush intruders. He then points out a floor hatch, revealing it's an escape route, not storage. The scene shifts to the imposing stone walls of the castle training yard. As they prepare to leave, Sarah asks Naito where his training sword is. He tells her to be careful, a warning that leaves her momentarily confused. As she takes a step, her boot triggers a hidden mechanism in the floorboards. She leaps back in terror as a hidden flips open with a sharp sound. Naito explains it's a sword-hiding mechanism, leaving Sarah terrified of ninjas. A diagram reveals all of Naito's hidden room modifications, a true ninja fortress. The upper level is shown with its suspended ceiling and peepholes. The lower level details the revolving wall, hidden stairs, and underground passage. The scene moves to the sun-drenched training yard, where knights stand ready. Rows of knights in matching black-caped armor are assembled for the session. Vice Commander Shimura greets the assembled knights, announcing his presence. He declares he will personally test their swordsmanship, forbidding the use of magic. The knights grumble, annoyed that their day off is being ruined by the old geezer. Shimura ignores them, pointing directly at Sarah and calling her out first. Sarah snaps to attention, surprised to have been called out so directly. Shimura muses that there must be a trick to her supposed victories over powerful monsters. A diagram illustrates the knight ranking system, with Shimura at the top as a swordmaster. Sarah, regardless of his reasons, feels grateful for the chance to train with a master. Naito watches her with his usual impassive, sleepy-eyed expression. In the training yard, Shimura announces the beginning of his duel with Sarah. Shimura moves in a blur of motion, his attack impossibly fast. He effortlessly parries Sarah's furious combination of strikes, his skill overwhelming. Sarah's left panting, her eyes wide with shock at his incredible power. Shimura stands over her, his sword tracing a heart in the air, completely untouched. Two spectating knights are awestruck by the vice commander's immense strength. Looking down at her, Shimura condescendingly asks if that's all she has. Sarah grits her teeth, forcing herself up, declaring she's not done yet. His ego swelling, Shimura revels in his power, certain he is still the chosen swordmaster. He lunges forward, deciding to punish the exhausted Sarah for her audacity. Sarah looks up, her eyes wide with shock and fear at his incoming attack. The other knights cry out in alarm as Shimura moves in for the final blow. With a deafening crash, a figure appears, blocking the attack in a cloud of dust. Naito stands between them, having parried the blow, with Sarah looking on in shock. Sarah calls out Naito's name, surprised by his sudden intervention. Shimura is enraged, demanding to know who interfered, admitting he never saw him move. Naito calmly introduces himself as a new recruit and asks to be trained as well. He turns to the stunned Shimura, stating that it's his turn now. Sarah looks up at Naito, a grateful smile spreading across her face as she thanks him. Naito tells Sarah he's excited to test how much his swordsmanship has improved. The scene shifts back to the training yard, the ground now churned up from battle. Naito and Shimura face each other, ready to begin their own duel. Shimura announces to the newcomer that he is ready to begin the match. Naito acknowledges the veteran's readiness with a quiet yes. Spectating knights mock the rookie from the east, certain he's about to be killed. Shimura flashes past Naito in a blur of motion, his attack incredibly fast. Naito's eyes widen in a silent scream of shock as the attack connects. A piece of his shoulder armor is sent flying from the force of the blow. Shimura lands several feet behind him, his back turned as if the duel is over. The other knights erupt in laughter, praising Shimura for the easy victory. Shimura's triumphant expression falters as he realizes something is wrong. He looks down to find a strange egg-like object in his hand instead of his sword. Naito's hand moves with purpose, preparing his next move. He holds a small spherical ninja tool, a crow's egg, ready to use. He ignites the fuse of the explosive device, preparing to create a diversion. A massive cloud of thick white smoke erupts, engulfing the training yard. The spectating knights cry out in confusion, their vision completely obscured by the smoke. Shimura looks on, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Naito's technique is revealed, the smokescreen jutsu, a ninja art of escape. As the smoke thins, Sarah worries that Naito is getting away. Shimura waits for the smoke to clear, ready for what comes next. Naito is revealed, standing in the same spot, ready to resume the fight. Shimura feels a chill, unable to sense Naito's presence despite seeing him. The very atmosphere of the fight changes, leaving Shimura startled and unnerved. Naito looks on, his expression still completely unreadable. A single drop of water falls from the tip of his blade, hitting the ground. He attacks, unleashing a blinding flurry of strikes that fill the air with sparks. Shimamura is shocked by his opponent's incredible speed. He grits his teeth, telling himself that this rookie's speed can't match his own. The duel explodes into motion, with the veteran Shimamura unleashing a blindingly fast attack. Naito, however, becomes a phantom, his afterimages effortlessly parrying the storm of blows. Shimamura's face contorts in confusion, questioning what is happening before his very eyes. The afterimages multiply, and now 6 identical Naitos surround the stunned veteran warrior. A chaotic blur of sparks and motion fills the air as steel clashes on steel. Pure terror grips Shimamura as he grapples with his opponent's impossible, unbelievable speed. From the sidelines, Sarah watches in utter shock, unable to believe what she is seeing. A scroll unfurls, revealing the brutal ninja training that grants Naito his superhuman abilities. Naito suddenly appears behind Shimamura, whispering the veteran's own title, Sword Saint, back at him. With a confused grunt, Shimamura whips his head around to find only empty space. The veteran warrior is left completely baffled, his eyes wide and his mind reeling. Naito's bored, menacing face looms just over Shimamura's shoulder, his presence utterly chilling. Sarah screams a desperate, urgent warning for Shimamura to look behind him. A powerful kick slams into Shimamura's back, sending him stumbling forward with a grunt. In a last-ditch effort, he swings his sword back in a wild, desperate counterattack. Naito blocks the strike, finally becoming visible again to the confused onlookers. A flicker of surprise crosses Naito's face as he parries the forceful blow. The impact of the block sends Naito skidding backward across the dusty ground. He lets out a cry of effort as he absorbs the immense force of the attack. The other knights jeer, mistakenly believing the Sword Saint let the rookie get a hit in. Naito coolly analyzes the fight, thinking that his aura must have been detected. Sarah stares, her mind struggling to accept that this man matched the Sword Saint. Naito reflects that his unrefined sword skills are covered by his superior physical training. Drenched in a cold sweat, Shimamura realizes this opponent is dangerously skilled. Later, Naito politely thanks Shimamura for the match and offers him some tea. Shimamura takes a sip, muttering that he must report this incident to the commander. A strange vacant look comes over Shimamura's face after he drinks the tea. He stands bewildered, asking Naito who he is, his hands raised in confusion. Naito offers a friendly greeting as Sarah demands to know what he did. He quietly explains to Sarah that he put a powerful sleeping drug in the tea. Another knight asks Shimamura if he will join them on their next dungeon exploration. The drugged Shimamura, with a vacant smile, agrees that it's fine by him. Naito declines the offer, stating his reasons as Shimamura stumbles away in a daze. Standing before a treasure chest, Naito thinks about the lingering scent of Kashin Koji. Sarah is shocked, realizing this means their target's dungeon must be nearby. She asks if there's a scent only a ninja can detect, which Naito confirms. His thoughts reveal a map showing the slave scent growing stronger to the northwest. A colossal tower looms as Naito concludes their target is likely heading for that dungeon. A party of knights rides on horseback through a vast, frigid valley. Two of Naito's comrades complain about another monster's subjugation mission in this cold region. They express that they have no choice since it's an order from Shimamura-sama. Sarah observes Naito, absorbed in a game, thinking that he's the same as always. A sudden realization dawns on Sarah as she looks up. Naito comments on the heavy fog, and Sarah explains this is the Tower of Mist. She notes that for some reason, a massive amount of fog only gathers around this tower. Shivering, she asks Naito if he isn't cold, wondering if he has special training. He turns to her with a wide, unsettlingly creepy smile and asks her to answer. The lead knight calls out with confusion as he spots figures on the road ahead. Three adventurers, a burly axeman, a blonde swordsman, and a young man, stand waiting. The knight greets them, warning that it's reckless to be out here due to recent disappearances. Sarah explains to Naito that more adventurers are getting killed by monsters lately. The adventurers scoff, stating that the knights killing monsters means less competition for them. Naito finally looks up from his game, his attention caught by their words. The lead adventurer points at Naito, yelling that he won't be lectured by a weak knight. Naito, flustered, holds up a puzzle box, apologizing that he can't solve it. The adventurer tells him to stop messing around as he and his group enter the dungeon. Sarah reassures Naito about the treasure, but he says they must avoid being wiped out. The party dismounts their horses to proceed on foot into the dungeon. The colossal stone tower looms as Naito declares their infiltration has begun. The party marches in formation down a long, ancient stone corridor. The lead adventurer remarks on the incredible intensity of the fog. Sarah agrees, noting the mist is so thick she feels less present. Naito gazes into the fog with a smirk, stating that he knows something is here. He looks up, his expression unreadable, as if processing new information. Alarmed, Sarah asks him what's wrong, if he's detected another strong scent. Her eyes widen as she asks if it's a powerful monster, like a dragon. Wading through a dense fog, Naito confirms a presence and then senses another nearby. From the gloom, a horde of 5 skeletal wraiths materializes before his pointing hand. The party of knights reacts with alarm, one of them identifying the creatures as wraiths. Sarah shouts a warning to Naito as one of the spectral foes lunges toward him. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, Naito prepares to draw his weapon and meet the attack. With a powerful, sweeping arc, his blade cuts through the air, aimed at the wraith. Naito's expression is one of slight confusion, as his attack appears to have no effect. The wraith's incorporeal body ripples harmlessly as the physical blade passes through it. Facing the monster, Naito questions why his sword is unable to cut the creature. His companions watch in horror as Sarah screams a desperate warning for Naito to look out. The wraith's tattered cloak contorts, sharpening into a mass of deadly, shadowy tendrils. The wraith that was attacked and another one turn their heads, utterly bewildered. With a smug look, Naito reveals himself from behind one of the confused wraiths. A startled Sarah tells Naito not to surprise them by getting too close to the enemy. Creating multiple afterimages, Naito complains that he can't win just by dodging. Sarah turns as 2 of her comrades cry out in alarm, having been ambushed. The spiky-haired knight, Race, is being choked by the ghostly hand of a wraith. Sarah yells at Race, questioning what he's doing and urging him not to let his mind break. She quickly retrieves a small, ornate flask of holy water from a pouch on her belt. In a swift motion, she pours the holy water onto the blade of her longsword. Leaping forward, Sarah unleashes her Rhine-slash technique against 2 of the wraiths. The 2 spectral figures sizzle and dissolve into nothingness upon contact with her blade. Sarah tells Naito's duplicates that this is how to defeat them, then scolds him for spilling the water. Naito flings the contents of his flask in a wide arc, complaining that it's difficult to use so much. The party regroups in a misty chamber with cracked stone floors and ancient archways. The knights stand scattered amidst the lingering mist, having neutralized the immediate threat. Sarah grimly observes that the Tower of Mist is swarming with these wraiths. Rice agrees, noting they can expect more wraiths ahead and must conserve their holy water. The party of knights begins its ascent up a long, winding stone staircase. As they climb, Naito silently observes that the fog is growing even denser. Walking behind his companions, Naito remains silent, his face a mask of stoicism. Sarah, walking beside Naito, feels a strange tingling sensation in her armored gauntlet. She looks down at her hand, letting out a startled gasp, bewildered by the odd feeling. Two armored arms swiftly clasp hands, a faint glow emanating as one person yelps. Naito's faint, ghostly presence startles his knight companions as they walk together. Naito smirks with a faint, almost transparent presence behind his serious companions. Naito explains a strange, synchronized ninja walking technique to a confused Sarah. From a high angle, Naito and Sarah follow three cloaked figures down a path. Sarah questions Naito, who explains his plan to find treasure and avoid getting lost. Sarah has a shocking realization about the invisibility magic Naito shared with her. Naito explains his glowing, translucent magic, which Sarah questions with disbelief. Naito demonstrates the moonwalking ninja technique to an observant Sarah. Naito explains his weakened concealment as Sarah watches him walk away. Naito's clone dashes up the stone stairs to scout ahead for the group. From a high angle, Naito and Sarah descend a long stone staircase. Sarah crouches, sword ready, as two spectral wraiths materialize behind her. Naito leaps forward, swinging his sword down at an approaching wraith. Naito looks unimpressed as his sword passes harmlessly through a wraith's body. Sarah swings her sword in a wide arc, destroying two wraiths. Sarah's holy water-laced sword cuts through a group of spectral wraiths. Naito stands behind a wraith with a bored expression, readying holy water. A narrow view of the stone dungeon corridor, focusing on the wall. Naito and Sarah walk through a large hall, discussing their holy water supply. Naito holds a cylindrical flint as Sarah reacts to the increasingly cold air. Naito stands looking serious as he observes the cold, damp air around them. Naito's gauntleted hand holds out a cylindrical metal object for Sarah to use. Sarah holds the metal object, looking at it with a confused expression. Sarah's hand holds the object, which now radiates a pleasant, surprising warmth. Naito explains the object is a ninja fire starter he prepared for Sarah. Naito explains the fire starter's long-lasting properties, leaving Sarah amazed by his foresight. Naito smirks smugly, pleased with himself for anticipating Sarah's needs so perfectly. Holding the flint, a grateful Sarah looks at Naito and thanks him sincerely. Naito compares helping Sarah to clearing a puzzle, prioritizing her over his game. Naito and Sarah stop suddenly, looking to the side with surprised expressions. Two large, identical treasure chests sit on the dungeon's stone floor. Sarah approaches the chests, noting other adventurers are also hunting for them. A close-up reveals Naito's bored expression as he silently observes the scene. Kneeling before a large wooden chest, Sarah notes that it isn't locked and decides to open it. The open chest reveals a glittering hoard of gold coins, silver ingots, and a brilliant pearl necklace. Having seen the first treasure, Sarah turns her attention to the second unopened chest. With a sudden whoosh, the lid of the second chest flies open at her touch. A monstrous mimic with a cavernous, tooth-filled maw lunges out from within the chest. Sarah's face contorts in a mask of pure terror as she shrieks the creature's name. Naito appears silently behind her, his expression one of utter boredom as the mimic threatens her. Sarah is shocked by his sudden appearance, wondering how he could have possibly gotten behind her. With a powerful slam, Naito's gauntleted hand forces the thrashing mimic's lid shut. Naito calmly holds up a specialized ninja lock-picking tool, a kurokage, or black key. The kurokage is inserted into the chest's lock, securing the monster inside with a click. Now safe, Sarah sits on the floor and offers a grateful thank you to Naito. He explains that he suspected a trap and that his kurokage can lock anything. Sarah apologizes for her greed, but Naito admits he was also overcome by it. The other adventurers ask if the real treasure is still located further in the dungeon. Sarah agrees, stating they'll leave the loot for their party's porters to collect later. They turn to leave the chamber. Their path forward is obscured. Both knights stand in a new corridor, looking around, a bit lost and confused. A wide shot shows them standing before the two chests, feeling somewhat stuck. Sarah realizes with a start that this isn't the corridor they came from. They're lost. Naito observes the thick fog, concluding the dungeon is more difficult than he anticipated. Overcome with exhaustion, the female knight leans against a wall, panting heavily. Her stomach growls loudly, betraying her fatigue, and Naito suggests they take a break. Reaching into a pouch at his hip, Naito prepares to offer her some provisions. He presents a leaf holding several dark round pellets, suggesting that she eat them. Sarah questions the unappetizing-looking ninja provisions, identifying them as Hirugan. Hesitantly, she takes one of the pellets, her face a mask of fear and doubt. Her disgust turns to surprise as she finds them sweet and surprisingly delicious. Naito pops one of the pellets into his own mouth while watching her reaction. Sarah, now chewing enthusiastically, admits Naito must also be tired from the difficult tower dungeon. He corrects her, explaining these are not Hirugan, but greenish suikatsugan for quenching thirst. Their companion sighs, suggesting they move on and find the stairs to continue their ascent. Within the dungeon's confusing halls, Naito asks Sarah if he can borrow a portable brazier. With a deadpan expression, he instead produces a single thin needle, its tip glinting. Sarah watches bewildered as he brings the needle towards her gauntlet, asking what he's doing. He kneels on the cracked stone floor, finding a small puddle of water. Carefully, he places a leaf on the water's surface, then sets the needle gently on top. Sarah watches anxiously, thinking this is some bizarre form of fortune-telling. The needle on the leaf suddenly begins to vibrate and spin rapidly on its own. Shocked, Sarah exclaims that it moved, while Naito sits calmly, observing the result. Naito stands and points decisively down a corridor, declaring it to be north. Surprised by her ignorance, he explains that it's a simple ninja technique for finding one's way. A mental scroll illustrates the principle of residual magnetism, which Naito calls common sense for ninjas. Now knowing their way, the two knights proceed up a long stone staircase. Sarah's holy water-laced blade makes short work of skeletal race as Naito watches. Her armored boot steps firmly onto the top landing of the long stairway. Both knights arrive, panting with exhaustion, Sarah expressing her relief at finally making it. They walk down a vast hall, acknowledging they have reached the dungeon's top floor. Sarah's glad their comrades haven't arrived, while Naito notes the intense cold and mist. Peering over a high ledge, they look down into the chamber below them. The hall below is split, with two large rooms at the far end. Their faces contort in utter shock at what they see in the first room. A colossal bald man with a frosty beard sits upon a throne of jagged ice. A close-up reveals his immense size and the power radiating from his closed eyes. Sarah blurts out how unbelievably huge the old man is, while Naito remains impassive. Naito calmly identifies him as a frost giant, the source of the dungeon's cold. Sarah realizes the giant's aura is causing the mist and that he must have descended from the mountains. Naito confirms he can faintly smell his target, but Sarah knows they can't be sure until they find the treasure. The scent confirms to Naito that their target has undoubtedly come to this place. Sarah declares they must defeat the giant, but Naito reminds her they still don't know which room to enter. They look into the second chamber, their faces once again filling with surprise. A vast, silent army of hundreds of cloaked, skeletal liches fills the entire room. They spot the three adventurers they met earlier, now captive in a cell. Sarah recognizes the prisoners, her voice filled with anger as she realizes she was right to warn them. She wonders what this horrifying gathering is, sensing it's something deeply unnatural and wrong. A look of sudden understanding dawns on the female knight. The liches are here for the frost giant's cold aura, while also guarding prisoners. Naito thoughtfully questions why humans are being captured in the first place. Sarah, surprised by the question, asks if the monsters intend to eat them. She speculates they are food, but Naito notes there are too few humans for the monsters. With a serious gaze, Naito wonders about the fundamental purpose of a dungeon. Sarah listens to his query, her own expression turning pensive and curious. She explains dungeons are monster nests, devices created by sorcerers to gather people. She admits she never deeply considered it, finding his question typical of an Easterner. Naito believes this knowledge is the key to understanding Tenkakoji's motives. Standing before a large door, Sarah reveals a more immediate and dreadful problem. She frantically announces that she has completely run out of precious holy water. Naito calmly reveals his own flask is empty, confirming he is also out. Sarah despairs, knowing they can't save the adventurers but can't abandon them either. He reassures his distraught companion, confidently stating that it will be fine. Naito calmly outlines his plan to use a transformation jutsu to rescue the prisoners. Sarah, impressed by his plan, realizes that their combined skills could be effective. She suggests that she should fight the frost giant now, while it's advantageous. Her comrades agree it's best to attack while they still have magic. Filled with fighting spirit, Sarah declares she will fight and help defeat the giant. Naito gives her a skeptical look, muttering that she won't be of any help. He turns away with a sigh, preparing to enact the first part of his plan. Announcing he will rescue the adventurers first, he walks towards the undead horde. He unwraps a patterned cloth from his arm to read the ambient magic. He takes a determined first step into the chamber, filled with skeletal figures. Naito moves with an unnerving and casual ease among the legion of leeches. An overhead view shows him weaving a path through the massive undead army. From a small peephole, Sarah watches nervously, her heart pounding with anxiety. He casually drapes an arm over a lich's shoulder, perfectly blending in. A comical image shows him and a companion lich striking a synchronized pose. Through the peephole, Sarah frantically urges him not to do anything unnecessary. Naito's armored hand gently taps one of the captive men on the shoulder. He approaches the barred cell where the captured adventurers are huddled together. Using a ninja tool, he deftly picks the lock on the cell door. He lays a reassuring hand on the shoulders of two of the prisoners. The spiky-haired adventurer turns around, his face blank with confusion. Naito looks at him with a stoic expression, silently revealing his presence. The prisoner's eye widens in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. Raising a finger to his lips, Naito quietly shushes the astonished captives. He tells a tearful, relieved prisoner that he has come to their rescue. The grateful man thanks him profusely and grabs his hand, ready to follow. Naito grasps the man's hand, a strange energy flowing between them. The rescued adventurers now glow with a shimmering, almost holy aura. They marvel at the strange, oily magic, wondering how they became invisible. Naito cryptically explains that they have become a four-leaf clover, confusing them. The newly cloaked adventurers look terrified as they move through the liches. Naito leads the small, invisible group safely through the undead horde. Sarah watches from her peephole, relieved that he succeeded, urging them on. Once the adventurers are safe, Naito unwraps the magical cloth from his arm. Sarah gasps, feeling a massive and sudden drain on her magical power. She worries if her remaining 108 magic points will be enough for what's next. Alone in the corridor, Sarah suddenly feels a violent, bone-chilling shiver. The intense cold radiating from the frost giant's chamber makes her tremble. She feels her armor beginning to freeze solid from the monster's proximity. She pulls out a portable brazier, a ninja tool known as a dobi. With a gasp of effort, she prepares to hurl the device forward. Her eye widens with determined focus as she prepares to make her move. She wonders if her desperate plan will work as the brazier spins through the air. With a powerful sound effect, she throws the glowing brazier into the hall. The sound and heat immediately alert the entire horde of skeletal liches. The colossal frost giant turns, its face a mask of incandescent fury. Naito, still in the other chamber, hears the commotion and looks back with concern. Sarah's face contorts in pure horror as she realizes her terrible, costly mistake. The frost giant takes a heavy, threatening step towards the lone knight. It looms in the doorway, surprised to find a single knight has made it so far. Sarah is stunned by the creature's immense size, larger than she ever imagined. The giant cracks its knuckles, finding the situation interesting and agreeing to fight. Gritting her teeth, Sarah vows to defeat the giant herself before Naito returns. In the other chamber, the liches begin to stir, moaning as they sense the battle. Naito's group wonders if Sarah's sound alerted the giant as the liches grow restless. Naito weighs his terrible options, trapped between saving Sarah and protecting the adventurers. The frost giant brings its massive, frost-covered fist down with immense power. The impact shatters the floor, but Sarah manages to dodge the powerful blow. She grits her teeth against the biting cold and prepares her counterattack. With a fierce cry, she unleashes her line-slash technique toward the giant. The giant effortlessly catches her glowing blade with its bare, icy hand. Sarah is shocked and horrified that her powerful attack was stopped so easily. The giant's other fist comes flying towards her with blinding speed. The devastating punch sends her hurtling backward through the air like a doll. She smashes into the stone wall, the impact shattering the masonry around her. Coughing up blood, she realizes with despair that she couldn't even scratch him. The giant taunts her, saying she is no match for him on her own. Her magic gauge flickers, showing only 6 precious points remaining. With grim resolve, she decides she must bet everything on her final technique. The giant roars for her to entertain him more, stomping the ground impatiently. She creates 3 shimmering after images of herself, charging from different angles. The frost giant grunts in surprise at her sudden, illusionary assault. The real Sarah, her eyes white with focus, declares that now is the time. She unleashes her rolling slash as the giant forms an ice shield to block. Her blade collides with the shield, the sheer force making the giant grunt in pain. She lands gracefully, thinking for a moment that she has finally succeeded. Her momentary hope turns to utter shock as she sees the giant is still standing. The giant's arm is wounded and steaming, but he is far from defeated. Sarah is in disbelief. That was her most powerful single-point attack, and it failed. Enraged at being wounded, the giant raises its hand for a final, deadly blow. A massive eruption of jagged ice spikes burst from the floor, aimed at Sarah. The giant's face is a mask of cold fury, its eyes glowing with white-hot rage. Sarah's face is contorted in fear, her breath catching in her throat. In the other room, Naito and his party are surrounded by hundreds of liches. An adventurer impatiently asks Naito what he's doing, urging him to leave. Naito, with a thoughtful expression, has a sudden realization. He calmly produces a handful of round, salt-based ration pills from his pouch. Naito holds his sword out, telling his baffled companion to hold his shoulder while identifying the substance as a suikatsugan. With his gauntleted hands, he carefully smears a pasty brown substance along the flat of his blade. The companion expresses his disbelief, wondering if the knight has gone mad from fear and is painting his sword with food. Naito internally recalls that the pickled plums in the ration are full of salt. He calmly explains to his confused companion that this is a technique from his homeland, Japan. Holding the salt-coated blade, Naito prepares to unleash a combination of concealment jutsu and suikatsugan. A combination technique is announced as a vast, seemingly endless army of cloaked skeletons fills the corridor. With a focused cry, he unleashes an extra-large line slash, a sweeping arc of energy bisecting the horde. The powerful slash continues its arc, slicing cleanly through the waists of the countless rows of skeletal figures. The skeletons' upper torsos hang suspended in the air, their skulls tilted in a moment of collective confusion. With a deafening clatter, the skeletons' bodies all fall to the ground, their unified attack completely thwarted. The three adventurer companions stare with faces of pure, unadulterated shock and awe at the devastating result. They celebrate his victory over 100 monsters, relieved that the salt worked and they hadn't eaten their provisions. As his companions marvel, Naito tells them to wait and calmly proceeds down the now cleared corridor. A profile shot captures Naito's slightly concerned expression as he walks on alone. He enters the next chamber to find Sarah trapped in ice, facing the colossal bearded frost giant. Sarah's face is a mask of panic and relief as she cries out Naito's name. Naito looks at the trapped Sarah, oddly commenting that she looks like a sculpture, much to her exasperation. The frost giant turns his head, surprised to see that another intruder has arrived in his domain. Naito walks past the trapped Sarah, dismissing her warnings that her rolling slash attack was almost completely ineffective. Sarah gasps, her eyes widening in shock as she notices something alarming about Naito. She realizes that his magic power gauge, like hers, is critically low, showing only 6 charges remaining. Despite her frantic pleas for him to run from the impossible fight, Naito simply reassures her that it's fine. He asks Sarah to lend him her dobi, a portable brazier, as she looks on in confusion. The frost giant lunges, roaring for them to freeze together, while Sarah screams for Naito to escape quickly. Inside a small wooden box, a ninja tool begins to hiss and smoke, ready for activation. Naito casually tosses a plain wooden box onto the stone floor in front of him. Sarah's eyes widen with sudden recognition. It's the same box he used in their fight against the dragon. Crouching low, Naito announces his combination technique, focusing his power on the box at his feet. The frost giant, anticipating a rolling slash, defensively forms a thick, circular shield of solid ice. Naito brings his sword down not on the giant, but on the box, unleashing a revised version of the technique. The box erupts in a massive cloud of superheated steam, a technique Naito calls kenguruma, or fiery wheel. The scalding steam completely engulfs the frost giant, its body sizzling and dissolving in the intense heat. The colossal ice monster roars in agony, its body dissolving under a powerful jet of water. Naito reflects that a ninja's fire weapon is, as expected, a perfect counter for ice monsters. With a deadpan look, Naito declares to himself that the battle is now finally finished. Utterly exhausted, Sarah laments her near-death struggle while he won the fight in an instant. Sarah confronts Naito about the oil from the water release pill that made his sword burn. Urging her to hurry before Race notices, Naito confirms he defeated the monster, shocking Sarah. Her face a mask of terror, Sarah wonders what Naito is, concluding ninjas are terrifying. Sarah suggests they check the treasure chest before the others arrive, and Naito silently agrees. Naito skillfully uses a ninja lock-picking tool to open the treasure chest's complex mechanism. The chest opens to reveal a glittering hoard of gold coins, silver ingots, and jewels. Sarah expresses her disappointment that the Bansen Shukai isn't there. Naito looks equally dejected. The three adventurers marvel at how he defeated the frost giant, calling him their Aniki. Naito coldly warns the men not to speak of what happened, threatening to destroy their minds. Sarah finds his extreme measures unbelievable, especially after such a difficult and desperate struggle. One of the adventurers asks if he is the knight from the east, which Naito affirms. The adventurer recounts how people from the east took all the prisoners when he was captured. Pointing at Naito, the adventurer reveals he was the human communicating with a monster, shocking Sarah. The adventurer clarifies the fruit user was someone else, and Naito skillfully outlines the man. The adventurer explains that the fruit user was an acquaintance who has already left the tower. He points to a distant direction, explaining he saw other adventurers being transported that way. Looking at her map, Sarah realizes the direction indicated is not northwest, but due west. The true fruit user ominously considers that a dungeon of his kind might be located there. A tall, cylindrical stone tower looms over the landscape, their new destination now clear. Standing in the desolate landscape, Sarah quietly confirms their new direction is to the west. Naito realizes with determination that if they leave now, they might catch the fruit user. The three fawning adventurers have followed, asking for Naito's name, much to Sarah's annoyance. After their arduous journey, the party arrives at the small, rustic settlement of Seoul Village. The blonde knight race looks weary, remarking that once again, something has happened on their mission. Addressing his platoon, Race announces that it was Sarah and Naito who defeated the dungeon boss. The other knights ask Naito what happened, but he calmly states he did nothing at all. In a flashback, Sarah brutally defeats a frost giant, earning her the mocking nickname Gorilla Knight. Race lays out their next mission, a dungeon to the north after a day's rest. Sarah approaches Naito, a look of newfound respect on her face as she congratulates him. Sarah proposed they use their day off to investigate the mysterious dungeon to the west. Her sudden, reckless suggestion catches Naito completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Sarah turns to him and asks what is wrong. Before he can answer, her own eyes widen in shock at something off. A formidable group of knights on horseback rides into the small village. Leading them is an imposing, stern-faced man with a prominent scar across his eye. Sarah's face drains of color as she recognizes Commander Uffer, a powerful aura emanating from him. Naito observes the legendary figure, wondering about his unexpected presence in this remote place. The knight race approaches Uffer, asking why the first platoon has come here. Uffer explains his men were petrified by a cockatrice, and they came for a blacksmith. While Race acknowledges the explanation, Uffer's gaze drifts towards the two newcomers. Clutching his head, Uffer complains of a sudden headache and asks who Naito is. The commander draws his magnificent ornate sword, its presence filling the air. Two other knights remark on how cool, yet intimidating, their commander appears. Naito's eyes are fixed on the blade, recognizing it as the true hero's sword. His usual composure shatters completely, his body trembling as he identifies the legendary weapon. Sarah, surprised by his intense reaction, asks what makes the sword so special. Uffer explains its legacy as the sword bestowed upon the hero who defeated the Demon Lord. The mention of a Demon Lord leaves Naito thunderstruck and speechless. Sarah is surprised by his ignorance, asking if he truly doesn't know the story. She explains his homeland's isolation, recalling how samurai slaughtered all foreigners who tried to visit. Naito feigns intense curiosity, praising her storytelling and eagerly asking for more details. She recounts the tale of the Demon Lord Batora, who first appeared 900 years ago. The Demon Lord's mysterious disappearance became known as the legendary Miracle of Humanity. Captivated, Naito leans in, asking why the Demon Lord vanished, secretly admiring her narrative skill. He begs her to continue, much to her exasperation at his insatiable curiosity. Sarah tells of the Demon Lord's reappearance 500 years later, marking a new war. For 8 brutal years, humanity was on the verge of total defeat. A knight from the Sun Kingdom, Klovake Uffer, finally struck down the monstrous foe. This heroic act led to the birth of the Hero of the Sun. When her epic tale concludes, Naito simply asks if that's the end of it. His feigned excitement vanishes, replaced by an expression of profound comical disappointment. As Sarah fumes in disbelief, Naito reveals he knew everything already from his prior intelligence gathering. Naito reveals his manipulative ninja art, as Sarah realizes with horror she was his true target. From a distance, Naito watches the conferral, his gaze fixed on Commander Uffer. Uffer wonders what someone intends to do by using the forbidden arts of the Bansenshukai. With his retinue behind him, Uffer strides forward, beckoning someone to approach. He identifies the startled female knight as Komisela, who stammers in confirmation. Uffer reveals he heard from her platoon leader that she wonderfully defeated a troll dragon and a frost giant. Sarah is flustered by the praise, thanking him and marveling that he would speak to a low-ranking soldier. The commander's gaze then sharpens, his attention seemingly shifting past her. He asks about her strange appearance and questions if she has opened the frost giant's treasure chest. Standing beside the large ornate chest, a confused Sarah confirms they haven't opened it yet. Sarah realizes with disappointment that Uffer had no interest in her, only in the treasure chest behind her. His attention then snaps to Naito, as if just noticing him for the first time. With an intense probing gaze, Uffer asks Naito if they have met somewhere before. Naito calmly denies this, offering a formal, "Nice to meet you," to the commander. Another knight quickly introduces Naito as a new recruit who joined the order 6 months ago. If continues to stare, wondering if his sense of familiarity is just his imagination. A flashback shows Naito had previously spied on Ifer, but had erased his presence completely. Before a large wooden gate, Ifer gives a sharp command to break the lock. As his subordinate acknowledges the order, the ground begins to tremble violently. The knights are thrown into confusion, one of them asking what's happening. Another knight wonders if it's an earthquake, while his comrade lets out a terrified gasp. The ground erupts as a monstrous serpentine creature bursts forth, towering over the knights. Naito, Sarah, and Ifer can only stare up at the colossal beast in stunned disbelief. A panicked cry from the ranks identifies the creature as a basilisk. A knight exclaims in horror, wondering why such a super-class monster is present. The basilisk reveals that the knights killed its kin, a cockatrice, in the dungeon. Naito calmly explains to a shocked Sarah that a female basilisk is called a cockatrice. The beast adds that it heard from other monsters that the intruders wielded the hero's sword. Ifer identifies himself as a descendant of the hero, vowing to avenge the demon lord. Captain Rice orders the 1st and 3rd platoons to coordinate and prepare for battle. Before they can form up, the basilisk unleashes a devastating blast of energy at the front lines. Several knights are shown dead or dying on the ground, annihilated by the initial attack. Naito watches from a distance, knowing he must not draw attention but must still protect Sarah. Sarah, filled with righteous fury, declares her intent to pour all her magic into one devastating attack. A colossal basilisk roars, vowing death upon the descendant of the hero. In a flash, its massive head sweeps through the knights, sending them flying. Captain Eiffel and another warrior are thrown backward by the creature's immense power. Sarah stares at the petrified bodies while Naito sighs at the lack of struggle. Contemptuously, the basilisk flicks a large treasure chest across the ground with its tail. The captain's gaze becomes intensely serious as he assesses the new situation. He recognizes the chest as belonging to a frost giant, igniting a flicker of hope. His eye widens with purpose, wondering if the coveted Bansen Shukai is inside. Ignoring the monster, Eiffel sprints for the chest, leaping over the basilisk's tail. Sarah watches his inexplicable action with wide-eyed, panicked confusion. Her companion, Naito, is equally bewildered by the captain's sudden change in priority. An older commander shouts, questioning what Eiffel is possibly thinking. The basilisk itself seems baffled by the knight's sudden dash for the treasure. His men cry out his name as Eiffel lands beside the chest, facing the beast. He pants, declaring that this nuisance will force him to use his full power. His ornate sword begins to pulse with an immense, crackling magical energy. The older commander's eye widens in horror, realizing which technique Eiffel will use. Raising his sword high, he screams for everyone to get back immediately. Eiffel unleashes the Crescent Brave Slash, a massive wave of pure energy. The colossal basilisk recoils as the blinding attack tears through the air towards it. The onlooking knights stare with mouths agape, their faces masks of pure shock. The basilisk's head is shown split in two, its reptilian body turning to stone. A smug, self-satisfied smirk plays across Eiffel's face after his decisive victory. The basilisk's bisected body crashes to the ground, shattering the earth below. The surviving knights stammer in disbelief, amazed he defeated the beast in one blow. They identify the move as the legendary Crescent Brave Slash, Eiffel's signature technique. Sarah concludes he was showing off, as the attack was amplified beyond necessity. Naito watches Eiffel's retreating form, thinking about what a fearsome man he is. He grimly understands Eiffel went to such lengths just to get the Bansen Shukai. A shot of Naito's back shows his cape billowing as he contemplates the scene. He looks on with a confused expression, pondering the strange turn of events. Eiffel's men rush to him, urging him to treat his poison wound immediately. A close-up reveals the splash of dark basilisk blood on Eiffel's leg armor. Commander Ifer dismisses his wound, stating it will heal as it always does. He cryptically questions if the basilisk's blood is the blood of the hero. A wide shot reveals a village home completely annihilated by the battle's fallout. Amidst the wreckage, a terrified mother clutches her child, both trembling in fear. The female knight, Sarah, stares down at them, her eyes wide with shock. She realizes with horror that they were nearly killed in the collateral damage. Sarah's face contorts in fury as she vows to never forgive Ifer. Naito calmly observes his companion's intense, wrathful expression. Annoyed, Ifer kicks open the recovered treasure chest with a sharp clicking of his tongue. The chest is revealed to be full of gold coins and silver ingots. He approaches the displaced mother and child, carrying the entire chest. With a hollow apology, He offers them the treasure to rebuild their home. The stunned mother and child can only stammer a quiet, "Thank you." Ifor then turns his attention to his fallen knights, their bodies turned to stone. Looking down at their still forms, he seems to recall them for a moment. He kneels solemnly, praying for their souls and declaring their bravery will be remembered. Sarah sees that his prayer is a sham, disgusted by his deception. Naito dryly comments on her uhoho female knight face, earning a sharp retort. Later that night, Sarah vents her frustration about the terrible day they've had. Naito agrees, admitting he didn't expect Captain If to make an appearance. He falls silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts before explaining his theory. Naito reveals he infiltrated the Night Order to monitor Ifor and seize the Bansen Shikai. Ifor's reckless actions, he concludes, confirm he doesn't yet possess the scrolls. Sarah states her hatred for the captain is now confirmed, and she will never forgive him. Naito decides he will head west after a short rest, surprising Sarah with his haste. She confirms his plan is sound, then announces she will prepare to go with him. Naito is taken aback by her decision, trying to dissuade her from the dangerous path. She fiercely declares she will be his strength, refusing to let Ifor obtain the scrolls. With a sigh, Naito finds her emotional outburst troublesome for a ninja. Elsewhere, in a large timber frame building, Ifor sits alone reading by candlelight. A sharp knock at the door interrupts his quiet study, and he looks up. From outside the sturdy wooden door, a muffled voice announces their arrival. His expression turning sharp, Ifor gives the command for them to enter. Fresh drag marks scar the wooden floor, leading towards a slightly ajar sliding door. Three mysterious figures in black, hooded robes stand silently in an open doorway. One of the figures reports to Lord Ifor that they have located Kashin Koji's dungeon. Hearing the news, Lord Ifor's face registers a look of sharp, intense surprise. Standing before his kneeling subordinates, Ifor murmurs that their long search is finally over. A slow, sinister chuckle escapes his lips as he savors his imminent victory. He points forward, declaring that the forbidden art of the revolving sphere will soon be his. A mysterious cloaked figure hands a small wrapped package to an armored knight. From a high vantage point, Naito and Sarah watch the three robed figures depart. Sarah's eyes widen in disbelief as she questions why they are traveling on foot. Naito calmly explains they must avoid drawing the attention of the Night Order. Her gaze shifts to the large backpack he is carrying, and she asks about its contents. He reveals it's camping gear, as they don't know the scale of the dungeon ahead. Sarah anxiously frets about the dangers of traveling through the forest at night. Naito advises her to wait, warning that the forest is treacherous after dark. Filled with knightly pride, she ignores him and charges into the woods alone. He calls her back, revealing 4 ninja tricks for running without getting tired. The first step he demonstrates is to tuck in one's chin to stabilize breathing. Next is the heavy breath, a rhythmic technique for maximizing oxygen intake. The third bizarre step involves pressing a pickled plum against one's navel. Finally, the Namba Hashiri running style minimizes wasted energy by reducing body twists. After trying the run, Sarah calls for a halt, unable to accept one of the conditions. Naito, his cheeks puffed, admits it's the strange matter of the pickled plum. He explains it's an ancient ninja method, though he doesn't understand the principle. He offers a plum to a blushing, disgusted Sarah, who recoils at the idea. A group of knights bounces awkwardly through the forest using the Namba Hashiri gate. Sarah is utterly mortified by the ridiculous, bouncing running style. She finds pressing a pickled plum to her navel especially humiliating. Naito suddenly stops his bouncing run, glancing back with an alert expression. His face contorts in shock, having sensed something completely unexpected. Sarah and her companion immediately assume a monster has appeared nearby. Naito can't believe someone is actually using this low-level ninja technique. He lunges forward, tackling Sarah to the ground with a grunt of surprise. An arrow streaks through the air with a sharp cutting sound. The projectile embeds itself in the exact spot where Sarah was standing. A powerful horse's hoof stamps the ground, revealing their ambusher. A muscular centaur appears, coolly complimenting their impressive dodge. Sarah identifies the creature as a centaur, while Naito looks utterly bored. She curses, realizing she's still catching her breath and is not ready to fight. Naito steps in front of her, calmly telling her to leave this battle to him. He turns and begins to run away, using the same strange bouncing gait. The centaur scoffs, assuming Naito is abandoning his companion in cowardice. With a quick glance back, Naito vanishes in a classic ninja puff of leaves. He gives an unnervingly confident smile as he disappears from sight. The centaur's face twists in rage, infuriated by the ninja's trickery. He vows that a mere human cannot outrun him and gives chase. The centaur gallops through the forest, loosing arrows at the fleeing Naito. He roars in frustration as he fires, determined to hit his elusive target. Naito dodges each shot with impossible weaving agility. The centaur curses as the two knights easily avoid his attacks. The relentless chase continues long into the night under a bright full moon. The centaur pants heavily, unable to catch the tireless Naito. Naito continues his steady, bouncing pace, seemingly without any effort. He maintains an eerie, placid smile, further enraging his pursuer. The centaur's face is a mask of strained fury and utter exhaustion. He screams into the night, desperately begging Naito to wait for him. The forest blurs by as the relentless chase continues at high speed. The centaur's pride is shattered by his inability to catch the human. He is pushed to his absolute physical and mental limit. The thought of being outrun by a human finally breaks his spirit. In his exhausted state, the centaur slumps over, completely defeated. Naito seizes the moment, announcing a Namba Hashiri combination technique. He leaps onto the centaur's back and delivers a powerful diagonal slash. He reflects on his past self, knowing he has surpassed even the fastest ninja. The defeated centaur weakly asks who his mysterious opponent is. Under the full moon, the sounds of pursuit finally catch up. Sarah and the other knights finally arrive, panting and wheezing from the effort. Naito calmly stands over his foe, stating he won through superior endurance. He then urges his exhausted companions to hurry onward, leaving them behind. They finally emerge from the dense forest into a wide, open clearing. The two knights stop, a glowing aura of relief surrounding them. Sarah, completely spent, asks if they're finally out of the woods. She worries they ran past the dungeon, but Naito tells her to stop bouncing. Naito kneels, noting the smell of the sea and horse-drawn carriage tracks. He points towards the coast, certain their destination is nearby. They arrive at a cliff overlooking a vast sea and a solitary island. Sarah gasps in astonishment, realizing that is the solitary island. She wonders how they could possibly cross the water to get there. Far below, a small boat is beached on the rocky shore. A goblin-like creature sits in the boat, waiting patiently. Naito notes the monster boatman, planning to use him for their infiltration. The goblin offers to ferry them or let them fight for the boat. Naito decides against fighting, as it would be too much trouble to find the entrance alone. Sarah is incredulous that he intends to ask a goblin for a favor. He explains that disguise is one of a ninja's greatest skills. He details the 7 traditional ninja disguises while handling a strange mask. Sarah is horrified as he stretches the fleshy mask, manipulating its shape. He pulls the grotesque mask over his own face with a squelching sound. The transformation is complete, leaving him with entirely new features. Sarah is amazed, recognizing the perfect resemblance to the centaur. Naito confirms the disguise, noting that even his voice is identical. He explains that fooling a boatman is the ultimate test of disguise. Sarah points out the obvious flaw. He only has the face of a centaur. The goblin boatman waits by the shore, looking out at the island. Naito, in his centaur disguise, confidently strides down to the beach. The full absurd costume is revealed, a centaur's torso on human legs. The goblin greets Kenti warmly, asking if he wants a ride. Naito, as Kenti, asks to be taken to the dungeon entrance. The goblin agrees, mentioning the entrance is in a cave. The boatman looks slightly puzzled by his strange customer's appearance. Naito awkwardly gets on all fours to mimic a 4-legged gait into the boat. On a rocky shore, the disguised Naito approaches a small boat, where the ferryman asks what's wrong, noticing his trembling. Carried on Naito's back, a bound Sarah panics internally, wondering how she ended up in this humiliating situation. Once in the boat, Naito declares that he will demonstrate the unyielding spirit of a true knight. He then admits with a pained expression that he is desperately trying to hold his bladder, enraging the ferryman. The ferryman asks Naito if he's brought such a strange person with him on this route before. The boatman wonders aloud if Naito is the notorious fruitful hermit, bringing his usual human offering. Sarah is shocked that the monster knows Naito's name, questioning what is happening. The ferryman finds Naito's appearance strange and shuffles closer on his bench to get a better look. Naito, still in character, asks if he was always so skinny, trying to deflect the ferryman's suspicion. The ferryman's eyes widen in sudden realization as he points an accusatory finger directly at Nahito. Sarah's face contorts in pure panic, knowing their cover is about to be completely blown. Naito's calm facade shatters into a mask of grotesque, comical terror, his disguise failing him. The ferryman is utterly baffled by this extreme reaction, asking what is wrong with him. Naito mentally screams, convinced he's about to have a major accident from the overwhelming stress. He suddenly leaps from the boat, rocketing through the water toward the distant island with inhuman speed. The journey across the water continues under the cover of night. Under a bright full moon, the waves gently lap against the shore of the solitary island. On the beach, Sarah sighs that Naito's transformation was perfect. He just needed to deceive the ferryman. Naito confirms this is the correct place, though Sarah still looks confused by the situation. They stand at the mouth of a dark cave, and Naito declares the fruitful hermit is inside. The chapter title page reveals their location, the dungeon of the solitary island. As they enter, Sarah asks if Naito can smell anything, to which he gives a simple affirmation. She wonders if this is indeed the fruitful hermit's dungeon, and he agrees it's highly probable. Sarah then asks if he can detect the scent of any powerful monsters nearby. Naito dismisses the idea, though Sarah immediately gets psyched up for a fight anyway. He muses that this dungeon feels different from the others he has explored. Naito describes a strange musty odor, like rotting wet socks, leaving Sarah completely baffled. With a determined look, Naito declares it's time to go and strides forward into the darkness. The two knights proceed together down the rough-hewn stone path into the cavern. Their journey takes them deeper into the oppressive, pitch-black darkness of the cave. Sarah lets out a startled gasp as they encounter an unexpected and vast new obstacle. Before them lies a massive subterranean lake that fills the entire cavern from wall to wall. She panics, realizing they'll have to get into the water to proceed any further. Sarah frets over the unknown depth, her heavy armor, and the monsters that might lurk below. Naito calmly tells her to use the item he is retrieving from his pack. He presents a pair of water spiders, a specialized type of ninja footwear he brought. Sarah is astonished by the strange contraptions, asking if they can truly walk on water. Naito explains that the tools are difficult to use, requiring the skill of a high-level ninja. When she asks what he will do, he simply states that he will swim. Sarah is taken aback by his decision to swim in the dark, dangerous water. She is then startled to see Naito has removed his armor and is covered in a thick, translucent goo. For a moment, she is shocked, thinking he has somehow transformed into a giant slime. He explains it's shikimi oil to prevent heat loss, insisting that she must be coated in it too. She grumbles about the strange preparations of ninjas, from oil to dried plums. Sarah straps on the water spiders, apologizing for having to use the strange ninja tool. She wobbles precariously on the water's surface, while Naito mockingly compares her to a newborn fawn. Her armored foot slips and she loses her balance, splashing clumsily into the cold water. Naito, meanwhile, glides effortlessly through the water, his pack and sword held high. He becomes annoyed that she is staring at him with such amazement while he swims. He explains it's a ninja swimming technique and curtly tells her not to look. Their quiet passage is interrupted by a shout from further down the cavern. The voice urgently yells for them to wait, signaling an approaching threat. The sound echoes through the massive water-filled cavern. Naito and Sarah look up from the water, startled by the approaching disturbance. A massive horse hoof splashes down nearby, announcing the arrival of a monster. A herd of monstrous water horses, kelpies, emerges from the gloom, surrounding them. Sarah cries out in recognition of the kelpies, while Naito wonders if they are horses again. He warns that the creatures are coming and asks for her help, stating he can't fight them alone. Sarah finds herself clinging to the slippery cave wall, unable to get proper footing for an attack. Planting her feet against the rock, she unleashes a powerful, piercing strike from her sword. The brilliant beam of energy lances through the water, impaling several of the kelpies. She exclaims in triumph, having landed a powerful blow with her magic extended blade. The energy beam tears through the monstrous creatures, creating a chaotic splash of water and viscera. But the creatures suddenly vanish, and she realizes with frustration that she must have missed a vital spot. She looks around frantically, her victory turning to confusion as she wonders where they went. A monstrous, unseen force erupts from below, dragging her violently into the depths. A torrent of bubbles surrounds her as she's pulled under with overwhelming and terrifying force. She feels the incredible power of the creature as it drags her deeper into the darkness. The creature's grip tightens around her armored leg, pulling her down relentlessly. She sees Naito holding her hand, being pulled down with her, and cries his name in panic. Underwater, she unleashes a lion's flash, a desperate, sweeping attack against the unseen foe. The attack is useless in the disorienting darkness of the deep water. She realizes with horror that there are multiple enemies, and they are trying to drown her. She sees multiple pairs of glowing eyes in the blackness, realizing she can't fight them all. She feels a hand on her arm and knows she is trapped in the water with Naito. Her lungs burn as she holds her last breath, her cheeks puffed out in desperation. Despair sets in as she accepts her grim fate in the crushing darkness of the lake. She mentally pleads for Naito to let go of her hand, believing they will both die. A single tear escapes her eye as she resigns herself to death, thinking their time was short but fun. Naito suddenly and forcefully shoves the end of his sword scabbard into her mouth. She is shocked, her eyes wide with confusion at his strange and unexpected action. She screams mentally, wondering why he's shoving his scabbard in her mouth. A stream of bubbles flows past and she realizes with a jolt that she can breathe. A diagram reveals that the tip of the ninja sword can be removed to create a breathing tube. She is saved but realizes with a new wave of horror that Naito will now die for her. Naito's face is a mask of calm boredom as he sinks, sacrificing his own air. Sarah looks at him, shocked that he seems so calm about his impending doom. Naito internally notes that while a ninja can hold their breath for 10 minutes, he is not at that level. Sarah desperately grabs his arm, trying to pull him up, demanding to know what's wrong with him. As he sinks, a spark of an idea flickers in Naito's mind, a last-ditch plan for survival. He reaches into his pack and activates a small cylindrical ninja tool with a click. A brilliant flame erupts from the end of the device, roaring to life underwater. Sarah recoils in shock, questioning how a torch could possibly burn in the water. The flame defies logic, burning even brighter as Naito holds it steady against the darkness. The torch erupts in a massive churning ball of fire and steam, illuminating the depths. Sarah stares, dumbfounded, screaming that the flame impossibly refuses to go out. Naito explains to himself that it's a special pine resin torch designed for underwater combustion. He holds the weapon steady, his expression grim as he prepares to turn the tide of the battle. Sarah, now armed with the magical torch, dives into the horde of kelpies below her. She screams at the sheer number of monsters and the incredible force of her fiery attack. The warrior prepares to unleash a combination technique, the underwater torch. With a powerful piercing strike, she plunges the blazing torch into the kelpie horde. The underwater cavern echoes with her fierce, determined cry during the assault. She believes she has successfully skewered all the monsters in a single, decisive blow. On a small island, a panting Sarah expresses her relief, thinking she was about to die. Her relief is short-lived as she sees Naito calmly carving up a kelpie's carcass. She offers a hesitant thanks to Naito, her face a mask of confusion and disgust. She demands to know why he is butchering the kelpie they just fought. He calmly explains he needs some of its internal organs, cheekily offering her some. With a final touch, he announces that his strange work is now complete. Sarah sits miserably atop a makeshift floaty fashioned from the kelpie's intestine. She looks down at her grotesque ride, her expression filled with utter disbelief. Naito demonstrates his own bladder shoes, explaining how ninjas use enemy bodies for survival. As they cross the dark lake, he commends her for using the oil, but she tells him to be quiet. Suddenly, Naito halts, his senses tingling with an unexplained premonition of danger ahead. Their journey takes them deeper into the vast, echoing, subterranean cavern. He looks ahead, a puzzled expression on his face as he tries to identify the new presence. Before them looms a colossal, sheer wall of shimmering crystal, dwarfing them completely. Sarah exclaims at the immense size of the chamber, questioning what this place is. She wonders aloud if this is a unique feature of the fruitful dungeon they seek. Naito complains of a strange unease, which Sarah playfully dismisses. A horde of mermen suddenly appears, startling Sarah as she spots them in the distance. The Piscine warriors, armed with tridents, charge forward with ferocious intent. While Naito notes their vast numbers, Sarah sees a strange smirk on his face. Their leader bellows the order to kill the intruders, signaling the start of the attack. Sarah cries out in frustration, finding her makeshift floaty too unstable for combat. Naito effortlessly glides past her on his own, more stable bladder shoes. With incredible speed, he deflects the attacks of the surrounding mermen. He casually thanks Sarah, announcing that he will handle the monstrous horde himself. His advance is cut short as his expression turns serious, sensing a new threat. From the dark depths below, two enormous luminous eyes stare back at him. Sarah glances over, her face a mask of confusion at the sudden pause. Naito mirrors her confusion, trying to process the strange sight from the abyss. A colossal tentacle erupts from the lake, swatting a merman away with immense force. The water churns as more massive, suckered tentacles rise from the depths. The surface of the subterranean lake boils and churns with the creature's emergence. The sheer scale of the writhing, suckered appendages is terrifying and immense. The monstrous kraken reveals its full form, dwarfing the two tiny adventurers. Sarah screams the creature's name in terror, recognizing the legendary beast. She panics, thinking this superclass monster's presence makes the dungeon insane. She furiously reminds Naito of his earlier promise of no strong monsters. Naito, however, feels refreshed, realizing the source of his unease is finally gone. As a massive tentacle attacks, Sarah screams a desperate warning for him to move. He remains perfectly still, calmly holding up a hand to measure the incoming blow. The wall of muscle and suckers bears down, just inches from his face. He calmly announces his combination technique, the concealment jutsu. He becomes a blur, unleashing the first of many line slashes across the water. Sarah watches with renewed hope, cheering for his incredible display of speed. The nearby mermen can only stare in disbelief at the impossible feat. Part of his technique involves peeking out from behind a tentacle with a smirk. He continues his assault, executing a second, impossibly fast line slash. Another quick peek from behind a tentacle continues his disorienting pattern. His third slash carves a perfect, glowing circle into the lake's surface. He runs directly up one of the kraken's massive tentacles, still smirking. His fourth slash is delivered while running vertically up the creature's limb. He leaps from the tentacle, an acrobatic black comet arcing through the air. His fifth slash continues the relentless, high-speed assault on the beast. He prepares for his sixth strike, his expression still one of bored concentration. He unleashes his sixth attack, now abbreviating the name to Rashu. Sarah yells at him from her floaty, frustrated by his overly abbreviated attack name. For his seventh strike, he calls out the completely nonsensical name Lemon Squash. He prepares for his final attack, a mischievous sparkle in his eye. His final attack has a ridiculously long name, much to Sarah's exasperation. He lands, calmly informing Sarah that all 8 tentacles have been severed. Sarah looks on in shock, while Naito seems merely bored by his own feat. The severed stumps of the kraken's tentacles begin to bubble and regenerate. The tentacles regenerate with alarming speed, a writhing forest of flesh once more. Sarah asks in disbelief if they can regenerate, and Naito confirms it's endless. The kraken's true form emerges, surrounded by its newly grown appendages. Naito tosses Sarah 2 more floaties, ordering her to fall back and wait. She catches the strange objects, her face a mask of confusion at his command. A horde of mermen suddenly surfaces, completely surrounding her position. She sits on her floaty, her eyes wide with terror as she's trapped. As the mermen attack, she lets out a piercing scream of pure terror. Meanwhile, the colossal kraken turns its full attention back towards Naito. It muses on the lack of human visitors, enraged that its limbs were severed. With a furious roar, the kraken lunges, demanding that the intruder die. Naito's counterattack connects, but the blow has surprisingly little effect on the beast. The kraken seems surprised, questioning why he would attempt the same futile attack again. Naito is equally taken aback, his own expression one of surprise at the beast's resilience. He parries a blow from a merman, his attention still on the larger threat. He plunges underwater, activating his breathing and invisibility jutsu to change tactics. He grimaces, the effort of maintaining the complex jutsu clearly taking its toll. The kraken thrashes in frustration, calling its elusive opponent an annoying pest. He reappears for a moment before vanishing again, continuing his hit-and-run strategy. The kraken expresses its annoyance as Naito's confusing tactics continue to fail. Sarah's situation worsens as she is completely swarmed by the leering mermen. She panics, realizing it's impossible to fight so many opponents on her unstable floaty. The slimy creatures grab her limbs, their hands pulling her from all directions. They mock her, sneering at her and the grotesque pattern of her floaty. Overwhelmed with disgust, she resolves to unleash all her magic in a final, suicidal blast. With grim determination, she accepts that this is the place where she will die. A black-clad figure flashes past and Naito deflects a trident meant for her head. The mermen recoil in shock at his sudden and powerful intervention. The two now stand on floating fish carcasses. Naito's expression utterly deadpan. She thanks him, asking if the platform is a kraken. He replies that it is a Naito. The remaining mermen are mesmerized by their strangely elegant and beautiful movements. Naito announces his intention to handle the remaining mermen himself. Enraged by his confidence, the mermen tell him not to underestimate their numbers. He ignores their taunts, calmly activating a strange shield-like device on his arm. A knight's armored foot rests on a water-walking shoe, announcing a combination technique. With a unified roar, a horde of grotesque mermen charges forward with swords and tridents. Naito glides effortlessly across the water's surface, dodging a barrage of high-pressure water jets. He continues to weave through the aquatic assault, his expression focused and calm. His gloved hand reaches out, guiding him through the chaotic spray of attacks. His foot remains perfectly steady on the water-walking shoe amidst the churning waves. He gracefully surfs across the water, a merman warrior keeping pace beside him. Now trapped, Naito crosses his arms defensively as liquid spikes cage him in. With a powerful, spinning motion, he begins to churn the water into a violent vortex. A close-up reveals a device on his arm clicking, activating his powerful counterattack. He unleashes his moonlit flow, a graceful spinning slash across the water's surface. The attack strikes all the mermen at once, who cry out in agony as they are hit. Sarah marvels at the advanced swordmaster technique, noting its high magic cost. She questions why he needed to spin 4 times for such a dazzling display. Her thoughts then snap back to the larger threat, wondering about the Kraken. The colossal Kraken resurfaces, roaring with exasperation at having to appear yet again. Its massive eye focuses on something in the water, expressing a moment of confusion. A grotesque, intestine-patterned floaty begins to bubble and burn on the water's surface. The Kraken shrieks in terror, realizing the gross floaty is somehow on fire. It understands with dawning horror that Naito must have attached the explosive himself. The beast frantically searches for its tormentor, demanding to know where he has gone. Naito stands poised on a new platform, a dead fish, preparing his final move. His face is grim as he announces a combination technique using the torch and floaty. He launches himself like a missile across the water, aimed at the Kraken's head. His extra-large piercing strike connects in a blinding, explosive flash of energy. The Kraken stares in disbelief at the massive smoking hole in its head. With a final shudder, its immense body slumps lifelessly into the water. Sarah is horrified, stammering that he defeated a monster stronger than a dragon. She yells at the spinning fish platform he used to stop its erratic movements. Now on shore, Naito wonders if the Bansen Shukai is here, as Sarah paddles over. His face shows a hint of surprise as he looks into the empty alcove. He stands before the empty space, stating that the treasure chest is not there. Sarah finds it strange, noting that treasure is usually placed somewhere obvious. Standing over the dead beast, they question if it was even the boss. Sarah's eyes widen with dawning dread as she wonders if this is a dungeon at all. Naito looks at her, his expression showing he's just as confused by her question. She recalls the ferryman calling the dungeon a grotto, a detail that felt wrong. A memory of captured and slain adventurers confirms the place's sinister nature. She concludes it must be a dungeon created by a mage from the east. Naito lets out a soft sound of recognition as a new figure appears. A man in the robes of an Eastern ascetic stands before them, radiating power. The man's immense size dwarfs the two knights as he speaks of the noise. Naito's face is a mask of cool indifference as he recognizes his old rival. Sarah's face contorts with shock as she processes who the man is. On the riverbank, they see the man standing near the defeated Kraken. Sarah stammers, questioning if it's really him, as he acknowledges her presence. Naito greets him as Kashin Koji, confirming it's been a while. Sarah reels back in shock, exclaiming that it really is him. With a determined glare, Naito demands the return of the Bansen Shukai. Koji adjusts his hat, amused that Danzo has come all this way. Sarah observes that Koji seems lighter and less imposing than she expected. Koji wonders if a year has changed anything, or if he's grown stronger. Naito complains about Koji's strong, unpleasant scent, which led him here. Koji retorts that Naito's own aura is uniquely unsettling and unpleasant. Naito criticizes Koji's staff, asking if he thinks he's some kind of artist. Koji mocks Naito's knight armor, saying it doesn't suit his plain face. Sarah's bewildered, wondering why they are having a petty argument now. Naito insults Koji's prayer beads, comparing them to large military ration pills. Koji fires back, saying Naito's scarf looks like a large, tear-soaked rag. Naito falls silent, his eyes narrowing in a silent battle of wills. Koji returns the silent, intense glare, the tension palpable between them. Naito's eye is shown in extreme close-up, his expression hard and unyielding. Koji's eye mirrors the intensity, a silent war being waged. Naito breaks the silence, calling Koji stubborn and unmovable as a rock. Koji retorts with a childish insult, comparing Naito to fermented soybeans. Sarah screams at them to stop their argument, which is fit for 6-year-olds. Declaring he has no time for them, Koji uses a concealment jutsu and vanishes. Sarah frantically asks where he went, while Naito calmly tells her to relax. Naito expresses confidence that Sarah can see through Koji's inferior concealment technique. Sarah scans the empty riverbank, her expression blank and confused. She continues to look around, but sees absolutely nothing, her confusion growing. She turns to Naito, frustrated, admitting she can't see him at all. Naito slumps in defeat, lamenting that his own jutsu is supposed to be superior. Sarah scolds him, pointing out he's not even using his usual scent-based concealment. Frustrated, she decides to find Koji herself and runs off down the path. Naito mutters the word for stubborn again, watching her go. Koji reappears only to be found by Naito, who calls him by his food-based insult. Koji compliments Danso on his new ninjutsu, but points out he's wrong. Sarah sees a path blocked off ahead and yells for them to hurry. She sprints forward, her expression determined, but questions Naito's silence. She turns to find Naito has collapsed on the ground behind her. She cries out his name, rushing to his side, asking what's wrong. Her eyes widen in shock as she notices something is terribly wrong. A close-up reveals his leg armor is severely dented and cracked. Her face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror at the sight. A flashback shows Naito catching her, and she realizes he was injured then. She understands he's been fighting on one leg this entire time. She yells at him for not saying anything, but he insists he's fine. Guilt washes over her as she realizes it's her fault they can't catch Koji. Koji watches from a distance, observing their predicament with amusement. He taunts them, saying it's a shame a monster got Naito's leg. Naito grunts in frustration, his plan seemingly foiled by his injury. Sarah's eye is shown in close-up, a tear of despair forming. Naito grits his teeth, declaring that being a burden is unforgivable for a knight. He tells her to stop, confident he can still defeat their simple opponent. He unleashes a powerful, piercing strike, a brilliant beam of energy. Koji watches, confused, wondering what the female knight's attack is aiming at. The beam slams directly into the massive floating corpse of the Kraken. Koji can only react with a single surprised "what?" The Kraken's body erupts in a massive explosion of gore and water. A spiky monster sprays a torrent of black liquid at the man in the conical hat. The hatted man, Kashin Koji, calmly remarks, "Oops," as the black liquid splashes against him. Sarah realizes the Kraken's potent stench will make their foe trackable, overriding any concealment jutsu. Naito offers a rare compliment, calling her more than a muscle brain, which only enrages her. Amused, Koji admits he has been outsmarted and finds the female knight interesting before vanishing. Naito leaps onto Sarah's back, preparing for a piggyback chase. With a questioning look, Sarah wonders what he is doing now. She roars that they will chase him down before the scent fades. Naito advises her not to overdo it, but she furiously tells him to shut up. At a fork in the path, Sarah wonders which way to go, but Naito decisively chooses right. Racing through the dungeon, both knights feel a sense of intense urgency. Naito realizes he must maintain the correct distance from their fleeing target. His gaze is firm as he focuses on the path ahead, still on Sarah's back. They emerge into a long hall ending in a grand, ornate door. Naito detects a strange, yet nostalgic scent clinging to the air. Bursting through a stone archway, he wonders what this part of the island is. They find themselves back outside, with Koji having entered through this very spot. Sarah points ahead, having spotted their quarry on the water. Koji is seen escaping at high speed, riding atop a bizarre fish monster. He thanks the creature for its help, and it happily agrees to the cheap fare. Sarah exclaims in frustration that he's getting away on a water ripper at incredible speed. They finally reach a sandy shore, the chase seemingly at an end. A hulking orc sits lazily in a small boat, observing the beach. He lets out a massive yawn, complaining that he's bored and sleepy. The orc's attention is caught by the sound of Naito and Sarah's approach. He is startled to see the two knights running towards him. The brutish orc grins, identifying a human and a knight, and prepares for a fight. With a mighty roar, Naito shoves Sarah forward, a spectral gorilla looming behind them. The orc's face contorts in pure terror at the sight of the phantom gorilla. He is sent flying backward into the water with a loud splash. Surfacing, the dazed orc realizes he's been tricked as the knights escape in his boat. Naito tells Sarah that at their current speed, they won't be able to catch their foe. Sarah grits her teeth, sweat pouring down her face as she rows with all her might. Naito tells her not to give up, wondering what's making her push so hard. She declares that it is a matter of a knight's pride. Her body begins to glow with a powerful, crackling energy. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashes a burst wave, propelling the boat forward. Naito can only stare, his face a mask of blank shock at her sudden burst of power. From afar, Koji looks back with an amused "oh my," watching their rocket-like approach. The sea rushes past as their boat speeds across the water. Koji and his fish mount reach the shore, the man letting out a low chuckle. He remarks on how the female knight has been forcefully taken along for the ride. The full moon hangs high in the sky over the dark sea. Their boat crashes onto the sandy beach, the wood splintering from the impact. Naito and Sarah stumble from the wreckage of their makeshift speedboat. Naito confirms he can still faintly smell Koji's scent, while Sarah collapses in the background. She asks about his leg, but he dismisses it, saying it just won't bend. Following the scent, they make their way through a dense forest. Naito stops suddenly and Sarah points ahead, having spotted their destination. Before them stands a large ancient stone barrow, the entrance to the dungeon. Naito smirks, certain they have found the right place, crediting Sarah for their success. The moment the tension breaks, Sarah's exhaustion hits her, and she collapses backward. With a relieved, sweat-drenched smile, she exclaims that she's glad they made it. The chapter title page shows Naito standing before the barrow, with Sarah lying exhausted nearby. Lying on the ground, Sarah admits her own recklessness led to her injury, but is glad they found the dungeon. Naito looks at her with a gentle, understanding expression. He suggests they return to the village to get her leg treated. He argues that they should camp here, recover their magic, and then enter the dungeon. Sarah looks up at him, her face a mask of deadpan shock. She furiously points out that he's the one with a gaping hole in his own leg armor. Naito grimly explains that if he leaves to get treated, he'll lose Koji's scent forever. Sarah protests, but he insists that he's fine. He presents a small spherical pill, a Senpo Myoyaku, or miracle ninja medicine. Sarah repeats the name as he explains it's a top-secret ninja remedy. He details its unsettling ingredients and promises it will eliminate all pain for 7 days. Sarah's expression hardens with resolve, knowing she can't let him go alone. Naito tells her to wait here, warning that this dungeon is on another level. She feels responsible for his injury and resolves to go with him, no matter the cost. With a determined gulp, she snatches the pill and swallows it. That night, they rest by a small, crackling campfire. Naito takes a pill himself, and Sarah asks if he's all right after eating it. He offers her 3 more pills on a stick, kikangen, enough to fill her stomach for a day. She chews on one, wondering about its mysterious ingredients. He tells her they will rest and prepare for the next day. A close-up shows the nasty, blood-stained hole pierced through his greave. He removes the crushed armor, admitting it was impeding his movement. Sarah wishes him a good night and lies down to sleep. Naito lies down, finding himself facing Sarah. He turns his back to her, wondering why she was facing him. A strange sense of nostalgia washes over him as he lies there. Sarah, still awake, remains silent for a moment. She turns her head slightly, her eyes still closed. She finds herself now face-to-face with Naito. Startled, she asks why he turned to face her again. He explains that ninjas sleep on their hearts to avoid fatal blows. She complains that his explanation has woken her up completely. Now curious, she asks him what kind of person Kashin Koji was. Naito's expression becomes distant as he prepares to answer. He recounts that he first met Koji when he was 4 years old. The scene transitions to the past, in their hidden ninja village. He explains that all who are born in the village are fated to become ninjas. Koji, however, was an exception, only joining the village at age 18. Koji had a long-lost sister whom he reunited with upon his arrival. At first, Koji was a delinquent who fought with everyone. The young Naito, a friendless bookworm, found him fascinating. He would watch as Koji effortlessly mastered complex ninjutsu. Koji was especially talented with illusion techniques, often showing off for the other villagers. By the time Naito was 6, Koji, at 20, had become a prodigy jonin. Naito admits he followed in his footsteps, but asked Sarah to keep listening. 15 years later, when Koji was 35, the incident occurred. A bloody, chaotic scene reveals a murdered woman, slain for the precious Bansen Shukai scroll. Sarah reacts with utter shock, questioning why anyone would murder their own sister. The narrative explains the motive, showing the village elder's mansion. The sister knew its layout. By a campfire, Sarah looks at the sleeping Naito, murmuring how awful the situation is. A flashback shows a funeral pyre. The village mobilized to hunt the killer, sending Naito after him. A younger Naito and his comrades are shown, the weight of his brother's unthinkable betrayal on them. A vision shows the rogue ninja, Kakushin Koji, fleeing across the sea to the Sun Kingdom. Sarah watches Naito by the fire, thinking of Kakushin's crime. As Naito notes, the fire is dying. She wonders aloud what Kakushin could possibly want with the stolen scroll. Naito, lying by the fire, resolves to ask Kakushin and Ifrul about their plans tomorrow. His head suddenly snaps up, his keen senses detecting a presence in the surrounding forest. He looks into the darkness, wondering if it's a monster, recognizing a faint, familiar scent. 3 cloaked figures observe from the woods, wondering if their presence has been detected. The leader identifies the pair as adventurers, deciding they have no need to engage them. A quick flash shows Naito and Sarah lying motionless on the ground, seemingly defeated. The camera pans, showing the cloaked figures have walked right past the seemingly unconscious knights. Naito gets to his feet, having faked his defeat, and sits down. He flexes his previously injured leg, now completely healed. Sarah asks if the miracle medicine was a lie. He confirms it healed him. She checks her own arm, her expression shifting to one of surprise. She gasps, realizing her magic power has increased from 15 to 18 points. A comical montage recalls their recent hardships, with Sarah relieved it was worth the trouble. Naito stands with renewed resolve, suggesting it's time for them to go. Now wearing matching black cloaks, they walk towards the ominous entrance of Kakushin Koji's dungeon. The dark, foreboding entrance to the dungeon looms before them, marked by a crimson torii gate. Descending the stone stairs, both Naito and Sarah look apprehensive about the challenge ahead. Sarah asks if they should expect to encounter superclass monsters like dragons or krakens. Naito confidently dismisses her concern, stating there's no way such powerful creatures are here. Sarah gets psyched up anyway, clenching her fist as if ready for a major battle. She voices her excitement, suggesting that if a kraken did appear, it would be a different kind of fight. Naito reiterates that there are definitely no superclass monsters, as he can't even smell the usual dungeon stench. Unconvinced, Sarah remains pumped up, flexing her gauntleted fist with fierce determination. He explains that instead of the usual smell, this dungeon's traps have a very particular aroma. He identifies the bizarre scent as a seafood rice bowl, leaving Sarah utterly confused. Both knights are startled by the strange sight that greets them in the next room. They enter a vast Japanese-style hall with multiple identical doorways, each marked by a small torii gate. Sarah exclaims at the confusing fork in the road, asking Naito which path they should take. Naito falls silent, his eye narrowed in deep concentration as he considers their options. He turns to Sarah and calmly instructs her to close her eyes. Confused but compliant, she closes her eyes and asks him why. He leans in extremely close, causing her to blush and nervously ask what he's doing. Without warning, Naito brutally jabs both of his thumbs directly into her closed eyelids. She stumbles back, clutching her face in pain, as he calmly says, "Okay." He feigns ignorance, asking what she is doing as she recovers from the shock. He then asks her if she saw a white afterimage to her side. Still disoriented, she confirms she saw something shifting slightly to the left. Naito confidently chooses the leftmost path, starting to walk as Sarah demands an explanation. He explains it's a divination technique called the eyeball method, and thanks her for her help. Sarah rubs her aching eyes, realizing with a jolt that they are tingling strangely. She recalls the suspicious scent from the previous night, realizing the figures they are following aren't monsters. As they follow the figures down a long hallway, she wonders about their true identity. The cloaked figures move with purpose down the traditional Japanese corridor. The two knights pursue them, their black capes flowing behind them. One of the figures throws a small explosive, sending Sarah flying backward. Sarah runs straight into a tripwire, which electrocutes her in a shower of sparks. The chase continues, with the cloaked figures staying one step ahead in the maze. A high-angle view shows the two knights lost in a disorienting black and white labyrinth. Sarah pants with exhaustion, complaining about the maze and its many traps, while Naito jokes about the seafood smell. They finally emerge from the maze into a vast, empty chamber filled with a thick mist. The two knights walk cautiously into the massive fog-filled room, their figures small against the scale. Sarah observes how large the room is, as Naito suddenly tells her to get ready, sensing something. He shoves her forward, causing her to cry out in surprise just as the threat appears. A colossal, three-headed dog with a reptilian tail lunges from the mist with a deafening roar. Sarah shouts in disbelief, identifying the creature as a Cerberus, while Naito simply notes its immense size. Naito looks at the terrifying beast and murmurs how cute the doggies are, much to Sarah's annoyance. The Cerberus's three heads growl, seeming to notice the female knight and finding her presence unusual. With a fierce battle cry, Sarah charges the beast, telling Naito to stay back. She unleashes her special attack, Piercing Strike, sending a powerful beam of energy from her sword. The monstrous hound proves to be astonishingly agile, sidestepping her powerful thrust with ease. Sarah is stunned by the creature's incredible speed, her attack completely missing its mark. One of the beast's heads clamps down on her sword blade, trapping it in its powerful jaws. She struggles against its grip, shocked by the force as the other heads look past her. She cries out in pain and frustration as the force of the bite reverberates up her arm. Naito materializes silently behind the creature, his expression calm and his sword at the ready. The middle head turns, letting out a startled bark as it spots the new threat. A cloaked tamer is shocked by Naito's silent appearance and orders the beast to attack him. The tamer yells that with three heads, the beast is easily distracted and tells it to release the girl. One of the heads snarls, vowing to deal with the small fry later. The primary head roars, declaring it will deal with Naito first. Naito looks on with a deadpan expression saying, "Ah, so that's it." He calmly reaches into a pouch at his belt, preparing his countermove. He tosses 3 small, brown, ball-shaped objects onto the floor in front of the beast. The Cerberus's ferocious attack halts instantly, its attention captivated by the strange items. The beast begins to happily gobble up the treats, letting out a joyful cry as the tamer realizes it loves sweet things. The 3 heads snap to attention, realizing their mistake too late. Their eyes are wide with terror as they recognize the Hyurugan and Suikatsugan rations. Naito draws his sword, unleashing a devastatingly fast Rhine slash. The beast's eyes are wide with fear as Naito announces his combination technique, Katsugan. The powerful slash connects perfectly, severing 2 of the Cerberus's heads in a single clean arc. The tamer screams in horror as the colossal body of the Cerberus crashes to the ground. Naito turns to his companion, asking if she is okay after he defeated the beast with his ninja rations. Sarah confirms she's fine, though her armor is now covered in thick, slimy drool. She expresses her disgust at the drool as Naito nonchalantly runs away from her. She yells at him not to run away as he disappears down the corridor. The defeated tamer also uses the opportunity to flee deeper into the dungeon. In a quiet candlelit room, Kakushin Koji sits in meditation, surrounded by supplies. His hands form the intricate Kujian hand seal for Rin. His fingers weave into the next seal, Pyo. He completes the 3rd seal, Tu. He thinks to himself that Dankyoku, Naito, should be arriving soon, his eyes gleaming with purpose. Kashin Koji considers why the female knight, Sarah, has infiltrated the Knight Order alongside the ninja, Naito. Recalling her impressive victory over the Kraken, he realizes her strength is not to be underestimated. From his solitary island dungeon, he reaffirms that this is the perfect place to achieve his ambitions. His eyes burn with intensity as he vows to kill both Naito and Sarah within his domain. A map details the party's journey from the solitary island to their current destination, the Kanji Koji dungeon. Inside a long, sterile corridor, Sarah calls out to her companion, Naito, to get his attention. She brings up their conversation from the previous night, regarding the perplexing story of Kishin Koji's sister. Sarah questions the logic of Koji murdering his sister, only to hide the stolen Bansen Shukai in a vulnerable treasure chest. Naito listens silently, his expression pensive, as he acknowledges the validity of her doubt. She argues that placing such a valuable item in a common chest is a strange and illogical act. Naito quietly confirms that he has been wrestling with the very same confusing thought. He explains that despite the strangeness, their clan's intelligence confirms the scrolls are indeed in a chest. A visceral flashback shows Commander Ifer's leg gruesomely caught in a trap, a testament to his unwavering belief in the intel. Sarah, convinced by Ifer's certainty, wonders aloud about Koji's true motive for such a bizarre act. Naito's focus suddenly snaps back to the present, his senses tingling with a new awareness. He firmly tells Sarah to stop her pondering, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. Naito holds up a hand, his voice a sharp command for Sarah to halt immediately. Looking back at him, Sarah's expression is one of pure, innocent confusion. Her gaze shifts forward into the oppressive darkness, her profile tense with anticipation. From the shadows emerge 3 snarling, demonic dog heads, their appearance startling Sarah. She cries out in shocked recognition, believing she is facing another Cerberus. As she drops a pouch in her surprise, the creature's clawed feet land heavily on the ground. The full, monstrous form of Scylla reveals itself, a terrifying hybrid of woman, beast, and fish. Sarah corrects herself in terror, shouting the monster's true name and drawing her sword. She is immediately swarmed by the 6 dog heads, crying out as she desperately fends them off. Gritting her teeth, she realizes this mid-level monster is far too much to handle easily. The woman atop the beast sneers, inviting the female knight to have some fun with her. Naito bizarrely comments on how cute the 6 heads are, which only infuriates the struggling Sarah. Believing she has only one chance, Sarah resolves to risk it all on a powerful technique. Naito makes a terrible pun on her words, then coldly tells her to be quiet. A blur of motion shows Sarah channeling her energy, preparing to unleash her attack. She yells the name of her attack, Random Fang, a desperate move costing 4 mana points. A chaotic whirlwind of slashing energy erupts from her sword, striking the beast's many heads. The powerful attack connects with one of the dog heads, creating a brilliant burst of sparks. Another of the snarling heads takes a direct hit from her blade, recoiling from the blow. The beast's eyes go white from the impact, but it remains standing, wounded but not defeated. The creature snarls, shaking off the damage from her furious assault. A final head is struck by her technique, but the monster's resolve does not break. The energy of her attack dissipates, leaving the formidable Scylla still standing before her. Sarah is thrown backward, her face a mask of despair as she realizes her attack has failed. The Scylla taunts her, saying the attack was nothing and that she will now die. Naito steps forward, calmly reaching into his pouch with a determined look on his face. He tosses a handful of small, round, and varied objects onto the floor before the beast. The 6 dog heads stare at the scattered items, their ferocious aggression completely vanishing. The Scylla demands to know what the items are, recognizing them as some kind of food. The heads identify the various poisons and rations, a combination technique now in play. Naito unleashes his own, far more powerful version of Random Fang, his body wreathed in energy. A single dog head twitches, utterly captivated by the deadly feast laid out before it. His attack lands, and in a single brutal arc, all 6 heads are severed from the beast's body. Sarah explains Naito's various poisons to herself, but he curtly tells her the information is unnecessary. A severed head floats by, a dazed and happy expression on its face from having eaten the fool's drug. Sarah points out that Naito copied her technique, but he simply tells her to stop talking. One head, still conscious, realizes with horror that it has consumed the potent mystic hermit drug. Seeing a chance, the lone surviving head makes a desperate attempt to escape into a hole in the wall. Naito looks on, surprised as Sarah reacts with shock to a sudden, new development. The floor beneath them cracks and gives way, and Sarah screams as she plummets into darkness. A heavy stone slab slams shut above them, sealing them in the chamber below. Naito, landing in a separate room, realizes with frustration that the sealed door will not open. He tests the walls and floor, confirming they are too solid to break through. With a grim look, he understands that their situation has just become much worse. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Sarah cries out in pain, clutching her ankle. She sits on the cold stone floor, realizing with dismay that she has sprained her ankle. Looking up at the sealed ceiling, she wonders what she can possibly do now. Panic begins to set in as she realizes she is lost, injured, and separated from Naito. She shakes her head, steeling her resolve and refusing to give in to despair. With renewed purpose, she declares she can manage without Naito and not to underestimate a knight. She recalls his contingency plan, use a magnetized needle and a leaf to find her way north. The memory of him using this very technique in the Tower of Mist comes back to her. She also remembers his plan to communicate using goshigimai, or 5-colored rice. He had explained it was a ninja communication method using combinations of colored rice. A detailed cipher chart shows the letter codes for different color combinations. The chart indicates specific letters to denote the cardinal directions for navigation. She remembers asking him if the emergency communication rice could be eaten raw. She takes out the small bamboo tube containing the magnetized needle to prepare the compass. Kneeling by a puddle on the floor, she carefully floats a leaf on the water's surface. The magnetized needle placed on the leaf slowly rotates, pointing her towards north. With her direction confirmed, she sets off with renewed hope down the correct corridor. She proceeds cautiously down the empty, echoing stone hallway, searching for any sign of Naito. She scans the floor intently, her expression one of focused concentration and hope. In the distance, she spots 2 small colored grains of rice on the wooden floorboards. Her face lights up with relief and joy, knowing that Naito must have come this way. She identifies the black and yellow grains, which according to the cipher, form the letter W. Realizing he went west, she picks up her pace and runs down the hall in pursuit. She continues her desperate search, her determination fueled by the newfound clue. Her expression is one of hopeful focus as she runs through the dungeon's empty corridors. She slows at an intersection, a flicker of doubt returning as she still hasn't found him. She laments that she can't seem to find him, but feels she must be getting closer. Peeking cautiously around a corner, she continues her search for another clue. She spots another larger pile of rice on the floor just ahead of her. She wonders why there are so many grains this time, trying to decipher the message EON. Standing at the corner, she puzzles over the meaning of the cryptic 3-letter word. Looking further down the hall, she sees yet another, even larger arrangement of rice. Her confusion turns to annoyance as she wonders what this new, elaborate message could be. She lights a candle, holding it aloft to get a better look at the massive display. Stepping forward with the candle, she still cannot comprehend the image before her. The flickering candlelight reveals a full-body portrait of Naito, waving cheerfully, made entirely of rice. Her face contorts in absolute comical horror at his absurd and wasteful message. Furious, she decides to collect all the rice to punish him for playing with their emergency rations. Ignoring the ridiculous message, she decides to simply turn the next corner and continue her search. As she does, three cloaked figures with eerie, insect-like masks grab her from behind, silencing her. Running down a long corridor, Naito urgently calls out for Sarah, questioning her direction. With a burst of speed, the armored knight moves swiftly through a stone doorway. A close-up reveals Naito's eyes widening in stunned silence at the scene before him. He finds his companion, Sarah, on her knees, surrounded by three robed, masked figures. Seeing him arrive, a panicked Sarah cries out Naito's name as a desperate warning. One of the captors forcefully grabs her chin, ordering her not to speak. The figure's hand grips her chin tightly, emphasizing the command for silence. The captor notes she is not an adventurer, but a knight of the Sun Kingdom. The leader speculates that two knights couldn't be acting without orders from Ifra. His gaze shifts to Naito, wondering if he is a spy in the knighthood. He decides he will confirm with Ifra later, prioritizing the retrieval of the Bansenkai. Sarah grits her teeth, realizing her comrade was subdued by these very figures. Naito observes the scene, realizing these assailants are not the adventurers he first thought. He analyzes their posture, recognizing their movements as highly trained and questioning their identity. He deduces they are skilled fighters, perhaps Chunin-level ninja or even higher. The leader presses a knife to Sarah's throat, warning Naito not to move. The hooded figure commands Naito to drop his sword, reinforcing the deadly threat. Without hesitation, Naito lets his sword fall from his grasp, complying with the demand. In a sudden change, Naito raises his hands in surrender, pleading for their help. The hooded figures exchange confused glances, one asking the other what to do. Naito feigns a look of panic and helplessness, his plea continuing. The leader, sensing no power, dismisses Naito as a mere small fry and no threat. With a commanding finger, the leader orders Naito to raise his hands and approach. As Naito walks forward, his form becomes translucent, shocking his captors. The hooded figures whirl around in disbelief, questioning where their opponent has gone. Naito reappears silently behind them, his expression still a mask of calm indifference. The attackers react with shock, turning to see him now in their midst. In a flash, Naito moves to untie Sarah, while simultaneously parrying an attack. A close-up shows the sharp clang of his sword deflecting the enemy's blade. He calmly notes his opponent's fast reaction time as he fends them off. He tells Sarah to wait a moment, remarking on how tough their assailants are. The captors are stunned that he can fight three of them while untying a rope. Enraged at being underestimated, the three figures press their attack with renewed fury. He tells Sarah her sword is to the right, directing her while fighting. He subtly kicks his foot, a silent signal for his next move. With a quiet step, he positions himself perfectly for his counterattack. Crouching low, he shields Sarah as a massive shockwave erupts from his position. The three hooded attackers are blasted off their feet, sent flying by the force. Now free, Sarah thanks Naito for saving her, relieved to be unharmed. She notices strange objects on the floor, realizing he had set an explosive trap. The three defeated figures lie groaning on the ground, disoriented from the blast. Their leader is stunned, unable to believe Naito could erase his presence so completely. He is relieved Sarah's unharmed, but a new sense of danger emerges. The point of Naito's sword is now resting just inches from the fallen figures. He stands over them, his voice low and menacing as he issues a threat. His cold glare promises a far worse fate if Sarah had been harmed. The defeated figures tremble in pure terror at the sight of his face. Sarah asks Naito why he seems so angry, questioning his intense reaction. The leader knows he must report this spy's unbelievable power to Lord Ifra. Sarah asks Naito who these people are, since they clearly aren't adventurers. Naito admits he doesn't know, but suspects a connection to the heart-dwelling dungeon. The leader decides he must first see the face of this monstrous knight. As he reaches for Naito's helmet, Sarah questions what he's doing. Naito thinks that trying to forcefully see a hidden face is a bad idea. The leader's hand is about to make contact when he senses a change. He slams his hand on the ground, bracing for an unseen force. The entire chamber begins to shake violently, and Sarah wonders if it's an earthquake. A powerful shockwave erupts, throwing everyone off their feet as the ground ripples. Both Naito and Sarah are sent flying backward, caught completely off guard. A swirling vortex of earth opens up beneath the three downed figures. They are pulled into the ground, one of them exclaiming in surprise. Sarah calls for Naito to wait as the figures disappear into the earth. Two of the figures express relief, lucky that the ground saved them. They remark on the unexpected situation, shocked that such a monster was in the knighthood. The leader, being pulled away, tells his subordinate to take a strange object. He reveals a small, thumb-like device, intending to use it for Lord Ifra. Sarah declares she will chase after them, but Naito tells her to stop. He explains it's pointless, as they need to conserve their strength for the real mission. Naito wonders what kind of jutsu could have moved only the ground like that. Sarah is silent for a moment, deep in thought, her brow furrowed. She suggests a connection to the legendary 7 Black Pixies, though she's unsure. Naito repeats the name, confused, as Sarah confirms her theory. She explains the old legend of 7 small black-eyed people who herald great events. Naito points out there were only 3, but Sarah recalls their 7-button cloaks. She shivers, wondering if she is overthinking the strange connection. The tension is broken by a loud growl from Sarah's stomach as she clutches it. Naito scolds her for eating a full day's supply of rations for breakfast. She complains about the dungeon being so difficult and asks for more food. Naito takes a step, intending to get water, but stops, hearing a strange noise. A shimmering wall of heat haze appears, and Sarah realizes it's not a night. The air crackles with heat as Naito pants, his body tensed for a fight. A massive horned demon with a wild mane and tattoos appears from the haze. Sarah is shocked by the sound of her own stomach growling like a gorilla. She identifies the monster as an Ifrit, a creature that manipulates hellfire. The Ifrit flexes, inviting them to a hot-blooded battle to work up a sweat. He taunts Naito for his weak posture, telling him to stretch his back more. Sarah is annoyed by the monster's grating personality and decides to end it quickly. She unleashes a burst wave, sending a blade of energy towards the Ifrit. The Ifrit simply laughs, making no move to dodge the incoming attack. The attack explodes against his chest, but he is completely unharmed. Sarah and Naito watch in shock as the Ifrit stands amidst the smoke. A cloud of dust billows from the impact, obscuring the beast for a moment. The Ifrit emerges, laughing that the fire was delicious and he loves it. Sarah realizes with horror that her attack only made the creature stronger. Naito looks on, his expression grim as he processes this critical information. The Ifrit gathers a vortex of fire, preparing to unleash his own attack. Sarah is engulfed in the fiery blast, amazed by its sheer power. She grits her teeth, feeling the intense heat of the diagonal slash. The powerful technique, a torrent of flame, sweeps towards her. She screams as she is thrown backward, overwhelmed by the fiery assault. The female knight, Sarah, is sent flying backward by a powerful attack, crying out in pain. The monstrous Ifrit taunts her, declaring that his next attack will be even stronger. Sarah lands, grimacing as she realizes she had to use all her magic just for defense. She spots her companion, Naito, stepping forward to face the hulking monster. A shower of sparks erupts as Naito's sword clashes with the Ifrit's powerful fist. The Ifrit mocks Naito for coming to a woman's aid, despite his unrefined sword skills. As Naito checks on Sarah, she confirms that she is all right, watching him warily. Sarah questions Naito's agitation, urging him to use his usual combination of sword and ninja arts. She prepares to rejoin the battle, confidently declaring that she will provide support. Naito sharply orders her to stay back and not to interfere, leaving her stunned. Sarah is shocked, realizing that their opponent's strength requires an unexpected level of focus. With a crazed grin, the Ifrit announces it's time for his whip of love. Naito unleashes a Kashiken, a fire-based ninja technique, sending flaming wheels at the Ifrit. The Ifrit looks on with surprise as the fiery projectiles fly towards him. Sarah is confused, wondering why Naito is using a fire ninjutsu against a fire monster. The Ifrit laughs mockingly, questioning Naito's desperate and seemingly ineffective choice of attack. Another fire attack, a Suichu Shomei, strikes the Ifrit, who seems to absorb the flames. Sarah watches as the Ifrit declares the fire delicious, confirming it's a poor tactical matchup. She looks on with concern, asking Naito what he could possibly be planning. Naito calmly throws a Horokuhiya, a small explosive grenade, at the eager monster. The Ifrit consumes the blast, wondering just how many fire weapons his opponent has. From a makeshift launcher, Naito fires a powerful Daikokuhiya, a large fire arrow. The Ifrit joyfully absorbs the attack, shouting that he is being filled up. Naito fires a Yato Tenmonbi, a long burning arrow from his bow. The monster seems slightly surprised by the relentless barrage of fire-based attacks. Naito unleashes an Omura Ami, a weapon that shoots smoke and fire from a bamboo tube. The Ifrit starts to look overwhelmed, asking Naito to wait as he continues to absorb the flames. Naito activates a Hyakuraiju, a ninja tool that creates a deafening, explosive sound. The Ifrit's face is a mask of shock as he is forced to consume the explosive energy. Naito uses a Torikata, a weapon that unleashes a torrent of intense flames from a tube. The Ifrit, now grotesquely swollen, cries out that he can't take anymore, that it's too much. He slumps to the ground, his body bloated and distended, complaining that his stomach is completely full. Naito compares the defeated monster to a rice cake, as Sarah asks about his vast arsenal. The Ifrit, in his dazed state, wonders about Naito's objective and what kind of being he is. The names of the 8 fire techniques used are listed, described as a very long combination attack. With his opponent immobilized, Naito leaps into the air and unleashes a powerful diagonal slash. The Ifrit cries out in agony as the devastating blow connects with a massive impact. The now chubby, unconscious monster lies defeated as Naito remarks that he's become just a chubby old man. Sarah questions Naito's forceful method, wondering why he didn't use his usual concealment jutsu. Naito kneels by the fallen Ifrit, explaining he knew the creature's own power would increase. From the heated earth, he pulls a cloth-wrapped bundle, revealing he was cooking 5-colored rice. He explains to a stunned Sarah the ninja technique of cooking rice by burying it near a fire. He confesses that he secretly buried the rice while Sarah was fighting the Ifrit. He then lured the monster to that exact spot so its own body heat would cook the rice. Naito explains this is why he told her not to interfere. He needed the Ifrit to stay put. He offers the food to Sarah, admitting he might be the first person to ever cook a monster. He presents her with 2 perfectly formed goshiki mai onigiri, or 5-colored rice balls. Sarah asks if they are really onigiri, as Naito explains they are a Zippang food containing pickled plum. She tentatively takes a bite of the rice ball, her armored fingers holding it gently. Her eyes widen in delight as she exclaims how delicious the onigiri is. They both eat, Naito commenting that the rice is delicious thanks to the Ifrit's firepower. Naito playfully sticks his tongue out, telling her not to look at him while he eats. Re-energized, Sarah declares she's ready to go, though Naito notes they're now out of rice. The 2 knights walk down a long, elevated wooden walkway deeper into the dungeon. Naito leads the way, turning a corner on the wooden path as they proceed. They approach a large staircase leading up to a torii gate at the end of the walkway. The 2 ascend the stairs, their figures silhouetted against the dark, ominous archway. Both knights react with wide-eyed surprise to what they find at the top of the stairs. They now stand in a vast crystalline cavern where a lone figure waits for them in the distance. The figure, Kashin Koji, chuckles, saying he knew they would come, as a mere kraken couldn't stop them. Sarah and Naito recognize him, exclaiming that they have finally found their target, Kashin Koji. Nearby, a large, ornate treasure chest sits on the cavern floor, drawing their attention. Naito's eyes narrow, certain that the precious Bansen Shukai must be inside that chest. Kashin Koji begins performing a series of intricate hand seals, chanting the 9 syllables of the Kuji-in. Naito instantly recognizes the technique as the Kuji Goshin-ho, the 9 syllables self-protection method. The 9 kanji syllables of the chant surround the 2 knights, boxing them in. Kashin Koji finishes his ritual, his eyes burning with intense focus as he completes the final seal. Sarah asks Naito why he's performing the Kuji Goshin-ho at this moment. She questions him further, asking about the purpose of the strange incantation. Naito explains that it's a ninjutsu used to calm the mind during moments of terror. He elaborates that it can temporarily boost magic power, but leaves the user defenseless while chanting. Sarah is shocked, asking if such a thing is even possible to do. Naito, now glowing with power, states that his own seals are faster and the feeling is unpleasant. Sarah asks what he plans to do now that he's powered up, since he won't use his ninja skills. He turns the question on her, asking what she thinks he would do, as there's no monster scent. Kashin Koji announces his preparations are complete and tells them to behold his work. He unleashes the art of the heavenly gate opening, summoning a massive runic portal in the sky. Naito and Sarah stare up in disbelief at the swirling vortex crackling with dark energy. 4 powerful, lightning-wreathed hooves begin to push through the portal from another dimension. A majestic, horse-like body, crackling with electrical energy, starts to emerge from the gate. A magnificent Kirin, a divine beast of legend, fully materializes, radiating immense power. Sarah's face is a mask of comical horror, while Naito looks on with stoic surprise. Sarah screams, questioning why a monster has just appeared out of thin air. Kashin Koji smugly explains it's a secret art that allows him to summon beings across space. Naito's eyes narrow in recognition, identifying the legendary Bansen Shukai of Kashin Koji. Sarah stammers the name Kirin in terror, her voice trembling. She trembles with fear, confirming that it is indeed the legendary Kirin. Naito asks if she knows of it, and she retorts that, of course she does. She explains it's a monster from Tien that surpasses dragons and is one of the top 3 strongest. She confronts Kashin Koji, reminding him he promised only mid-level monsters, not this unexpected horror. Naito silently agrees, acknowledging that this creature is on a completely different level. The Kirin demands to know why it has been summoned to such a place, addressing Kashin-koji. Kashin-koji humbly asks for the Kirin's assistance in dealing with the two knights. He explains he had the Kirin summoned to defeat a kraken and now needs it to kill the two for good. Naito assesses the situation, knowing Kashin-koji has little combat ability and is merely a scout. Sarah grits her teeth, understanding that her own ninjutsu is only useful for support. The Kirin turns its gaze upon the two knights, its expression one of pure indifference. Sarah and Naito stand ready, their swords held defensively as they face the legendary beast. The Kirin explains that it sees their combined skills and power as a single unified aura. A faint glow emanates from the two knights, a visual representation of their power in the Kirin's eyes. The mythical Kirin narrows its eyes, contemptuously declaring both knights to be small fry. Standing before the beast, Naito internally agrees that Sarah, while not weak, is not exceptionally strong. His expression remains utterly bored as he makes this detached assessment of his companion's strength. The Kirin's indignation grows, furious that it was summoned to deal with such insignificant insects. Watching its aura flare, a nervous Sarah asks Naito if the powerful creature is angry. Naito, however, is completely mesmerized by the Kirin's beautiful, five-colored fur, wanting to touch it. Sarah quickly refocuses him, pointing out that the Kirin's horn is its primary weakness. She explains its scales are 10 times harder than a dragon's, requiring a powerful technique to cut. Turning to her companion, Sarah asks Naito about his remaining magic power for the fight. She grimly checks her own gauntlet, realizing she only has enough magic for 2 powerful attacks. From a distance, Kashin-koji watches the battle, commenting on the knight's impressive display of skill. His quiet observation is interrupted as he senses a new presence, his expression turning to surprise. Before him, 3 mysterious figures in black hoods materialize from the shadows of the cavern. They announce that after a long search, they have finally located Kashin-koji. Back on the battlefield, Naito and Sarah are shocked by the sudden appearance of these figures. Kashin-koji addresses the newcomers, questioning who they are to interrupt him at such a time. In response, the 3 hooded figures silently crack their knuckles, preparing for a fight. Their menacing postures make their violent intentions clear as they ready themselves for an assault. Kashin-koji looks on, his expression unconcerned by the sudden threat they pose. Naito and Sarah can only watch, confused, as this new confrontation begins to unfold. One of the hooded figures menacingly pulls a massive, cleaver-like blade from beneath its cloak. The figure raises the heavy weapon high above its head, ready to strike. With a powerful downward swing, the hooded figure brings the cleaver smashing into the ground. The stone floor shatters from the immense force of the single devastating blow. Sarah cries out in utter disbelief at the incredible raw power she just witnessed. Naito wonders aloud what is happening, questioning if they somehow powered up from a near-death state. Kashin-koji seems merely annoyed, concluding that these are no ordinary opponents. He decides he has no choice but to use the magic power he had been saving. The hooded figures look up, startled, as they sense him beginning to act. Kashin-koji stomps his feet, activating the Art of the Heavenly Gate opening on the ground. A hulking, one-eyed cyclops erupts from the portal, its massive form shocking the hooded figures. They cry out in terror, recognizing the secret summoning art from the forbidden Bansen Shukai. Kashin-koji calmly states that he simply asked the Cyclops for its assistance. Sarah expresses her complete confusion about the chaotic situation, while Naito observes that she's seeing things clearly. The 2 knights stand opposite the majestic and terrifying Kirin in a desolate, rocky cavern. With a faint hiss, the Kirin's form dissolves into a shimmering blur, vanishing instantly. Sarah looks around, her expression bewildered, unable to track the creature's impossible speed. Naito's eyes narrow in concentration, his focus fixed on the unseen enemy's path. Lunging forward with incredible speed, Naito throws himself in front of Sarah, intercepting the Kirin's horn. The Kirin recoils, its eyes wide with shock, questioning how its opponent could have possibly reacted. Looking at his arm, Naito wonders if his successful interception was just a fluke. From the ground, Sarah realizes with horror that she never even saw the attack coming. Naito prepares to unleash his random fang technique, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him. His powerful attack strikes the Kirin, but the blows have no effect on its tough hide. A look of surprise crosses Naito's face as his attack proves ineffective. The Kirin's shimmering scaled hide remains completely undamaged by the furious assault. Landing on the beast's back, Naito realizes its scales and horn are too hard to damage. The Kirin is confused by the angelic halo over Naito's head, questioning his sword skills. The 2 are poised for the next move, the knight on the beast's back, sword ready. With a confident, smug smirk, Naito announces that he has successfully caught his opponent. His sword is pressed firmly against the Kirin's back, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The fur on the Kirin's back bristles as it senses the dangerous, imminent attack. Naito's blade begins to glow, charged with exactly 35 points of magic power. He yells out the name of his technique, Rhine Slash, unleashing a powerful arc. A massive wave of energy screams towards the Kirin, which looks on in shock. The Kirin is stunned, not by the attack, but that Naito saw through its invisibility. It boasts that its sensitive fur should have detected him, questioning how he got behind it. Enraged and humiliated, the Kirin unleashes a powerful blast of fire from its mouth. Naito, now back on the ground, questions if the attack is fire from this distance. He grips his sword tightly, preparing to counter with another line slash. He unleashes the energy wave which cuts through the air toward the fiery projectile. Naito glances back over his shoulder, a flicker of surprise on his face. Sarah stands ready, her own sword drawn as she calls out to Naito. She sternly tells him not to waste his magic, and he thanks her for her help. His gaze returns to the Kirin, acknowledging the incredible power of his foe. The Kirin's hooves crackle with energy, a testament to its legendary godlike speed. The legendary Kirin's defenses are analyzed, starting with its impenetrable iron wall scales. Next, its uncanny ability to perceive its surroundings through its very body hair is noted. Finally, its power to unleash devastating long-range karmic fire attacks is identified. Naito acknowledges he is facing a monster of myth, while Sarah urges him not to miss his one shot. A dynamic split screen pits the two knights against the majestic Kirin, setting the stage for battle. Simultaneously, another confrontation begins, with three hooded figures facing a hulking one-eyed Cyclops. The trio of assassins stands dwarfed by the immense, muscular form of the Cyclops. From the sidelines, a man in a conical hat gives a casual order for his Cyclops to attack. With a deafening roar, the monster brings its massive fist down to crush the central figure. The hooded figure's hand tightens around the hilt of their sword, bracing for the impact. In a blur of motion, the figure's upward slash intercepts and slices clean through the monster's fists. The hooded figure's glowing eyes are seen as they complete their seemingly impossible counterattack. A close-up shows the Cyclops' eye wide with shock and pain from the unexpected blow. The man in the hat can only watch, his calm demeanor shattering into pure disbelief. The Cyclops holds up its mangled, bloody hands, bellowing in agony from its severe wounds. Stumbling from the force of the blow, the monster's master exclaims in shock. He expresses his disbelief that such a small person could stop the Cyclops' attack with one swing. The enraged Cyclops glares down at the hooded warrior, preparing to retaliate for its injuries. Raising its massive foot, the giant intends to stomp the warrior flat, who braces for the attack. The hooded figure moves with incredible speed, dodging the massive foot as it descends. The stomp smashes into the ground, shattering the stone where the figure had stood a moment before. Having missed its target, the Cyclops loses its balance and crashes heavily to the earth, crying out. The man in the hat looks on, bewildered, wondering what just happened and why the ground is shaking. Lying dazed on the ground, the Cyclops lets out a low groan of pain and confusion. Seeing an opening, the other two hooded figures leap onto the fallen giant with their daggers drawn. The monster roars in frustration, telling its attackers not to spin around it. The two assassins relentlessly stab the Cyclops' arm, hacking away at its tough hide. In a final coordinated assault, all three hooded figures converge on the monster's arm. With a brutal tearing sound, they successfully sever the Cyclops' right arm at the shoulder. Two of the hooded figures confirm their success, announcing they have taken one of the monster's arms. An intense close-up reveals the man in the hat's eyes, now burning with cold, simmering rage. He lets out a low, menacing chuckle as he approaches the trio, asking who they are. He muses that while summoning the monster was meant to be easy, this difficult turn of events is wonderful. Standing in a giant's palm, the ascetic questions why he must act, calling it an unlucky day. Kashin Koji, perched on his Cyclops, sighs that he has no choice but to play. A hooded figure, unimpressed, questions what Koji thinks he can accomplish by being there. With a sharp gaze from under his hat, Koji gives a simple command to attack. The massive Cyclops, with Koji on its shoulder, throws a powerful, earth-shaking punch. Leaping high into the air, a hooded assassin questions the Cyclops' true power. Koji calmly reveals his secret weapon, a ninja tool for a hidden attack. A close-up reveals a Harukuhaya firebomb attached to the Cyclops' fist. The hooded assassin gasps, realizing with horror the true nature of the attack. The bomb detonates in a massive, fiery explosion, catching the assassins off guard. The monster's punch is transformed into a kenken, a devastating flame fist. Another of the assassins is sent flying by the fiery blast, screaming in agony. The final assassin watches in disbelief as his comrade becomes a burning heap. The Cyclops' massive foot descends, aiming to crush the remaining hooded figure. With a defiant grunt, the assassin crouches, bracing himself for the powerful stomp. Koji reveals another of his tricks, umebi, or buried fire traps. The assassin wonders where the Cyclops is aiming as its foot smashes down. Another assassin cries out in alarm as he realizes he's in danger. He triggers a Jirai Soku landmine kick, creating a secondary explosion. The assassin is thrown backward, coughing up blood from the force of the blast. The Cyclops, with Koji on its shoulder, wonders what the explosion was. The last assassin standing glares, feeling he is being grossly underestimated. The Cyclops seems surprised as the assassin moves with incredible speed. Dashing forward, the assassin aims his dagger at the monster's heel. He declares his intent to slice through the creature's Achilles tendon. Koji nonchalantly tosses a Torino-ko bomb to create a diversion. The assassin is engulfed in the blast, exclaiming in surprise at the smokescreen. Koji compliments his opponent's skill, but dismisses it as inferior to a Junin's. The assassin senses a massive attack coming from within the smoke. An Enton Kyaku kick connects squarely, sending the assassin flying. The force of the blow sends the hooded figure skidding across the ground. The three hooded figures are now all defeated, groaning in pain on the floor. Koji muses on the beautiful synergy of combining ninjutsu with a monster's power. His gaze becomes intense and focused from beneath his wide-brimmed hat. His eyes are wide with the manic exhilaration of a successful, brutal battle. A sharp sound effect marks the violent clash of another, separate battle. Naito and the majestic Kirin are locked in a high-speed exchange of blows. Sarah watches, realizing the fight is too intense for her to possibly interfere. Her expression shifts to one of surprise as she notices something off to the side. Her gaze falls upon an unguarded, ornate treasure chest in a nearby alcove. The beautifully decorated chest sits alone, a tempting and vulnerable prize. Sarah's face lights up with avarice, realizing the treasure is completely unguarded. She breaks into a determined sprint, intent on seizing the Bansen Shukai. A volley of arrows suddenly shoots down from an unseen trap above. The deadly projectiles streak past her face, narrowly missing her. She skids to a halt, terrified by the deadly arrow trap she almost triggered. Koji warns his Cyclops not to get careless, as Sarah is still a threat. He asks his monster if it's all right fighting the girl instead of the powerful Kirin. The three hooded figures are overwhelmed, unable to keep up with their foes. A massive explosion of earth and rock rips through the chamber. The blast sends the three hooded assassins screaming through the air. Their bodies are thrown about helplessly amidst the flying debris and dust. The force of the explosion sends them tumbling violently to the ground. A new muscular figure stands over them, with Koji perched on his shoulder. Koji offers a chillingly casual, "And that's that. Good work." The battle between Naito and the Kirin continues with blinding speed and power. Naito looks utterly bored, thinking his current strategy is not working. The Kirin is shocked, unable to believe this boy can match its immense power. Naito's deadpan expression is an island of calm in the chaotic fight. The Kirin concludes from his face that he must be a weak small fry. Sarah cries out a warning as Naito notices her distress from the arrow trap. She is pinned to the wall by the arrows, shrieking in utter terror. Naito mutters in annoyance, realizing he has to act to save his companion. He throws a Torino-ko bomb, a small ninja tool, as a fiery diversion. The bomb explodes in front of the Kirin, creating a brilliant flash of light. The Kirin scoffs at the attack, dismissing it as a simple smokescreen. Naito asks Sarah if she's all right, explaining he's holding the Kirin off. Sarah is shocked he used a precious great fire arrow as a simple diversion. Naito casually boasts that his fire arrows are of a higher quality anyway. Standing before Sarah, Naito asks if she has 35 magic points left. He admits to Sarah that he was only about 8 seconds from giving up. He realizes he can't create a barrier and must try another plan instead. He turns to his hooded companion, asking her a question about their situation. The Kirin circles high above in the clouds, looking down on its opponents. It dismisses their struggle as useless, certain that it cannot be defeated. A single perfectly severed tuft of the Kirin's fur lies on the ground. The Kirin dives, a streak of white energy, to end the fight decisively. The Kirin notes that the foolish humans don't seem to learn their lesson. Naito stands triumphantly, yelling that he finally managed to cut it. The Kirin is confused by his declaration, wondering what he is talking about. Its massive eye widens in sudden, profound, and utter shock. The beast stares at the severed tuft of its own mane on the ground. The Kirin shrieks in rage, horrified that its beautiful fur has been cut. It trembles with humiliation, unable to believe it was even touched. The camera lingers on the severed piece of its majestic body. A closer look reveals the tuft is made of tiny, colored rice grains. A macro shot shows hundreds of goshikimai forming the shape of the fur. The Kirin's eyes are bloodshot and trembling with incandescent rage. Naito declares that he will now show the Kirin a true opening. Sarah explains that Naito's strange art piece was made of goshikimai. She says she collected the rice earlier, so it wouldn't be wasted. The two warriors prepare to unleash a goshikimai combination technique. Naito channels exactly 35 magic points into his powerful attack. He unleashes his line slash, the energy arcing through the air. The curving blade of energy homes in on the Kirin's single horn. The very tip of the Kirin's horn is sliced clean off by the attack. The beast grunts in pain, its eyes squeezed shut from the impact. As the Kirin roars in agony, Sarah yells that they're relying too much on the rice. The legendary beast plummets from the sky, crashing heavily to the earth. Naito stands over the fallen monster, finding his own victory unbelievable. The Kirin's eye slowly opens, determined to see its opponent's true aura. An extreme close-up reveals the massive, reptilian eye of the Kirin, its gaze intense. Dwarfed by the colossal beast, the Knight Naito stares up at the fiery spectacle. The Kirin's ethereal mane billows, a storm of pure, untamed energy. With a great heave, the legendary monster rears back, its power shaking the air. It lets out a deafening roar as it lunges forward, its body crackling with power. Naito internally questions if his powerful opponent is truly holding back its strength. The Kirin scoffs, dismissing its foe as a monstrous anomaly, not a real threat. Sarah retorts that even a legendary monster would tremble like a fawn if it were about to be killed. Her mind reels, struggling to comprehend how Naito has pushed the creature this far. Naito calmly thanks Sarah, acknowledging that her retrieval of the rice saved them. Overjoyed by his praise, Sarah asks with wide-eyed excitement if he really means it. She pumps her fist triumphantly, ecstatic that she was not just a liability. He chides her not to get carried away and start eating the raw rice in her excitement. A sudden deafening boom startles both knights, who whip their heads around in alarm. In the distance, they see the aftermath of another battle. 3 hooded figures lie defeated. A closer view reveals the still, motionless bodies of the mysterious masked assailants. Naito and Sarah mutter in unison that the small fries have been taken out. Kashin Koji and his Cyclops also realize that the other group has been defeated. Koji observes how strangely quiet the battlefield has suddenly become. His gaze falls upon the enormous, still form of the legendary Kirin. Its battle ended. Koji's eyes, visible beneath his hat, widen in absolute, abject horror. He whispers in disbelief, unable to accept that the mighty Kirin has been slain. Elsewhere, 2 knights express their own shock, saying not even a sword saint could defeat it alone. Captain Ever clenches his armored fist, his knuckles white with rage at this unforeseen outcome. Koji realizes he must escape now or be killed, resolving to abandon the dungeon. From afar, Naito spots Koji, a flicker of recognition crossing his stoic face. He sees Koji standing near a rocky alcove that holds a large treasure chest. Naito declares he will retrieve the Bansen Shikai and immediately gives chase. The colossal Cyclops moves to intercept him, its massive arms swinging down in a crushing blow. With a grunt of effort, Naito slides under the attack, with Sarah following close behind. Koji leaps onto a large treasure chest, preparing his escape from the crumbling cavern. He opens the heavy lid of the chest with a satisfying click. The entire dungeon begins to rumble and shake violently around them. Sarah cries out in alarm, asking her companion if it's an earthquake. Koji taunts the distant Danzo, challenging him to try and destroy him again. Naito and Sarah shout in unison that they will not let him escape. Riding atop the Cyclops, Koji sneers that the beast will easily buy him 30 seconds. A sharp glint of steel flashes as Naito prepares to engage the towering monster. He stands his ground, bravely facing the hulking, one-eyed Cyclops. Koji mockingly tells Danzo to stand down and let the female knight handle it. He then declares that a ninja's primary job is to escape, not to fight. He quickly presses a series of hidden buttons on the rough-hewn cavern wall. A secret passage grinds open, revealing a dark, man-made tunnel. Sarah cries out in frustration as she watches Koji flee into the new passage. She shouts tactical advice to Naito, reminding him that the Cyclops' eye is its weakness. She panics, realizing the eye is too high to reach, and she lacks time for a powerful strike. Naito calmly produces 3 kunai, deciding to use them as a diversion. The Cyclops stands ready, its single eye glaring down at the heroes before it. Koji scoffs from the tunnel, certain that such small projectiles will have no effect. Naito's eyes narrow with intense focus as he prepares his combination attack. The throwing knives strike the monster's tough hide, creating a perfect distraction. Naito and two spectral afterimages leap at the beast, drawing its full attention. With the opening created, Naito launches himself into the air for the decisive blow. He unleashes his piercing strike, his weapon hurtling towards the monster's eye. The blade strikes true, embedding itself deep within the Cyclops' single, massive eye. The monster throws its head back, letting out a deafening roar of pure agony. Sera is stunned, exclaiming that he managed to defeat the monster in an instant. Koji stares from the tunnel, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief. He recognizes Naito's sword skill and identifies him as the formidable Danzo. He wonders with a flicker of dread if Danzo was also the one who defeated the Kirin. Naito looks up at Koji, a silent question of "you" in his gaze. Koji realizes with horror that Naito must be a Junin, a high-ranking ninja. His shock gives way to a wild, manic grin as he finds the situation fascinating. The dungeon's collapse intensifies, shaking the very ground beneath them. Koji declares that this is the limit as Naito and Sere watch the ceiling crumble. One of the hooded figures is struck by falling debris, dropping their heavy axe. The figure weakly reaches for a dropped treasure chest, lamenting that it's all over. They think of the power Lord Ai forgave them as they are buried by the collapse. As Danzo flees down a corridor, the glowing Bankashukai flies from the broken chest. He looks back in horror as the precious artifact spins through the air, out of his reach. The hooded Danzo realizes with a jolt of panic that he has made a terrible mistake. Koji also watches the flying artifact with a look of alarm. He lunges through the air, attempting to catch the spinning scroll case. He grunts with effort, but his grip is unsure as the object tumbles. The hooded figure's glowing eye widens in shock as they miss the catch. Danzo is sent flying backward as the chest is lost in the chaos. Naito stares at the tumbling artifact, a look of alarm on his face. The ornate chest labeled Bansen Shukai spins wildly through the air. Sera looks on, her eyes wide with panicked surprise. Naito acts instantly, throwing his Kaganawa grappling hook with perfect accuracy. The hook expertly latches onto the spinning artifact, arresting its flight. Sera cheers, thinking Naito has successfully secured their prize. Koji clicks his tongue in annoyance and throws a shuriken with deadly precision. The shuriken slices the rope, leaving both Naito and Koji holding an end. Koji strains, trying to pull the artifact towards him with all his might. Naito digs in his heels, refusing to let go of his claim. The immense strain on the rope and artifact becomes visible, cracks forming. The Bankashukai shatters in a brilliant explosion of energy and splintered wood. 3 identical scrolls tumble through the air from the wreckage. Sera stands over one of the fallen scrolls as the ground rumbles around her. The 3 hooded figures also stand near one of the scrolls, equally stunned. Koji manages to grab the 3rd scroll, the severed rope still in his hand. Sera looks down at the scroll in her hands, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. One of the hooded figures also holds a scroll, equally confused by the revelation. Koji stares at his scroll, stammering in disbelief at what has happened. Sera shouts in astonishment, asking why there are 3 Bankashukai scrolls. Koji clutches his prize, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. With a triumphant sound, he turns and flees into the collapsing tunnel. Naito charges after the hooded figure, demanding they return the scroll. The dungeon erupts in a final, massive explosion as the adventurers escape. Amidst the dungeon's collapse, 3 cloaked figures erupt from a cloud of dust and debris. The female knight, Sera, urgently warns her companion, Naito, that they must flee or be killed. Sera panics at the dungeon's destruction, while Naito suspects it's a deliberate trap by Kishin Koji. Naito's gaze sharpens as he notices something small left behind in the chaos. In his gauntleted hand, he holds up a small cylindrical object dropped by their assailants. He confirms that the small, cloaked figures dropped the item as the cavern fell apart around them. Their escape route is a dark, narrow corridor leading away from the crumbling chamber. Meanwhile, the rogue ninja, Kashin Koji, flees swiftly through a hidden passageway. He rides atop a large, docile, fish-like creature, speeding through a dark underground waterway. Under a starry night sky, his strange mount carries him toward a remote, craggy island. Koji dashes down a long stone hall, approaching a large, ornate door guarded by an orc. The hulking orc guard turns his head, his curiosity piqued by the approaching footsteps. Recognizing Koji, the surprised guard asks what has happened to him. Koji, feigning weakness, claims to be grievously wounded and begs to be hidden away. With a grim expression, he laments that his own dungeon has collapsed, a serious problem. He strides past a colossal, dormant monster, declaring his intent to resurrect the Demon Lord. The full, horrifying scale of the dormant Demon Lord is revealed, surrounded by robed followers. A recap shows Koji stealing the sacred Bansen Shukai scroll and fleeing across the sea. It is revealed that Commander Ifor and his 7 Black Pixies also seek the scroll. Naito, a ninja spy, infiltrated the Knights to watch Ifor, partnering with Sarah. The chaotic battle resulted in the scroll being split into 3, one for each faction. Outside the ruined dungeon, Naito and Sarah look upon the scene of their narrow escape. Sarah, on the ground, expresses her terror, having never experienced a dungeon collapsing before. While Sarah celebrates securing 1 scroll, Naito is disappointed he only managed to retrieve 1. Naito intently examines a small cylindrical device dropped by the mysterious hooded figures. Sarah asks if it's the same item, and he confirms that it belongs to the little guys. Bringing the object to his nose, he confirms the lingering scent belongs to Commander Ifor. Sarah reacts with pure shock, realizing the hooded figures were Ifor's subordinates. She seethes, angry that such suspicious people willingly handed a scroll to their commander. Naito deduces that Ifor's forces are already returning from Seoul's village to the capital. In disbelief, Sarah asks if they are heading to the commander's location now. Naito confirms. He states it's better to act quickly, though Sarah finds the plan incredibly reckless. Her expression hardens with determination as she accepts the dangerous course of action. A sense of uncertainty hangs in the air, questioning their next move. The rain begins to fall, setting a somber mood for the events to come. The passage of 2 days is marked by the continuing downpour. 2 days later, a tall stone tower stands resolute against the driving rain. Inside, a hand firmly grasps the legendary scroll, the Bansen Shukai. Ifor smirks triumphantly, declaring that the coveted scroll is finally in his possession. In a vast library, a hooded minion kneels, thanking Lord Ifor for the opportunity. Ifor asks about the others, and the minion explains he rushed ahead to deliver the scroll. The minion reveals he has urgent news regarding a specific technique, the obfuscation jutsu. He reports with dismay that there were 3 scrolls, and they only retrieved 1. Ifor anxiously asks if the obfuscation jutsu is contained within their copy of the scroll. As he unrolls the scroll and examines its contents, he murmurs that he understands. His eyes then fly open in utter shock at a discovery within the scroll's text. A sudden, sharp realization strikes him with the force of a physical blow. Far away, horses' hooves tread heavily through the rain-soaked grass. Naito and Sarah emerge from a forest, their gazes fixed on a fortress ahead. Naito reflects on their 2-day journey, while a weary Sarah looks on. A full view reveals Ifor's castle, a formidable stone stronghold drenched by rain. Naito questions the grand residence, and Sarah explains the castle's heroic lineage. A map illustrates the castle's remote location, a necessary defense against constant enemies. When asked how she knows this, Sarah reveals she visited as a child with her father. He expresses surprise, but she dismisses it, saying it's a story for another time. Gazing at the castle, Sarah declares with firm resolve that they must retrieve the scroll. Inside, a hooded minion reports that the Ifor clan's spies have arrived. Ifor reflects that Sarah can't return to her old life and must be eliminated. Naito senses they've been discovered, realizing one of the little guys has returned. Naito declares their intent to steal the Bansen Shukai from Ifor, startling Sarah. Sarah's resolve hardens. She must see this through now that Ifor's evil is confirmed. She agrees with intense enthusiasm, and Naito notes her fighting spirit is overflowing. Naito briefly considers that it might be better to leave Sarah behind for her safety. He quietly weighs the risks, thinking it might be safer for him to proceed alone. He asks Sarah if she remembers the castle's layout from her childhood visit. With confidence, she kneels and declares she will draw a map for him now. The resulting map is a completely nonsensical and chaotic mess of confusing lines. He asks if it's modern art, and she apologizes for her terrible spatial awareness. Despite this, she insists that he can leave the infiltration to her. She smiles confidently, believing her obfuscation jutsu will be sufficient for a safe infiltration. Naito surprises her by declaring they will infiltrate the castle without using magic. She is shocked, but he explains that their cloaking jutsu consumes too much magic. He reveals they are at half strength and must conserve their magic for fighting Ifor. Sarah worries about the many guards, knowing that being discovered would be disastrous. Naito is unconcerned, finding continental castles simpler than those of his homeland, Zipangu. When she questions him, he simply states that today is the perfect day for it. He explains that the rain mask sound a ninja principle called the rain bird jutsu. Sarah asks where they will enter, noting the walls are too high to scale. Naito points to the guarded main gate, declaring they will break through the front. With a burst of speed, Naito begins his charge towards the castle gate. He lets out a series of convincing and adorable meows to distract the guards. The two guards are perplexed, wondering where the sound of a kitten is coming from. Sarah watches impressed as she recognizes his use of the effective mimicry jutsu. The guards are completely charmed, remarking on the incredibly cute sound they've never heard before. Calling out to the kitten, they begin searching for it in the nearby bushes. Naito emerges from the bushes, making a goofy, taunting face at the guards. The guards recoil in horror, realizing the sound they heard was not cute at all. With a swift and efficient strike, he knocks both of the distracted guards unconscious. Standing over their fallen forms, he calmly tells them to take a short nap. He coolly remarks that the guards of this castle are no more threatening than kittens. Sarah questions his methods, but he explains he was just being extra cautious. As he continues his cat act, Sarah exasperatedly asks how long he'll keep it up. The two knights now stand before a large locked wooden door on a drawbridge. He notes it uses a key, not a simple bar, which is typical for a smaller castle. He produces a familiar ninja lock-picking tool, which Sarah recognizes with a start. With a few deft movements and clicks, he successfully picks the lock. He boasts that continental castles are no challenge, much to Sarah's impressed annoyance. They walk through the now open gate, observed from a high vantage point. As Sarah takes a step inside, her armored boot splashes into a puddle. Her foot slips on the wet floor and she falls with a loud cry, startling Naito. Looking up, the young knight Naito is startled by two hooded archers peering down. A guard shouts about intruders as a heavy iron portcullis crashes down, trapping him. Caught in the same trap, Sarah cries out in dismay as a second gate falls. Naito calmly identifies the falling lattice trap, much to Sarah's panicked confusion. With horrified realization, Sarah understands they are trapped and about to be shot at. She screams a desperate warning for Naito to run as arrows fly toward them. Naito braces himself, preparing to face the incoming volley of deadly projectiles. With a powerful spin, he deflects every arrow using his billowing dark cape. Sarah can only stare, her eyes wide with utter disbelief at his impossible feat. She identifies his Yatame jutsu before angrily telling him to focus on fighting. Above them, the archers are stunned, wondering why their arrows won't hit their target. A third guard thrusts a spear down through an opening, renewing the assault. Sarah unleashes a piercing strike, impaling the guard from below with her sword. She declares she'll be fine as long as her magic holds out. With the attack over, she realizes the gate's mechanism is out of reach. Naito calmly reassures her that it's fine, having already devised a solution. He produces a strange, fuzzy-looking ninja tool, declaring he can open it. He reveals it's a portable ninja saw, perfect for cutting through the lock. With a final grating screech of metal, the lock gives way and opens. The two knights step out into the vast, rain-soaked inner courtyard. Crouching behind a stone well, they survey the formidable castle grounds before them. Sarah points out the central keep where Ifor resides in the adjacent retainer's quarters. Naito dismisses a direct assault, proposing they enter the other building first. He suggests they cross from the building's roof to avoid the tower's guards. He declares he will teach Sarah two ninjutsu techniques to aid their infiltration. Crouched in the rain, Naito points to the wall they will enter from. Sarah expresses her worry that they will be spotted by the castle's soldiers. Naito reassures her, holding up two fingers, ready to impart his ninja knowledge. They scramble along a high parapet on all fours, Sarah looking utterly bewildered. She is mortified, her face a mask of shock at this undignified movement. Naito explains this is the fox gallop jutsu for moving quickly and quietly. As a knight, Sarah finds the animal-like run completely humiliating and questions her actions. He tells her to embrace the heart of a fox, and she internally complies. Suddenly, Naito stops, having sensed a guard on a lower rampart. Sarah's face contorts in panic, certain they are about to be discovered. He introduces the quail-hiding jutsu, a technique for mimicking a rock. With a burst of focused energy, Sarah curls into a perfect armored ball. Naito runs past her camouflaged form, calling her name to test the disguise. She remains perfectly still, her mind a mantra of "I am a rock." A lone archer below glances up, his eyes passing over the strange shape. Seeing nothing of interest, the guard turns his attention away and continues his patrol. From her hiding spot, Sarah marvels that the absurd technique actually worked. She uncurls and hurries to catch up with Naito, her armored foot landing firmly. Rejoining him, she pants that they made it, amazed at the ninjutsu's effectiveness. Their next obstacle is a sheer, steep castle wall looming before them. Sarah suggests a plan using caltrops to create footholds on the slick surface. Naito decides to use his grappling hook, a tool Sarah recognizes from a dungeon. He spots a guard patrolling the top of the very wall they must climb. He states they must change their approach, as being spotted would be disastrous. He decides to climb barehanded, a slower but stealthier method. Sarah is shocked, questioning if he can really make the ascent without tools. He explains the grueling tiger's claw training for strengthening one's fingers. He reminds her of the difficulty, as the rain makes the walls slick. Sarah claps a hand over her mouth, realizing she just reminded him. As if on cue, a guard on the battlements above spots their movement. The guard cries out about intruders as huge stones rain down toward them. Sarah's face contorts in pure terror, certain they are about to be crushed. Naito sighs, realizing he has no choice but to use his equipment now. He brandishes his Kaginawa, a ninja grappling hook for scaling walls. Sarah screams a warning as the massive projectiles plummet towards him. Naito moves with supernatural speed, a blur against the gray stone wall. He dodges the falling rocks, leaving the guards above stunned by his agility. Reaching the top, he dispatches a guard with a single, powerful punch. The remaining guards are aghast, exclaiming at his impossible speed. He stands over the defeated guard, having used a magic-infused gripping technique. He drops his grappling rope down to Sarah, who waits below in the rain. As she ascends, he praises her, remarking that ninjas are never half-hearted. She lands firmly on the battlement, having successfully scaled the wall. They have finally breached the castle's main defenses and stand on the inner wall. Sarah notes that they are now close to Ifr's tower, their final destination. Looking at a mental map, she points out the heavily patrolled path ahead. They observe the soldiers stationed at the tower's entrance, blocking a direct route. Naito proposes a new plan: enter the adjacent building and cross from its roof. Sarah agrees it's a good way to avoid the guards, but warns of servants. He counters that an indoor environment offers more places to hide, lowering the risk. He decides they will descend the wall and enter the building from the courtyard. He takes a running start, his armored boot kicking up a splash of water. From the bottom of the wall, he gives Sarah a reassuring, "It's fine." He tosses the grappling hook, securing it to the top of the wall. Sarah looks down from above, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Naito leaps from the wall, spreading his large black cloak to slow his descent. Sarah shrieks in utter disbelief, thinking for a moment that he is flying. A mental scroll explains this as the ground parachute jutsu, a ninja technique. He lands perfectly, bending his knees and using his hands to absorb the impact. He gives a confident thumbs up, pleased with his cool and effective landing. Sarah, now beside him, grumbles that the castle walls are certainly high. She complains that he took an unnecessary risk, but he dismisses her concern. They move through the courtyard, two small figures against the massive castle walls. They arrive at the large studded wooden doors of the adjacent building. He identifies the building as the Great Hall, used for meals and meetings. He pushes the door open, confirming that it's unlocked and unguarded. Peeking inside, they prepare to enter the next phase of their infiltration. Both he and Sarah are immediately taken aback by what they see within. The vast hall is empty, but the floor is covered in a thick layer of straw. Naito wonders what this is, while Sarah realizes her mistake with a gasp. She explains the straw is for catching spilled food and is swept up later. Naito notes that walking on the noisy straw will make them easily detectable. Sarah spots servants in a kitchen area, worrying they'll be discovered. She asks what they should do now that their plan has a complication. Naito decides it's time to use the most amazing walking technique he knows. Naito explains the shinobi ashi, a ninja technique for walking so silently it's imperceptible. Sarah, her eyes wide with curiosity, eagerly asks him to teach her the technique. A brief establishing shot shows the exterior of the castle building they are about to enter. Naito and Sarah move in a low, synchronized crouch, practicing the silent step. A close-up shows their armored feet moving deftly through the straw-covered floor. From an overhead view, the two knights glide forward in perfect silent unison. Sarah's face is a mask of intense, wide-eyed concentration as she masters the movement. Naito details the technique, warning her to balance her weight carefully to avoid injury. Impressed by the complete silence, Sarah feels confident they will succeed, praising the ninja art. Her confidence shatters as her face contorts in comical horror, a stress-induced stubble appearing. The two knights freeze in their crouch, spotting a guard casually descending a staircase ahead. Another hooded guard calls down from the landing above, asking his colleague what's wrong. Panicked, Sarah whispers to a deadpan Naito, desperately asking what they should do now. Naito's gaze darts to the wall beside the staircase, his mind quickly formulating a plan. With a sharp sound, he throws his sword with incredible speed and pinpoint accuracy. He swings up on a rope attached to the hilt, demonstrating the hanging sword jutsu. A diagram explains how ninjas can use their swords as makeshift handholds for climbing. From his new perch, Naito urgently calls down to Sarah, telling her to hurry. Below, their allied hooded guards create a diversion, yelling that the intruders won't make it. The guard on the stairs looks around, puzzled by a faint noise he thought he heard. His gaze lands on a strange round object on the floor, Sarah in her rock disguise. A close-up shows Sarah perfectly still, tucked into her quail-hiding jutsu form. The guard stares at the rock for a moment, finding it odd but ultimately unremarkable. After the guard leaves, Sarah remains curled on the straw-covered floor, maintaining her disguise. A group of allied guards, their faces hidden by mesh masks, gathers around her. One of the allies marvels at her successful deception, calling the jutsu the ultimate technique. The allied guards rush up the stairs shouting, "Now!" to create a window for escape. Naito is shown expertly using a grappling hook to scale the outside of a tall tower. Having successfully bypassed the Great Hall, the two knights sprint down a final corridor. They pause for a moment, catching their breath after the frantic and silent escape. Arriving at a pair of ornate double doors, Sarah announces they've reached Ifra's chambers. The chapter title, The Ninja Knight, appears as they stand before the imposing doors. Sarah pants, admitting her nervousness now that they have finally reached their destination. Naito detects a strange scent coming from behind the doors, a peculiar, unfamiliar mixture. He describes the smell as a combination of a small creature and a bird's nest. With grim resolve, Naito announces they will now dispel their magic before entering. He reveals Sarah's magic gauge, showing she has only 4 charges remaining. In stark contrast, Naito's own gauge shows a formidable 54 charges left. Naito takes Sarah's hand, a shimmering energy enveloping them as they prepare to phase in. He declares he will retrieve the Manji Shukai as Sarah realizes he's using a concealment jutsu. From their hidden vantage point, they peer through the crack between the doors. A close-up shows their intent faces as they observe the room's occupants unseen. Inside the vast library, Commander Ifra stands with his back to them, holding the scroll. Ifra's voice echoes as he reveals he knows they are there, having seen them approach. He mockingly comments on Sarah dropping her gorilla dreaming, leaving her flabbergasted. Ifra turns, his face splitting into a wide maniacal laugh, welcoming his intruders. Naito and Sarah are stunned into silence by the revelation that they've been discovered. Ifra unrolls the scroll with a flourish, his hand gesturing over the ancient text. He announces that the legendary Keiten no Jutsu is not actually within this scroll. The hooded figure Fu recoils in shock, his glowing eyes wide with disbelief. Naito and Sarah process the information, realizing Ifra's true objective must be different. Ifra gloats, remarking on how much effort it took to finally obtain the scroll. His expression shifts to one of smug satisfaction as he finishes his thought. He launches into a crazed monologue, asking the heavens how much they intend to toy with him. Naito and Sarah watch in horrified silence, with Naito finding the display interesting. The kneeling Fu looks on, addressing his master with reverence and concern. Ifra carelessly tosses the precious Manji Shukai onto the tiled floor. Naito and Sarah see their chance as the scroll lies unguarded on the ground. Ifra commends Fu for his good work and dismisses him to rest. Fu bows his head, gratefully accepting his master's praise and dismissal. Ifra stands confidently as Fu moves towards the discarded scroll on the floor. As Fu reaches for the scroll, his hand hesitates, noticing something on the floor. Sarah feels a surge of hope, thinking this is their chance to get the scroll. Fu's body trembles slightly as he stares at the floor with confusion. He looks down, spotting 2 small, white, worm-like objects near the scroll. A close-up reveals the 2 strange, thin objects lying on the tiled floor. Fu wonders why such things would be in this place, his senses on high alert. He looks up to see Ifra has moved, just as Naito's concealment jutsu fails. Fu's body jolts with surprise as the intruders suddenly become visible. Naito and Sarah pop back into existence with an audible burst of energy. Fu immediately shouts a warning to Ifra, alerting him to the intruders. Naito and Sarah are shocked that their jutsu failed at such a critical moment. Ifra whips around, his expression one of pure shock at their sudden appearance. He sees the 2 knights have managed to snatch the scroll in the confusion. Ifra's sword is a blur as he draws it from its scabbard with incredible speed. He lunges across the room, roaring and demanding to know who they are. Naito is caught completely off guard, throwing his hands up to defend himself. The scroll is knocked from Naito's grasp as Sarah cries out his name in alarm. Ifra lands gracefully, his sword poised, having successfully recovered the scroll. Sarah rushes to Naito's side, asking if he is all right after the swift attack. Naito realizes he has been cut, a first for him during a ninja mission. He stares at his hand, grappling with the impossible speed of Ifra's sword. Ifor looks on, a flicker of surprise on his face at having landed the blow. He recalls a previous warning about the strength of Ifor and his knights. The hooded Fu exclaims in surprise, recognizing the intruders from a past encounter. Fu identifies them as the spies from the dungeon, confirming Ifor's suspicions. Ifor states that he can't believe spies have infiltrated his own knightly order. A smug, knowing smile spreads across his face as he adds another detail. He correctly deduces that they are ninja, surprising Naito and Sarah. Sarah is horrified, realizing their cover has been completely and utterly blown. Ifor explains he recognized their tools as being the same as the Hatenkoji clans. He concludes they must have come from the hidden ninja village to retrieve the scroll. Naito and Ifor exchange a tense glance, Ifor complimenting his infiltration skills. Ifor draws his sword, stating their arrival has saved him the trouble of hunting them. He declares that God has not yet abandoned him and demands they hand over their scroll. Sarah clicks her tongue in frustration, realizing a simple escape is now impossible. Naito, wanting to minimize risk to Sarah, decides to end the fight quickly. Ifor taunts him, asking if he truly has the will to be his opponent. Fu warns Ifor of Naito's incredible strength, recalling how 3 of them couldn't touch him. Ifor is taken aback by the warning, questioning what his subordinate just said. The young warrior Naito stands alone, his expression unmotivated and introverted amidst a shadowy space. Commander Ifor faces Naito, his hand glowing with a strange energy as he speaks. Naito offers to hand over the Bansen Shukai scroll in exchange for a special favor. Ifor's face twists into a menacing smirk as he asks Naito what he wants, offering his help. Sarah panics, pleading with Naito to stop provoking the powerful Commander Ifor. Ofar's hand rests on the hilt of his ornate sword, a low chuckle escaping his lips. His aura explodes with rage as he questions who this spy from a small island thinks he is. Sarah recalls the hierarchy of sword saints, with Ifor reigning supreme over all others. Ifor's legendary sword is shown, forged from a super rare metal that amplifies magic. Ifor confidently declares himself the world's greatest swordsman, questioning how Naito could possibly win. Naito glances at the newly arrived minions, deciding he needs to end the fight quickly. A close-up on Naito's bored, unimpressed eye reveals his complete lack of fear. Ifor questions Naito's mention of 10 seconds, confused by the strange declaration. The commander smiles condescendingly, asking Naito what he means by his strange statement. Naito calmly adjusts his gauntlet, stating that 10 seconds is all he needs to win. Ifor's face contorts in pure, unadulterated fury at Naito's audacity. The battle erupts as Naito is swarmed by minions, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. Ifor laughs maniacally, mocking the newcomer for daring to challenge a descendant of the hero. He lunges, promising to teach the insolent Naito the vast difference in their class. Naito parries the blow, noting internally that Ifor is indeed faster than Shimura. The force of Ifor's strike sends shudders through Naito's sword, which vibrates intensely. Another powerful blow from Ifor creates a starburst of impact against Naito's blade. Naito continues to block the relentless assault, sparks flying from the clashing steel. Ifor is amazed by Naito's ability to constantly change his sword's trajectory mid-swing. He concludes that Naito's reliance on raw strength means his defeat is inevitable. Ifor's gaze is intense and focused as he presses his attack with deadly precision. Naito feels a strange, unpleasant sensation throughout his body as they continue to fight. He feels a deep ache, wondering what this strange feeling is as he parries another blow. Sarah watches the high-speed duel, amazed by Naito's incredible power. One of the hooded minions, Fu, rushes towards Sarah, calling out to Lord Ifor. Sarah intercepts Fu, her blade clashing with his daggers as she resolves to protect Naito. With fierce determination, she declares that she will not let Fu pass. Fu snarls at Sarah, telling the small fry not to interfere with his master. Sarah is startled as she realizes she is outmatched by Fu's strength. She grits her teeth, knowing she can't land a clean hit and has reached her physical limit. A translucent image of Naito appears, intercepting Fu's attack just in time. Ifor is startled by Naito's sudden repositioning across the room. Sarah cries out a warning to Ifor, telling him to look behind him. Naito parries Ifor's sword, his form still shimmering from his high-speed movement. Ifor mutters that Naito has vanished again, remarking on his strange ninja techniques. The commander notes with annoyance that the promised 10 seconds must have already passed. Naito holds his sword at the ready, his expression calm and focused. Ifor's eye widens in alarm as he senses an intense presence directly behind him. A swirling vortex of energy begins to form around Ifor's body as he powers up. He unleashes his signature technique, Tornado Edge, becoming a spinning whirlwind of steel. Sarah recognizes the deadly special move, a skill that instantly boosts speed and power. Naito braces himself with a grunt, preparing to meet the overwhelming assault. Ifer's face is a mask of crazed confidence as he closes in on his opponent. The tip of Ifer's spinning blade scrapes violently against the stone floor. Naito masterfully deflects the attack, forcing the tornado edge downward. Sarah is stunned, questioning how Naito could alter the trajectory of Ifer's special move. Ifor smirks, declaring with certainty that he has his opponent trapped now. A close-up on Naito's eyes shows his momentary confusion at the sudden change in attack. Ifer redirects his spin into a wide horizontal slash aimed at Naito's midsection. Naito leaps into the air as the blade passes beneath him, leaving Ifer utterly bewildered. Sarah, thinking Naito has succeeded, lets out a premature cry of victory. Ifor sneers, calling his opponent naive for thinking the attack was over. He redirects the slash a second time, bringing the blade down from above. With a final triumphant glare, Ifer declares that this is the end. Sarah panics, realizing there is another change in trajectory and nowhere for Naito to run. A close-up on Ifor's eye reveals his absolute certainty of victory. Naito hangs suspended in the air, having perfectly dodged the devastating downward slash. Ifer's eyes widen in utter disbelief as he stares at the empty space before him. A scroll explains the Tengu Sho technique, a skill for leaping to extraordinary heights. The secret is revealed. Naito used Ifer's own descending blade as a springboard. Ifer grunts in frustration and shock, his attack completely foiled. Naito lands silently behind the off-balance Ifer, his sword already moving. Ifor's head hits the ground as Naito pins him with his entire body weight. Naito holds his sword steady, its point resting gently on Ifer's throat. Sitting on Ifer's chest, Naito calmly notes that the exchange took exactly 10 seconds. Ifer lies defeated, his eyes wide with rage and disbelief at the 10-second outcome. The chapter title of the Ninja Knight is displayed over the scene of Naito's victory. Ifer's face is a mask of manic glee, his eyes gleaming with a new plan. Naito looks down at his defeated foe with a slightly surprised expression. Sarah is utterly flabbergasted, questioning if he really defeated the world's greatest swordsman. A flashback shows Sarah attacking one of the hooded figures in a corridor. Sarah glares with fury, shouting that her opponent was careless. The hooded figure is sent flying by Sarah's powerful slash. The defeated minion groans in pain, clutching its wounded shoulder. The minion lies defeated on the floor as Sarah stands over it. Sarah pumps her fists in victory, a triumphant blush on her face. A memory shows Ifer standing over a defeated Naito, with Sarah rushing to intervene. Naito apologizes to Ifer, stating that this was the path he chose. Ifer looks down, his expression grim and resolute. Sarah clenches her fist, vowing to retrieve the Bansen Shukai, even at the cost of Naito's life. Her face is a mask of fierce determination as she makes her vow. Ifer's eyes gleam as a strange power begins to emanate from his body. Ifor, still pinned, unleashes a burst of energy, throwing Naito off him. Naito, surprised, realizes escape is impossible and calls the move useless. The bandages on Ifer's leg glow as he channels a hidden power. Naito is shocked by the sudden reversal of their positions. Ifer throws Naito across the room with a powerful, fluid motion. Naito skids to a halt, digging his boots into the stone floor. Ifer rises gracefully, a low chuckle escaping his lips as his body trembles. Sarah's horrified, realizing Ifer dislocated his own arm to escape, calling it reckless. Ifer smirks, admitting his surprise that a ninja could push him so far. With a crazed look, Ifer declares that now he's getting serious. Naito tells him it's useless, as his arm is now broken. Ifer calmly pops his shoulder back into place, with a sickening crack. Naito looks on, utterly bewildered by Ifer's self-destructive and regenerative abilities. Sarah's face contorts in an expression of utter and complete shock. Ifer's powerful tornado edge is met by Naito's surprisingly firm defensive parry. The immense force of the impact sends a powerful shudder through Naito's arm. Seeing Naito tremble, Sarah tells him not to look, assuring him he isn't bleeding. Ifor's crazed expression reveals his true intention as he questions if his opponent is lying. Naito watches in disbelief as Ifer's injured arm begins to miraculously heal itself. With a deadpan look, Naito wonders aloud what is happening. Ifer sneers, asking Naito if he thinks this is just some kind of trick. A close-up reveals that Ifer's previously injured leg is also completely healed. A flashback shows Ifer's previous injuries, contrasting with his current healed state. Naito quietly asks Ifer what is going on, his expression unreadable. With a sinister smirk, Ifer announces that he will now attack. He stands alone over his defeated minions in the vast empty chamber. Their eyes lock in a tense, silent standoff before the next clash. Ifer's face twists into a mask of manic glee as he questions Naito's identity. Naito is momentarily stunned by his opponent's bizarre, crazed expression. With a wild cry, Ifra brings his sword down in a powerful, arcing slash. Sarah can only look on, her face pale with sweat and terror. Naito flinches as the blade connects, blood splattering from his cheek. High above, Sarah cries out Naito's name in a desperate, horrified shout. She questions Naito's agitated reaction, asking why a Jonin gets so flustered by bleeding. Naito realizes Ifra somehow knew his exact position, but he can't understand how. Ifra takes a powerful step forward, kicking up dust from the tiled floor. He laughs maniacally, taunting Naito and asking where his earlier momentum went. His eyes glow with a chilling light as he wonders what kind of creature Naito is. Naito warns Sarah to stay back, telling her not to interfere in the fight. The force of the last blow sends a jolt through Naito's body. His hand begins to tremble uncontrollably as he struggles to maintain his grip. He clutches his trembling hand, trying to will it to be still. With a grunt of effort, he forces his shaking hands back onto his sword's hilt. Ifra taunts him, asking if the sight of blood is making his movements sluggish. With a look of pure menace, Ifra declares he will kill him for sure this time. Naito's attention is suddenly drawn away by a sound from the side. He recognizes a strange, familiar scent wafting through the chamber. Both combatants turn their attention towards a large, ornate set of double doors. A polite voice announces its presence from behind the closed doors. Ifra's expression turns to delight, welcoming the newcomers at a good time. With a loud creak, the doors swing open, revealing what lies beyond. A squad of 5 hooded, web-masked figures pours into the room. Sarah is aghast, exclaiming that there are so many of the small figures. Naito recognizes one from the dungeon, noting the other 4 are new. One of the newly arrived figures spots the battle, identifying the intruders. 2 of the figures recognize Naito, wondering if he is the ninja. Their eyes fall upon a fallen comrade lying in a pool of blood. One of them rushes to his side, telling him to hang on. Ifra laughs, feeling the gods haven't abandoned him, and orders everyone to kill Naito. The 5 minions are stunned by the order to attack a single person. They realize with shock that the odds are now an impossible 7 against 1. Naito stands calmly at the center, surrounded by Ifra and his 6 minions. The chapter page shows the 7-on-1 confrontation in the vast, ruined library. The minions marvel at the intruder's prowess to have made it this far. Ifra's attack is met with Naito's defense, sending sparks flying between them. Naito looks down at his gloved hand, where a faint trail of blood seeps through. With a look of mild annoyance, he thinks to himself that it's still bleeding. The minions dismiss him as weak and dim-witted, unable to comprehend his calm. One of them eagerly volunteers to take care of the shabby-looking guy alone. Ifra silences them with a sharp command, ordering them all to attack together. The minions' bravado evaporates, replaced by fearful, unified obedience. With a burst of speed, their coordinated assault begins. All 7 assassins converge on Naito and Sarah from every direction. Sarah cries out that this is impossible, shouting Naito's name in alarm. She grips her sword, preparing to defend herself against the overwhelming odds. Naito tells her to stay away, his expression calm as the attack closes in. He stands at the center of the storm, his expression unreadable. He remains eerily calm as blades and bodies swirl around him. The minions press their attack, their movements a blur of black cloth and steel. The chaotic melee rages on, with the 2 knights fighting back to back. One of the masked assailants cackles, declaring that it's all over for them. Sarah grits her teeth, admitting to herself that she's reached her limit. Naito decides he has no choice but to use his true power to end this. The minions mock Naito's mutterings, telling the small fry to die. He moves with a sudden burst of speed, his cape flaring behind him. He weaves through his attackers, his movements now impossibly fast and fluid. The minions are stunned, unable to track his movements, questioning what is happening. Even Ifra, watching from the side, can only utter a surprised grunt. Naito becomes a whirlwind of controlled violence, effortlessly fending off their attacks. The minions realize with terror that he is now moving even faster than before. His afterimages, all bearing the same deadpan expression, begin to multiply. Sarah is in disbelief, unable to believe what she is seeing. Multiple afterimages of Naito fill the battlefield, dodging every frantic strike. He flows like water around their desperate attacks, his body a blur. The minions are utterly terrified, screaming that what they're seeing is horrifying. A scroll explains the technique, Shukuchi, a ninja art of high-speed movement. He unleashes a combined technique, Random Fandango, a chaotic dance of evasion. In a stunning display, his afterimages converge, striking all 7 minions at once. With a collective agonized scream, all 7 are sent flying through the air. If spits a mouthful of blood, shocked that Naito was still hiding such power. Sarah cheers, calling Naito uncle in her excitement, as he clutches his knee. She is breathless with amazement that he took down all 7 of them. The defeated minions lie groaning on the floor, one whimpering that this is impossible. Uffer, though shaken, struggles to his feet, his face a mask of fury. One of the downed minions looks up, still defiant, but Naito is already moving. Ifur declares that it's over, demanding Naito hand over the Bansen Shukai. The last conscious minion leaps at Naito, trying to land a final blow. Naito dismisses the attempt as useless and tells him to give up. The minion who threw the chain gloats, having successfully ensnared his target. A chain whips through the air, wrapping tightly around Naito's sword arm. The chain's sickle-like end embeds itself in the library wall behind him. The minion's hand, still clutching the chain, is bandaged from a previous injury. Naito looks down at his trapped arm, realizing he's been caught. A spinning chakram-like weapon whips through the air, aimed directly at the unwary Naito. The weapon clamps tightly around Naito's waist, instantly pinning his arms to his sides. Trapped and unable to move, Naito grimaces, realizing the gravity of his situation. From the sidelines, Sarah cries out his name in alarm as she witnesses his capture. A minion gloats over Naito's carelessness, noting that he failed to drink a vital potion. The minions celebrate their success, believing they have finally cornered the formidable knight. A cloaked minion named Wa looks on, his expression shifting to one of desperate resolve. Wa grabs the captured Naito, screaming for Ifur to strike them both down with his ultimate attack. Ifur is stunned into silence, shocked by his loyal subordinate's suicidal plea. Sarah's horrified, screaming that Ifur can't possibly use the Crescent Brave Slash in this situation. The other minions protest, insisting they can kill the intruder without such a drastic sacrifice. Wa recalls Naito's terrifying power, convinced this is the only way to ensure victory. Ifur's face hardens as he considers the desperate but necessary command. Wa screams again for Ifur to hurry and act for the sake of their shared ambition. With a heavy heart, Ifur grips the hilt of his ornate sword, his decision made. A flashback shows Naito effortlessly defeating a massive dragon to save his companions. Wa begs Ifur to kill him, fulfilling his duty so their grand plan can succeed. Ifur's face contorts with torment as he accepts the necessity of the sacrifice. With a quiet apology to Wa, Ifur raises his sword high, preparing to unleash its power. Sarah screams in disbelief, realizing with terror that Ifur is actually going through with it. Naito, weaponless and bound, accepts his fate, knowing he cannot escape. He looks at his discarded sword lying on the floor, acknowledging the situation is dire. Sarah's eyes burn with fierce determination. She resolves that she must protect him. With a defiant cry, she ignores the danger and charges forward to intervene. A minion intercepts her, grabbing her from behind and stopping her desperate advance. The minion snarls that she is a nuisance and that she cannot stop what is coming. Naito watches helplessly as Sarah is captured and restrained by the enemy. Ifur's sword begins to crackle and hum with an immense, destructive energy. The minions realize with panic that Ifur still holds the precious Bunsen Shukai scroll. Ifur reveals his cold calculation to kill them all and force the scroll's location from Sarah. Sarah screams for him to stop, knowing the hero's ultimate attack is impossible to deflect. One of the hooded minions looks on, its masked face unreadable. Naito's body begins to tremble, his calm demeanor shattering into pure cold rage. With a guttural roar that rips through the hall, Ifur screams for the ninja to die. Sarah lets out a final horrified gasp as the devastating attack is unleashed. The ground beneath Naito explodes as the overwhelming wave of energy makes contact. The Crescent Brave Slash tears through the library with catastrophic, world-ending force. The entire top of the castle tower is blown off by the sheer power of the blast. In the aftermath, a thick cloud of dust and smoke fills the ruined library. Sarah, still held captive, whispers Naito's name in horrified disbelief, tears in her eyes. Ifur stares at the destruction he has wrought, his own face a mask of shock. On a vast ethereal plain, the defeated forms of Naito and Wa lie still. A close-up reveals the grim aftermath. Wa's severed reptilian hands lie in a pool of blood. The surviving minions rush forward, crying out in grief for their fallen comrade. Ifur stands silently for a moment, his thoughts distant and filled with regret. He whispers an apology to Wa, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. Clutching his sword, he admits that his opponent's power was beyond his expectations. His quiet sorrow explodes into a raw scream of pure rage and shattered pride. The anguished cry echoes, a testament to his fury at being so thoroughly defied. Sarah furiously blames Ifur for Wa's death, her gaze filled with righteous contempt. A minion whirls on her, screaming, demanding to know how she dares to hold them accountable. The minion presses a kunai to her throat, threatening her for her insolence. A close-up reveals Naito's eye, suddenly alert and filled with cold focus. Naito appears as if from nowhere, a blur of motion between the combatants. The minions are startled by his sudden reappearance, wondering what is happening. A gauntleted hand clamps down on a minion's wrist, stopping its attack cold. Naito unleashes a whirlwind slash, his blade a blur of steel and furious energy. The attack cleanly severs the hands of the two attacking minions in a spray of blood. Ifra's face contorts in shock at Naito's sudden and violent return. Naito and Ifra face each other across the ruined chamber, ready to resume their duel. Ifra grits his teeth in fury, preparing to block Naito's next powerful attack. Naito's expression is calm and bored as he prepares to strike his foe. He grips the hilt of his sword, channeling his immense power into the blade. He swings, but Ifra blocks with a small tool that shatters on impact. A close-up on Naito's eye reveals his unwavering focus and grim determination. The force of the blow sends both fighters skidding backward across the floor. The defeated minions look on from the side, their attack completely thwarted. The broken fragments of Ifra's defensive tool lie scattered on the ground. Naito stands protectively before Sarah, his gaze fixed on their enemies. Sarah looks at him with tears of relief, whispering that he's alive. The injured minions kneel in disbelief, questioning how this is even possible. Ifra roars in fury, demanding to know how Naito survived his ultimate attack. Naito calmly admits that it was a very close call. He explains that he used a sword and chain technique to parry the devastating blow. A diagram shows the chain wrapped around his sword, deflecting the wave of energy. He adds that his follow-up piercing strike was a little late in coming. He apologizes for the delay with a deadpan expression, his thoughts elsewhere. His powerful counterattack is shown ripping through the stone floor with ease. Ifra's face registers his dawning realization and growing suspicion. He looks down at the fallen Wa, his mind racing to connect the pieces. The minion groans, still alive but badly wounded from the previous exchange. Ifra's gaze falls on Naito's leg armor, and he finally understands the secret. He quickly orders his minions to staunch Wa's bleeding and tend to his wounds. The studded armor is revealed as the source of Naito's hidden, stored magic. A flashback shows Naito unleashing a line slash with an impossible 105 magic power. Sarah's face contorts in comical shock at the unheard-of power level. Naito explains it was a gamble, but it was just enough to cancel out Ifra's attack. Sarah asks him when he even had time to perform the Kuji-Gushin-Ho ritual. He reveals he was chanting and forming seals while feigning injury from the blood curse. The memory shows him using Ifra's momentary lapse to prepare his powerful counter. He demonstrates the super high-speed vibration he used to perform the secret ritual. Sarah is stunned into silence by the utterly ridiculous revelation. She fumes, realizing all her worry was for nothing, a comical memory flashing by. Naito explains the risk of the technique, calling it a form of doping. Sarah complains that this is the first time he's explaining this crucial detail. Ifra grapples with the fact that a human with over 100 magic power even exists. He wonders how far Naito will push him, his hand trembling with rage. Cracks appear on his face as his body begins to violently convulse and break down. Naito declares that it's over and demands that Ifra surrender the stolen scroll. He makes his final demand for the Bansen Shikai, his gaze resolute and unwavering. With a concussive blast, a powerful, unseen blow sends a fighter reeling backward. Naito's eyes widen slightly, his face a mask of surprise at the sudden turn of events. He quickly assesses the situation, recognizing that things have just become very dangerous. Ifrit smirks cruelly, feigning a self-inflicted wound by pressing a blade to his own throat. In a flash, he appears behind Sarah, grabbing her in a chokehold as Naito rushes forward. The sharp edge of Ifrit's dagger is now pressed firmly against Sarah's neck. Naito's profile is grim and focused as he takes in the hostage crisis. With a demonic grin, Ifrit holds Sarah fast, ordering Naito not to move a muscle. The three hooded minions cheer loudly, celebrating their master's tactical victory. Sarah grinds her teeth in frustration, unable to believe how quickly Ifrit got behind her. Naito looks on with quiet regret, admitting to himself that he has made a grave mistake. He stands before his captured friend, wondering aloud how Ifrit could have moved so fast. He berates himself for being careless, knowing he shouldn't have drawn his sword against such an opponent. Ifrit issues his ultimatum. Naito must drop his sword and reveal the scroll's location to save Sarah's life. Desperately, Sarah screams at Naito, telling him not to give in to their demands. Her armored hand clenches into a tight fist, her resolve hardening. With a determined look, she declares that she is the one who hindered him and will not be the cause of his failure. She drives the blade toward her own throat, shouting her intention to die. Naito's eye narrows in alarm as he witnesses her desperate, sacrificial act. His calm voice cuts through the chaos, firmly telling Sarah to stop. The sudden command surprises both Sarah and her captor, Ifrit. He reminds her that she must not take her own life. He recalls the time she saved him, taking full responsibility for his current failure to protect her. A sharp clatter echoes as Naito's sword hits the stone floor. Standing in the ruined library, he concedes defeat to Ifrit. The tense standoff is framed with Naito having surrendered to Ifrit and his minions. Sarah stares at Naito, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and guilt. Ifrit looks down at her with a cruel smirk, realizing she is Naito's greatest weakness. A memory flashes, showing Naito fighting while constantly shielding Sarah from harm. Ifrit demands Naito tell him where the Bansen Shukai has been hidden so he can retrieve it. With a deliberate movement, Naito raises his armored arm. He reveals the ornate scroll case, stating that he was never hiding it. The stunning revelation shocks Ifrit and his two hooded minions into silence. Ifrit questions if Naito truly had the scroll on him the entire time. Naito explains that as a Jonin, it is safest for him to carry it. Sarah glares at Naito, annoyed by his sudden, cocky declaration of superiority. His face cast in shadow, Ifrit commands Naito to hand the scroll over. Naito casually tosses the heavy scroll case through the air. Ifrit snatches it mid-flight, his hand closing around the prize. He clutches the Bansen Shukai, his objective seemingly complete. One of the hooded minions leans in to speak to their master, Ifrit. The minion insists that they must kill Naito now, while they have the chance. Ifrit's eyes narrow, his expression showing he agrees with the cold logic. Sarah cries out in disbelief, questioning why they would break their promise and kill Naito. The minion explains that if Naito lives, he will always be a threat who will try to reclaim the scroll. Her eyes widen in horror at the cruel, pragmatic reasoning. Naito calmly reassures Sarah, saying he anticipated this betrayal and has a backup plan. He demands that Ifrit make a solemn vow never to harm Sarah. Ifrit agrees with a quiet affirmation, swearing to God that he will keep his promise. One of the minions, eager for payback, brandishes his sword, vowing revenge for his injured arm. The other joins in, demanding a piece of the action and declaring they'll kill him together. Ifrit watches his underlings, his expression unreadable as he remains silent. As the minions prepare to attack, Sarah screams Naito's name in terror. Ifrit finally gives the cold, chilling order to kill him. With a gleeful cry, the two minions leap forward to execute their master's command. They close in on the unarmed Naito, their faces twisted in snarling delight as they scream for him to die. Ifrit's voice cuts in, adding a surprising addendum to his previous command. The minions' blades halt just inches from Naito, who looks on in surprise. One of the minions tilts its head, a question mark appearing as it tries to process the new order. Naito is equally confused by the sudden stay of execution. The minion turns back, questioning its master, Lord Ifrit. A sly smile plays on Ifrit's lips as he declares Naito too valuable to kill and offers a special chance. The entire group stands frozen in a moment of shared, bewildered silence. Ifrit announces his grand proposal. If Naito retrieves a certain item, he will return everything. The shocking offer leaves Sarah, Naito, and the minions completely stunned. The two minions ask their master what on earth he is talking about. One of them wonders aloud if he means the other stolen scroll. Ifrit dismisses the idea, clarifying that it's not the scroll held by their rival. A confident, almost smug smile spreads across his face. He reveals his true prize, announcing with reverence that he seeks the Ark. Naito repeats the name, a quiet question in his voice. Sarah and Ifrit both exclaim the name Ark in unison, their faces masks of shock. A hooded minion confirms that this must be the reason for the sudden change of plans. Ifrit explains that the Ark is a legendary object humanity has sought for 400 years. He reveals that he has been searching for both the Ark and the scrolls for a specific purpose. He acknowledges Naito's incredible power, stating that he might be the one capable of finding the Ark. He clarifies that he has no use for the scroll itself, only a specific technique contained within it. Ifrit concludes his proposal, stating that if Naito finds the Ark, their arrangement will be mutually beneficial. Naito agrees to the terms, thinking that retrieving the Bansen Shukai is his only real concern. With the deal struck, Ifrit dismisses his minions, telling them they'll discuss the details later. The fuming minions stomp away, one of them vowing to kill Naito someday. The grand doors to the chamber slam shut with a heavy thud. Ifrit walks away, leaving the two knights alone in the vast, echoing room. Sarah collapses against Naito, sobbing with relief and crying that she thought he was going to die. With Sarah clinging to him, Naito asks the question that now defines their new quest. What is the Ark? A slow transition marks a change in scene in the passage of time. Rain falls steadily on the tall, imposing stone tower of Ifrit's castle. In a well-appointed room, Naito and Ifrit sit opposite each other, a fire crackling in the hearth. Ifrit sits with his hands clasped, a look of regal authority on his face. Sarah sits attentively beside Naito, listening to the conversation. She tells Naito that before they discuss the arc, there's another matter to address. Ifrit looks at Naito and asks if he is familiar with the Jamida sect. Naito repeats the name, a flicker of recognition and distaste on his face. He complains about the sect's 5 principles, finding them bothersome and restrictive. A simple diagram represents the faith, which is followed by most people on the continent. The story's origin is shown, the prophet Jamidas receiving a divine revelation about the demon lord. Sarah asks if a prophet can see the future, but Naito clarifies that they only convey the words of a god. Naito smirks, annoyed at himself for having once fallen for the sect's teachings. A terrifying image of the demon lord illustrates how humanity was nearly driven to extinction. After the prophecy was proven true, the number of believers in the Jamida sect grew exponentially. The female knight, Sarah, explains that the current calendar, the Jamida's calendar, is now used across the entire continent. A vision shows the regal prophet Jamidas, whose teachings have become the world's dominant religion in both name and reality. Commander Ifrit recounts how the Jamidas clan continued to make prophecies, allowing humanity to prepare and achieve victory. However, after a time, a new and terrible prophecy was made, his bandaged fist clenching with the memory. A vision reveals a terrifying multi-eyed demon lord as Ifrit speaks of the prophesied Third Great Demon War. Sarah shouts in utter shock, questioning the return of the demon lord, a story she has never heard before. Ifrit explains that this knowledge is kept secret to avoid mass panic, revealing the war is prophesied for 83 years from now. Stunned, Sarah whispers her disbelief, having always thought the current peace would last forever. Naito, in contrast, looks on with a bored expression, completely unimpressed by the mention of the demon lord. Ifrit reveals that during the third prophecy, the prophet was also given a sacred artifact by God, the Ark. Sarah recognizes the name, identifying the Ark of Standard as a holy chest designed to hold God's inscribed laws. Ifrit clarifies that while that is its official name, its true name is the Ark of the Savior. The revelation sends a jolt of shock through both Naito and Sarah, who cry out the Savior's title in unison. An image of the ornate Ark, now open and empty, is shown as Ifrit explains it holds the key to the demon lord's defeat. Sarah asks if this means humanity cannot win without reviving the Savior, a grim possibility that Ifrit seems to confirm. Her eyes wide with intensity, Sarah leans forward and demands to know what is actually inside the box. Ifrit hesitates to answer, but Naito interjects, stating that even he doesn't possess such detailed knowledge. Naito then asks a pointed question. Isn't Ifrit's clan, the descendants of the hero, supposed to be the saviors? Ifrit clarifies that while his family was involved in the Second Great War, the identity of the savior for the third is unknown. He explains that after the Ark was created, it was enshrined in the Holy Land of Solomos, but was stolen almost immediately. Sarah finally understands, asking if Ifrit's secret mission is to revive the Savior and bring about world peace. Ifrit confirms her conclusion with a simple, firm, of course, his gaze steady and serious. Naito then asks why they are searching on their own when it should be a national-level endeavor. Ifrit explains the harsh political reality. After centuries of fruitless searching, no nation will fund preparations for such a distant war. However, as descendants of the hero, they must prepare. So his 4 followers secretly search for both the Ark and the scrolls. Naito, with a bored look, asks about the connection between the Bansen Shukai scrolls and the Ark. Ifrit states that a text passed down only in his family says the scrolls' techniques are essential for the subjugation ceremony. Both Naito and Sarah exchange a look of deep suspicion, finding his explanation far too convenient. Naito asks the most practical question, are there any leads on the Ark's whereabouts? Ifrit grimly admits that after centuries of searching, they have found absolutely nothing. Sarah shouts in exasperation, realizing with horror that they are being asked to search the entire world. Pointing at a map of the continent, Ifrit suggests a ninja like Naito might find clues in the High Republic. He looks at them with firm expectation, entrusting them with this monumental and near impossible task. Naito and Sarah look back at him, a silent, apprehensive understanding passing between them. The 2 knights now have their new, world-spanning mission laid out before them. They depart from the castle, crossing a long stone bridge into the world beyond. From a high window in his castle, Ifrit watches his 2 new agents walk away. In a private moment, the commander wraps his hands in bandages, preparing for his own part of the plan. A sinister smile on his face, he anticipates Naito's success with the Wheel of Samsara jutsu within the arc. His hooded minions, their faces obscured by mesh, stand ready, awaiting his command. He unrolls the Bansen Shukai, musing on whether Naito's copy also contains the secret technique. The hooded minions react with a collective, silent shock at the implication of this hidden power. Ifer continues to study the scroll, his gaze intense and focused on the ancient text. His eye narrows, a flicker of calculation within it as he finalizes his treacherous scheme. A comical diagram reveals a complex plot involving a ninja named Mu and the Manjigumi group. Two of the minions exchange a confused look, clearly unsure of their master's intricate plan. Ifer gives his followers their orders to join Mu once he is healed and sees the Bansen Shukai. The five hooded figures acknowledge their mission with a unified, disciplined, and slightly shaky response. However, a later scene shows the minions reporting a failure, having missed their target in 2 out of 3 attempts. Ifer's face twists in frustration as he wonders if his own influence or pull is simply too weak. Outside the ruined castle tower, Naito and Sarah look weary but resolute after their ordeal. 2 days later, at the formidable stone walls of the Sun Kingdom Knights garrison, their new journey is about to begin. As they prepare their horses, Sarah asks Naito if he's physically recovered, and he confirms he has after a day of rest. She advises him to pack light for the long trip ahead, given the uncertainty of their journey. Naito agrees, but then reveals a pouch overflowing with games and books, which he declares are absolutely essential. The chapter title page shows their path from the Sun Kingdom to the High Republic, with the arc floating above the map. Riding across a vast plain, Naito reflects on how his quest for the Bansen Shukai has now become a search for the arc. He realizes his mission has grown to include capturing the rogue ninja, Kashin Koji, in addition to the scrolls. Sarah apologizes, blaming herself for the escalating complexity and danger of their situation. Naito reassures her with unwavering confidence, stating that capturing his target is just a matter of time. Sarah then voices her suspicion, asking if they can truly believe Ifer's story about the arc. Naito agrees that it's suspicious, believing Ifer is plotting something treacherous. A vision of Ifer and his hooded minions reinforces their shared distrust of the commander. Naito reveals that Ifer gave them something to aid their journey. He presents 2 sleek, metallic arm guards, their official travel passes. Sarah looks at the strange objects, asking what they are for. She straps one onto her arm, marveling that it will grant them free passage through allied lands. Naito examines his own pass, agreeing that it's an incredibly convenient tool for their mission. Sarah notices the letter B engraved on her bracer and asks what it signifies. A diagram explains the knightly ranks from B for Bronze to the Pinnacle, SS for Sword Saint. Naito observes that even as a Sword Saint, defeating one's opponent can still be a difficult task. Sarah laments her own demotion from Gold to Diamond rank after a dragon subjugation mission. Naito teases her about her obsession with the letter G, which she insists is for Gorilla. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a new figure, who remarks on their strangeness. A handsome blonde knight, Shubian, wonders why a mere bronze rank like Naito was chosen for the mission. Both Naito and Sarah are startled, recognizing the man as Captain Shubian. Shubian approaches, asking if they are indeed the ones delivering Ifer's letters to the various nations. Naito identifies him as his entrance exam proctor, the master rank Captain Shubian Ciela. Naito bows respectfully, thanking Shubian for allowing him to pass the difficult test. A flashback shows Shubian watching Naito barely pass with a peculiar hopping exercise from Zippon. Shubian expresses his concern about how a shy kami like Naito will fare abroad. Suddenly, a projectile whips through the air, thrown by Sarah. The rope dart moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion aimed directly at Shubian. Shubian snatches it from the air, his face a mask of shock at the near miss. His eyes are wide with genuine terror, realizing he was almost killed by the attack. Naito stares, his own expression one of wide-eyed surprise at the sudden turn of events. Sarah whirls on Naito, furiously telling him not to make that face in front of her father. The attack was Sarah's, who now berates her father for his earlier comments, her speed impressive. Naito is stunned into silence, questioning if Shubian is really her father. Sarah confirms it, telling Naito not to point his sword at her dad, who looks terrified. She launches into a furious tirade, accusing Shubian of philandering with other women immediately after her mother's death. Shubian, flustered and caught off guard, tries to stammer out a denial of her accusations. Sarah declares that she has been on terrible terms with him ever since that day. Shubian laments her choice to run away and become a knight, a waste of her noble lineage. Sarah snaps, screaming about being called a gorilla knight, a nickname born from her stoic nature. Naito finally understands that her infamous outburst was directed at her father, leading her to Aoife's castle. A dynamic flashback shows Sarah unleashing a whirlwind of slashes in a previous battle, full of fury. Shubion places a paternal hand on a bemused Naito's shoulder, his expression changing. He looks at the young knight with a serious, almost pleading expression. Shubion earnestly asks Naito to please take care of his daughter, Komi. Naito's eyes are shown in a close-up as he agrees to a proposal. Sarah furiously tells Naito to be quiet and not be swayed by some foreign knight. A wide shot shows the two knights on horseback, tiny figures in a vast landscape. Riding onward, Sarah complains that this is the worst mood she's been in for a long time. While playing his game, Naito asks Sarah when her mother passed away. Sarah recalls being 9, happily foraging in the woods with her mother, whose cooking was terrible. The memory darkens as she recounts them accidentally eating a poisonous plant, which her mother didn't survive. In the present, Sarah wipes a tear from her eye, confirming the sad tale. She pulls out a pendant, explaining that it is a beautiful memento from her mother. A close-up reveals the polished green stone, and she asks if he finds it pretty. Naito agrees nonchalantly, telling her to look at something else as he focuses on his game. Their journey continues as they ride towards a lone figure standing on the road ahead. The approaching figure is revealed to be a warm-faced elderly nun leaning on a cane. As they pass, Sarah offers a polite greeting to the sister, who returns it kindly. Once they've passed, the nun's friendly expression melts into a blank, wide-eyed stare. She turns her head slowly, her unnerving gaze fixed on their retreating forms. Sarah asks Naito why he's looking back, noticing the nun still watching them. The nun's lips move silently, her expression intense as she asks where Naito is going. Naito's mouth moves without sound, silently explaining his mission to pursue the Manjigumi. Sarah is shocked, covering her mouth as she asks if he is miming something. He explains to a startled Sarah that the woman is a ninja using a lip-reading technique. The revelation horrifies Sarah, who exclaims in disbelief that the old woman is a ninja. Naito identifies the woman as an Aruki Miko, a female ninja disguised as a nun. He reveals her name is Mochizuki Chiyojo, a ninja who has intelligence on their target. Chiyojo explains that a rival's arrival has drawn ninjas from many nations to this land. Her attendant is shocked that she knows Naito is also a ninja. Naito calmly accepts the situation, stating he will take responsibility for being discovered. Chiyojo is surprised by his frankness but acknowledges his decision. She tells him it's fine that she knows and that he should just act normally. Naito is slightly flustered, muttering that he didn't expect such a casual reaction. Chiyojo turns to Sarah, asking her to help Naito if he gets into any trouble. Sarah agrees enthusiastically, stating that as a knight she will definitely help her companion. She passionately tells the nun to leave it to her, as she always protects the excellent Naito. The nun looks on with a strained, almost pained smile, acknowledging Sarah's stubborn loyalty. She gives Sarah a warm hug, wishing her God's protection on her journey. Sarah smiles warmly and agrees, accepting the blessing from the old woman. The nun waves goodbye as the two knights ride away into the distance. A moment later, Chiyojo panics, realizing she forgot to pass on another important report. She laments that she was so flustered by their reunion that she completely forgot to tell them. A montage begins, showing the knights riding hard, Naito on his game, and Sarah looking determined. They travel through a dark, foreboding forest, their journey long and difficult. At one point, one of them falls ill, resting in bed while the other keeps watch outside. They camp in the woods, Naito reading by the fire while Sarah sleeps on the ground. The journey continues through a relentless downpour, their cloaks soaked and heavy. After a 2-month journey, they finally arrive at a city and present their credentials to the guards. Their armored feet take their first steps into the new city. They enter the sprawling capital city of Hyelsa, their arrival announced by Sarah. Naito complains of exhaustion, while Sarah is shocked he's still playing games after 2 months. He smugly explains that he finally cleared his backlog of games and books. Sarah points out their destination, the former Solomo Shrine, and suggests they head there. Naito looks away, saying it's nothing when she asks what's wrong. He notes a strange smell, wondering if it's just his imagination. A mysterious figure with a top knot is seen watching them from a rooftop. The figure, Ishikawa Gomen, thinks to himself that was a close call. Gomen marvels at seeing a fellow ninja and compliments his own over-the-top disguise. A full color shows the beautiful, sun-drenched city of Hyelsa. Sarah suggests they head to the Solomo Shrine, and Naito agrees. She is startled by a pair of rats scurrying across the street. The number of rats increases dramatically, and Sarah shrieks in alarm. A massive swarm of rats floods the street around them, shocking the knights. The rats are unnervingly bold, scurrying without fear. Sarah wonders in disgust if High Elsa is an unsanitary country. She lets out a small, worried sound, disturbed by the rat plague. A rat leaps at her, and she lets out a panicked scream. Naito catches it and, with a goofy face, offers to break its teeth for her. Sarah asks how long he's going to keep up his rat impersonation. Rats knock over a container of holy water placed outside a home. A local woman cries out in dismay as her holy water spills. A vendor announces he is sold out of holy water, disappointing the crowd. Naito asks why everyone is placing holy water outside their homes. Sarah explains it's because tomorrow, August 15th, is the dreaded Day of Monsters. Naito, unfamiliar with the term, asks what the Day of Monsters is. She explains that for some reason, monsters appear in massive numbers on that day. She adds the terrifying legend of changelings, where monsters replace children. She concludes that it's a terrifying custom where children might simply vanish. The only known ward against these horrors is placing holy water outside the home. Naito reflects that August 15th is Oban in his homeland, a day for ancestors. Sarah adds that August 15th is also the day the Demon Lord was defeated. Naito looks thoughtful, repeating the words Demon Lord. A local woman complains about the recent rat plague and the spilled holy water. Sarah announces that they have arrived at their destination. Before them stands the magnificent papal office, a grand cathedral. Naito asks why they aren't going directly to the Solomos shrine. Sarah explains that they need permission from the papal office to enter the shrine. She confidently produces a letter of request from their commander, Ifrul. Naito, playing his game, asks Sarah to handle the talking, and she tells him to stop. They are shocked to learn there is no holy water, which they need for the Day of Monsters. The cleric apologizes, explaining the rat plague caused a shortage and they should return tomorrow. Other citizens in the background are angry, but Sarah tells them it's all right. Sarah timidly approaches the cleric's desk to present her letter. The cleric's desk is shown, with an inkwell and quill. She reads the letter, noting it's a request to investigate the Solomos shrine. Naito and Sarah wait patiently as the cleric reviews the request. The cleric finds it strange that the hero's descendant would want to investigate the shrine now. She tells them to wait while she gets confirmation, and Sarah notices Naito is still playing his game. The cleric walks down a long, ornate hall to see the pontiff. She politely announces the visitors from the Sun Kingdom at the pontiff's door. Inside, the pontiff sits at his desk, overwhelmed and unresponsive. He laments the troubles of the past few months, especially the sudden rat infestation. His aide tries to speak, but he snaps that the holy water shortage is making him frantic. Overwhelmed by his duties, Pontiff Jamidas complains to his aide about his recent troubles. He despairs at his desk, lamenting that he can no longer hear God's voice. A caption identifies the troubled man as the 41st Pontiff Jamidas of the Jamidas sect. His aide nervously presents a formal letter from the Sun Kingdom's Knight Commander. The pontiff, slumped in his chair, dismisses her, groaning that he feels like dying. The aide begins her hasty retreat down the long, empty corridor. She continues walking away from the pontiff's chambers, her mission a failure. Returning to the reception desk, she apologizes to the waiting Naito and Sarah. The aide explains that the pontiff is too busy with a holy water shortage to see them. Sarah's face is a mask of pure shock as she lets out a cry of disbelief. She asks the aide how long they might have to wait for an audience. The aide suggests it could be anywhere from a week to an entire year. Naito, who had been engrossed in a game, finally looks up with a thought. He and Sarah look at the aide as he prepares to make a proposal. Naito asks if the pontiff would grant them an audience if they solved the rat problem. Sarah and the aide are both surprised by his bold and unexpected offer. The aide agrees that it would likely resolve the pontiff's most pressing issue. She watches them from the reception desk as they walk away, having accepted the task. Naito and Sarah proceed through the grand, empty hall of the papal office. Sarah turns to Naito, questioning if he is truly serious about this plan. She realizes that to succeed, they will have to infiltrate the shrine as ninja. Naito explains that a ninja's mission is absolute and requires any means necessary. Sarah worries that if they aren't careful, they will be mistaken for mere thieves. He states that if their identities are discovered, they will be killed without question. That night, the two are seen inside a large, bustling stone building. They sit at a table in a crowded tavern filled with other adventurers. Sarah suggests they start investigating the rat problem, but Naito confirms he already knows. She glances at him as she eats, preparing to share what she has noticed. A boisterous group of adventurers can be seen at a nearby table. Sarah tells Naito that she has been curious about the influx of adventurers. From across the table, Naito confirms that he was also aware of it. Two of the adventurers gossip excitedly about a rumored massive jewel. Two women at another table whisper about a recent mudslide and a valuable ring. A third group of adventurers discusses a dungeon located to the northeast. Naito explains that he overheard a dungeon with a giant jewel was recently found. Sarah is surprised by how much information he has already gathered. He adds that he also knows about a mudslide and the holy water shortage. She is utterly astonished, demanding to know how he found out so much. He explains the ninja technique of small sound listening using needles on a stone. Sarah is amazed, realizing he gathered all this information just by sitting there. He comically adds that his most top-secret information is about his favorite romance novel. The next morning, the sun shines brightly on the town's buildings. A faint squeaking sound can be heard coming from the bell tower. In her room, Sarah sits up in bed, stretching and letting out a big yawn. She rubs her eyes, wondering why the morning bell hasn't rung yet. Looking out the window, she is shocked to see the sun is already high. She rushes out of her room and down a stone corridor in a panic. Outside, she finds Naito casually perched in a tree and apologizes for oversleeping. A local woman tells Sarah that it's no wonder she overslept. She explains that a massive swarm of rats chewed through the bell's thick rope. A diagram shows the town's reliance on the bell ringing 7 times a day. Naito jumps down from the tree, noting the inconvenience of the broken bell. He explains that his ingrained ninja discipline allows him to wake at 4 a.m. regardless. Sarah, impressed by his serious side, begins her morning training with her sword. Naito spots a few rats scurrying on the ground nearby. He tells Sarah to continue her training while he handles the rat problem. He declares that he will track the source of the rat outbreak. Sarah is shocked, questioning if he really intends to follow a rat. He states that he will do so without magic, staking his pride as a Yonin. The lead rat turns its head, seemingly surprised by Naito's declaration. Sarah watches him go, telling him to be careful on his strange quest. Naito begins his pursuit, running swiftly through the town streets. His expression is focused as he follows his tiny quarry. The rat scurries through a field of grass and fallen leaves. Naito reflects that a ninja possesses many different walking techniques. He demonstrates the floating foot technique, gliding effortlessly over the terrain. A scroll explains this technique involves landing from the little toe to the thumb. The rat scurries along a stone wall, with Naito keeping pace behind it. He transitions to side running, using the wall for stability. In a narrow passage, he uses the tightening foot technique, rubbing his inner thighs. He then uses the chopping foot style, moving with short, animal-like steps. He notes that a superior ninja adapts their walking style to the situation. The rat, now panting, feels a sudden chill run down its spine. It looks back in terror, a bead of sweat on its face. Naito suddenly bows deeply, his forehead touching the ground. The rat stares, utterly bewildered by his strange behavior. Its confusion continues as it watches his bizarre display. The rat is completely baffled by the knight's strange actions. Naito then curls into a tight ball, muttering that his rock disguise is superior. He uncurls to find the rat has vanished, now scurrying away in the distance. He looks up, surprised that his quarry has managed to get away. The chase leads him to a massive, intricate symbol carved into a stone clearing. He wonders what the strange mark could possibly be. He kneels down to examine the symbol, but decides to investigate it later. He spots the rat again, now scurrying towards one of the circles in the symbol. Deciding to confirm his suspicions later, he resumes the chase. The rat leads him to the edge of a small cliff. Naito looks down, his eyes widening in surprise at what he sees. Below is the dark, gaping maw of a cave entrance. A group of adventurers emerges, led by a large man who declares this is the dungeon. Naito watches as these adventurers, and many others, stream into the cave. He notices a steady line of rats also scurrying into the dungeon entrance. The rats crawl into the darkness of the cave without hesitation. Naito realizes with certainty that the town's rats are coming from this dungeon. He returns to town to report his findings to Sarah. Sarah is shocked, exclaiming that the rats are in the dungeon. She quickly connects the dungeon, the rumored jewel, and the rat problem. Naito confirms her suspicions with a weary look. Sarah, determined, declares they must explore the dungeon immediately to solve the issue. Naito agrees with a quiet affirmation, ready for their next move. Naito tells Sarah there is something he wishes to confirm before they proceed. A close-up reveals the intricate straight lines carved into the stone ground. Another view shows the complex circular patterns connected by the lines. The two knights stand in the center of a massive, cryptic symbol on the ground. Naito asks if this is a continental custom, but Sarah insists it's not. Sarah's eyes widen with a sudden realization, telling him to wait. She remembers seeing similar symbols near old dungeons on multiple occasions. Naito looks on with a puzzled expression, waiting for her to elaborate. She admits that even with her full knight order, its purpose remained a mystery. Naito wonders if these symbols are a prerequisite for dungeons, a theory Sarah finds plausible. He decides they will investigate the matter later and should enter the dungeon now. They make their way through the dense forest toward the dungeon's entrance. Their armored figures are silhouetted against the light as they stand before the dark cave. Inside the tunnel, Sarah asks Naito if he senses any powerful monsters. He speculates they will only find numerous mid-level monsters. Naito advises that they should try to avoid combat whenever possible. Sarah shivers, expressing her revulsion at the thought of rats in the dark. Naito's expression turns serious as he senses another presence nearby. He confirms to a confused Sarah that the person he was expecting is here. As they walk, Sarah asks who he means, wondering if Naito is angry. Elsewhere, a treasure chest bursts open, revealing a hoard of jewels and pearls. A man with a top-knot Gomen cackles as he pries the chest open. His face is a mask of pure, greedy delight at the sight of the treasure. He grumbles that this jewel isn't the one he was truly seeking. Gomen turns, his expression surprised as he senses a presence behind him. He finds Naito and Sarah standing silently in the dark tunnel. Naito coolly identifies the man before them as the ninja, Dansu. Gomen panics, shocked that he was followed all this way by a high-ranking ninja. He grabs the chest and makes a clumsy attempt to flee. Glancing back in disbelief, he continues his desperate escape. A ghostly image shows Gomen's flight as Naito and Sarah watch. Gomen internally boasts that his concealment skills are on par with a legendary master. His boast is cut short as Naito's fist connects squarely with his face. The powerful punch sends Gomen flying, much to Sarah's surprise. Naito holds the thief in a chokehold, who begs to know how he was found. Naito reveals he placed a faint magical scent on Gomen's toe 2 days ago. Another captive ninja looks on, calling the smelly Gomen a creep. Sarah asks who this new person is, wondering if he's a ninja acquaintance. The other ninja identifies the loud captive as the rogue ninja Ishikawa Gomen. Sarah asks what crime this rogue ninja committed to deserve this. Naito explains that Gomen has a habit of robbing his comrades mid-mission. A flashback shows Gomen happily making off with a chest of stolen gold. He is also shown absconding with an armful of stolen katanas. The scene depicts Gomen living a life of utter decadence with his ill-gotten wealth. Gomen tearfully insists he only stole from the rich because he was poor. He spins a false tale of being bullied and having his own money taken. Sarah feels some pity, but Naito states that leaving traces is an unforgivable ninja sin. Naito reveals Gomen's true crime, stealing the plover incense burner from a daimyo. Sarah is horrified to learn his sentence was execution by being boiled alive. Naito calmly corrects her, stating that Gomen did not die. A flashback shows Gomen joyfully bathing in the boiling cauldron, asking for his treasure. He proclaims how wonderful it feels to be boiled, to everyone's astonishment. The daimyo he stole from watches the spectacle with manic laughing approval. Gomen escaped the execution by creating a realistic magical decoy of himself. Sarah is shocked that he can perform such advanced and strange magic. After his escape, he was recaptured and sentenced to 10 years in the stocks. His guards declared it was finally time for him to pay for his crimes. Gomen, however, used his magic to conjure a key for his restraints. He fled the prison with his signature, comically inefficient running style. Sarah expresses her disbelief at his sheer ineptitude and clumsiness. The other captive ninja insists that ninja arts are simple and that she could do them. Sarah points her finger, her determined expression showing she's willing to try. A small, glowing stick figure omochi pops out from the ninja's shoulder. The omochi hops to Sarah, who pokes it, causing it to burst in a puff of light. She wonders aloud how she could perform such a technique, just like Naito. The captive ninja clarifies that he is only a low-ranking genin. Naito explains that Gomen's skills are jonin level, but his rule-breaking keeps him a genin. The other ninja passionately argues that it's a waste not to use such skills for personal gain. Naito's eye narrows, showing his deep disapproval of using ninja arts for pleasure. He asks Gomen why a great thief would come to this continental dungeon. Gomen declares himself the world's greatest thief, too grand for the small island of Zipang. He proclaims he came to this land seeking a legendary massive jewel. Sarah is surprised that even ninjas can have such cheerful, extroverted personalities. Naito's expression darkens, noting that Gomen feels no remorse for his crimes. Both Gomen and Sarah are shocked when Naito mentions the death penalty again. With a single swift slash, Naito cuts the ropes binding all the captive ninjas. As Gomen flees, the other ninja points out his terrible running form. A close-up shows a viscous, oily fluid dripping from Gomen's discarded ropes. The substance pools on the stone floor as Gomen gets to his feet. Naito realizes Gomen was secretly dripping oil onto the floor during their talk. Sarah yells for Gomen to wait as she begins to give chase. Naito stops, his eyes widening as he catches a strange, dangerous scent. He yells for Sarah to stop, but she is confused by his sudden warning. A monstrous, giant centipede erupts from the ground, lunging at the pair. Both Sarah and Gomen stare with faces frozen in absolute wide-eyed terror. The creature's massive jaws snap shut, trapping the screaming Sarah inside. Naito looks on, cursing himself for falling for Gomen's clever diversion. Dozens of pairs of glowing, predatory eyes ignite in the darkness of the tunnel. Naito is suddenly beset by a flurry of unseen attacks, his armor deflecting them. A hulking, muscular cat creature blocks his path, telling him he won't pass. Naito stares blankly at the new threat, wondering what it is. An entire army of these cat warriors emerges, declaring their intent to capture the rare knight.